Take a short break here. We'll be right back.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Welcome back after the break. 9 people have died in the Chhattisgarh Naxal attack. That includes 8 security personnel and 1 driver who were traveling in the vehicle that was blown up by the IED by Naxals. Those are latest visuals that have come in of this attack that took place in Bijapur. Well, the police vehicle was attacked in Bijapur in Chhattisgarh, and those are the latest visuals that have come in just a while back. Well, as per the latest information, we are learning now all 9 people who were traveling in this vehicle were blown up. We have the reaction coming in from Chhattisgarh Chief Minister as well.
देखिए, सभी को मालूम है, पूरा देश को मालूम है कि जब से हमारी सरकार आई है 1 साल से ज़्यादा हो गया है, नक्सलवाद के साथ मजबूती के साथ लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं। हमारे सुरक्षा बल के जवान बहुत उत्साह के साथ लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं और हमारे केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री जी का भी संकल्प है कि मार्च 2026 तक देश से इस नक्सलवाद को समाप्त करना है और जिस मजबूती के साथ लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि उनका संकल्प पूरा होगा। हमारे बस्तर का जो एक हिस्सा, करीब 5 जिले जो नक्सल प्रभावित है, आने वाले मार्च 2026 तक नक्सलवाद वहाँ से भी समाप्त होगा, वहाँ पर शांति व्यवस्था होगी। आज लगातार उस क्षेत्र में सुरक्षा कैंप खोल रहे हैं और 17 विभाग और 53 योजनाओं को नियत निलाना योजना के माध्यम से उस क्षेत्र में मजबूती के साथ सरकार पहुंचाने का काम कर रही है।
बीजापुर में जो घटना है, बड़ी संख्या में जवानों की शहीद होने की सूचना आ रही है।
ऐसा नहीं है, आप ओवरऑल देखेंगे तो बहुत कम कैजुअलिटी अपने जवानों का है। ऐसा पहले नहीं होता था, पहले दोनों तरफ से कैजुअलिटी होती थी, लेकिन अब सैनिकों की बहुत कम कैजुअलिटी हो रही है।
Well, the casualties include 8 security personnel and 1 driver who were traveling in this vehicle that was blown up by the IED that was planted by the Naxals on the Bijapur road. The security personnel, we are learning, were returning from an operation where the incident took place. And this comes just a day after 5 Naxalites were killed in an encounter with security forces in Chhattisgarh's Bastar. The gunfight had broken out on Saturday evening in South Abujhmad along the border of Narayanpur and Dantewada district, where a joint team of security personnel was out on an anti-Naxalite operation. And this is the latest bit of information that's coming in at the moment. Very unfortunate news that is being reported from Chhattisgarh's Bijapur, where 9 people, including 8 security personnel, have lost their lives in the deadly Naxal attack. It's time for a quick break here. More news and updates continue on the other side.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं।
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी।
have been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India.
Hello and welcome to News at 4. I'm your host Rika Roy. A dastardly Naxal attack has killed 9 people in Chhattisgarh. We will get you all the angles of the news over the next 1 hour and a lot more. Do stay with us. First up, the headlines. 9 killed after police vehicle blown up by Naxals in Bijapur using an improvised explosive device. Sources say the forces were returning from conducting their first anti-Naxal operation this year. As Delhi decides AAP and BJP trade charges, Aam Aadmi Party says voters' lists are being manipulated. BJP doubles down on Sheesh Mahal attack. Cops filed charge sheet in Baba Siddiqui murder case. 4,590-page charge sheet has been filed in this case. Police say Bishnoi wanted to promote organized crime. It's a stormy start to the Tamil Nadu Assembly session. The governor walks out. MK Stalin says governor's walkout is childish and that he is violating convention. Two babies are diagnosed with HMPV virus in Bengaluru. Karnataka Health Minister says no need to panic. There's no surge. Top medical body in India says no scare because India is fully equipped. HMPV virus cases are on rise during the winter. Well, it is the top story we are reporting at this hour. 9 people have been killed in Chhattisgarh by a Naxal attack, and there were these jawans returning from the jungles after an operation. One driver has also been killed. It is the first operation that they were doing at the beginning of the year. My colleague Anurag Dwari joins me for more on this story. Anurag, it's a dastardly attack. 9 people have been killed. Tell us, what more do we know at this hour?
Yes, Rika, the explosion was so powerful that a part of the vehicle was flung onto a tree where this explosion took place. So you can imagine 8 DRG Jawans, that is the Jawans from the District Reserve Guards, were killed, and one driver was also killed in this explosion, which took place at around 2:15 at Ambeli Nala, which comes under the jurisdiction of Kutru police station. And in this attack, 8 Jawans from the District Reserve Guards were martyred, and one driver was also killed. They were returning from an anti-Naxal operation when this incident near the Kutru police station, the jurisdiction of Kutru police station, Ambeli Nala, took place. And we will have to wait and see because usually, as I said earlier also, the district reserve guard jawans, they are surrendered Naxals, or they are from the local community only. They travel on foot, they never travel using these vehicles, or maximum they travel on two-wheelers. So why they took this vehicle, and was the SOP not followed, that we will have to find out. But you can see in those visuals, the attack, the explosion was so powerful. As I said, the part of the vehicle was flung onto a tree. So you can imagine, because these were the scene which we have seen during the last elections when the lone BJP MLA Bhima Mandavi was killed. And I have also prepared a timeline of these Naxal attacks which took heavy casualty. I mean, security forces suffered heavy casualty because in April 2010 in Dantewada attack, 76 personnel were martyred. So I'm talking about these big attacks. In 2010 only, 36 civilians and 12 special team personnel were killed. And if you talk about 2023 in Dantewada ID blast, 10 personnel were martyred. But in the last 1 year, in 2024, what we have seen, the security forces were always on offensive, killing more than 200 Naxals, more than 700 Naxals surrendered in that calendar year. So it was a big successful year for the security forces. But in the start of 2025, Naxals hit back. They killed 9 personnel from the security forces, including one driver of that particular vehicle. And this incident happened in the Ambeli Nala, because in the morning itself, the security personnel killed 5 Naxals, including one woman Naxal. 3 of them were carrying a bounty in the South Abujhmad region. And while coming back, this explosion took place near the Ambeli Nala. Rika?
Anurag, would you say that this incident could have happened in retaliation to the 5 Maoists who were gunned down earlier?
Rika, this can be one of the possibilities. And usually what happens while coming back, they never use the same route. But we'll have to see that whether any standard operating procedure were not followed, as I said, because, they must be prepared, because usually the district reserve guard jawans, they never travel, they never take the same route. And what has happened, how this has happened, we will try and get some answers from the establishment or from the higher ups there in Bastar region.
Anurag, before I let you go, there's one more question I have to ask. When the jawans return, they're usually tired and hungry. Would you say, it is an ideal time for the Maoists to attack, and they had surveyed the fact that these jawans will perhaps be returning, and that would be the ideal time to attack?
Yes, Rika, you are absolutely correct, because this happens, because what we have seen during the past attacks on security personnel, this has happened because usually, as you said, they are tired, they are hungry, and while coming back, they are also, lax, and this is when the Naxals always try and attack the security personnel, because they were out since 3rd of January, and while coming back, this attack took place, because they must be feeling that they have achieved something, they have killed 5 Naxals, and while coming back, this ID explosion took place.
Thank you, Anurag, for getting us all those details. Well, lots more will emerge from that attack that has happened in Bijapur, a dastardly attack on the jawans by the Naxals. 9 people, including a driver, have been killed. Let's get you some of the reactions post that attack.
विगत दो तीन दिनों से जिला बीजापुर, नारायणपुर, दंतेवाड़ा के सीमावर्ती इलाका में सुरक्षा बल द्वारा अभियान संचालित की जा रही थी। इस अभियान में टोटल अब तक 5 माओवादी की डेड बॉडी रिकवर की गई थी। हमारे एक जवान मुठभेड़ में उनका शहादत भी हुआ। तत्पश्चात अभियान की बाद सर्चिंग को पूर्ण करके सुरक्षा बल द्वारा वापस बेस कैंप आ रहे थे। इस दौरान जिला बीजापुर की बेदरे एवं कुट्रू के बीच में अम्बेली के पास माओवादी द्वारा लाए गए एक आईडी ब्लास्ट की चपेट मारने से हमारा एक वाहन आईडी के चपेट में आ गए थे। उसमें सवार हमारा 8 डीआरजी दंतेवाड़ा के जवान का शहादत हो गई थी, उसके एक ड्राइवर का भी शहादत होगी। कुल 9 का शहादत का भी जानकारी प्राप्त हो रहे थे। उस स्पॉट में अभी रीइंफोर्समेंट टीम और अन्य जितना भी जो इवैक्यूएशन टीम पहुंच गए थे। अभी तक जो प्राथमिक जानकारी अनुसार कुल सुरक्षा बल का 8 एएमई एक ड्राइवर, कुल 9 लोग का इस घटना में शहादत हो गए थे। और विस्तृत जानकारी जैसा घटनास्थल का इंस्पेक्शन के बाद फिर और भी जैसा फील्ड से जो जानकारी है उसी के पश्चात हम बता पाएगा।
सर गाड़ी कौन सी?
जैसा भी जो प्राथमिक जानकारी है सर, एक वाहन आईडी ब्लास्ट में चपेट मारने कारण से उसमें सवार टोटल जैसा 8 जवान डीआरजी का और एक ड्राइवर, कुल 9 का अभी कैजुअल्टी हो गए थे।
सर ये वही जवान थे जो दक्षिण अबुझमाड़ में ऑपरेशन पे निकले थे पिछले 3 दिनों से?
उसी अभियान के पश्चात ही जो टीम लौटा रहे थे उसी के दौरान ये घटना हुई।
सर कितने वाहन थे सर?
बाकी डिटेल प्रत्यक्ष से बताएगा।
सर गाड़ी कौन सी सर, पिकअप थी क्या?
आप ओवरऑल देखेंगे तो बहुत कम कैजुअलिटी अपने जवानों का है। ऐसा पहले नहीं होता था, पहले दोनों तरफ से कैजुअलिटी होती थी, लेकिन अब सैनिकों की बहुत कम कैजुअलिटी हो रही है।
करीब करीब जो अभी तक की जानकारी आ रही है कि हमारे 10 जवान शहीद हुए हैं, वो निश्चित रूप से इस पूरे घटना में हम अपनी दुख व्यक्त करते हैं। उनके परिवार को इस तकलीफ को सहने की इच्छा शक्ति दे भगवान। और नक्सलवाद के खिलाफ जो गंभीर कदम सरकार उठा रही है, छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार, गृह मंत्री विजय जी और केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी और दोनों सरकारें, तो इस कदम को और आगे बढ़ाएंगे। इससे इस घटना कायरतापूर्ण घटना से सरकार डरने वाली या झुकने वाली नहीं है। कठोरता से इनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई जारी रहेगी।
Moving on to another story coming in from the national capital as the polls draw close. Delhi Chief Minister Atishi has written to Chief Election Commissioner seeking time to meet on AAP's voter list deletion charge. Atishi said in a letter voter list has been manipulated in Delhi. New Delhi voter list has been tampered. It's a conspiracy to cut Aam Aadmi Party's votes. Earlier, Chief Minister Atishi had accused the BJP-led centre of conspiring to remove Aam Aadmi Party supporters from electoral rolls, fearing a loss in the Delhi Assembly polls that are slated for next month. The BJP encountered the allegations, saying the AAP feared an impending defeat. The Chief Minister has also alleged some district magistrates have given additional district magistrate and booth level officers a list of 20,000 voters for removal. She has written to the Chief Secretary seeking an inquiry and demanding action against a district magistrate and sub-divisional magistrate.
जब समरी रिवीजन हो रहा था, जब इलेक्शन कमीशन के बूथ लेवल के अफसर गली गली मोहल्ले मोहल्ले जा रहे थे, तब ये लोग क्यों नहीं वहां से शिफ्ट हुए दिखे? तो ये साफ है कि गलत तरीके से वोट काटने की साजिश हो रही है। 10% वोट को जोड़ना, 5.5% वोट को काटना, इतने में पूरे इलेक्शन में हेर फेर करने की साजिश।
Well, certainly what we are seeing is that this is not a new matter. A few days ago also this voter deletion row had erupted between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party, where both the parties were accusing each other of deleting names and adding more names, wherein one hand the BJP is saying that the Aam Aadmi Party is adding fake voters to the list. The Aam Aadmi Party has said that the BJP is in fact involved in deleting and adding new names to the list. Now the elections are drawing closer. In February the assembly polls are scheduled to take place, but also what we are learning, and according to the Aam Aadmi Party, leaders also, they have said that a large level of manipulation is in fact taking place in the New Delhi constituency. The Delhi Chief Minister Atishi herself in the PC has said that 5.77% applications were given to delete 5.77% of voters from the New Delhi constituency, and 10% applications were in fact submitted to add new names. Now the main question remains here is that who are in fact the people who are involved in the deletion in giving the application to delete all of that name, Atishi herself in the press conference has accused that 84 people so far have given more than 4,000 applications to delete the names, and also she has said that this job is particularly, this falls upon the election commission, the BLOs, and also the booth level officers, and also several other people who are involved in tracking elections, and are in fact have this kind of in fact job to figure out people who are new to this constituency, and people who have already died, and their name should be deleted. But also they are saying that 84 people are so far involved. When the election commission called those people, all of those people have in fact said that they have not submitted any such application. Now the Chief Minister Atishi also went on and said that the stand of election commission also is very suspicious on all of this. Why is no action taken if such large number of deletion applications are being submitted, and also the name addition is also being done, deletion is also being done. 10% of people 10% applications were given to add 10% of people in the constituency. Now this is a large level of manipulation of the voter list, and if this happens, then the free and fair election cannot be conducted in Delhi NCR. And this is in fact unfair to a democratic country where elections are being held every once in a while, and this is something that should be looked upon.
Well, the BJP on Monday claimed that a CAG report raised 139 questions related to former Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's previous Flagstaff Road residence and exposed his black deeds. BJP's Delhi President Virendra Sachdeva said that the report of 2022 cited an expenditure of 33.86 crore on the Sheesh Mahal, but the actual cost was far higher. They said the report pertains to expenditure till 2022. There is no revelation on expenses of 23 and 24. According to BJP's information, the real cost runs up to 75 to 80 crore if the inventory of the items in the bungalow are included.
We are being joined by Delhi BJP President Mr. Virendra Sachdeva. During his press conference, the Delhi BJP has even brought out this large model of Sheesh Mahal, the house of ex-Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Let's go straight to him. Sir, जिस तरीके से देखा जा रहा है, आपने कैग के कुछ रिपोर्ट का हवाला दिया है, आपने बताया है कि जिस तरीके से कैग के रिपोर्ट्स आए हैं वो 2022 तक के ही हैं और उसमें बहुत सारी इरेगुलरिटीज़ हैं, और ये भी आपने बताया है कि इसमें जो इन्वेंटरी है अगर उसको ऐड कर दिया जाए तो कई लाख और जो करोड़ों रुपए जो है वो उसमें बढ़ जाते हैं.
देखिए, कैग की जो पहली रिपोर्ट आई है वो 2022 तक की है. उसमें कई सारे सवाल अरविंद केजरीवाल और पीडब्ल्यूडी डिपार्टमेंट से पूछे गए हैं. उसमें 139 सवाल तो इसी बात के लिए पूछे गए हैं कि इतना बड़ा आलीशान बंगला बनाने के लिए आपने परमिशन किससे ली है. हर व्यक्ति को उसकी कैटेगरी के हिसाब से मकान अलॉट किया जाता है. अरविंद केजरीवाल से पहले मदन लाल खुराना, साहिब सिंह वर्मा, शीला दीक्षित सब किसी न किसी बंगले में रहे हैं. लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल को भ्रष्टाचार की इतनी भूख थी, इतना बड़ा आलीशान बंगला बनाते हैं और उस बंगले पर अवैध रूप से बिना सैंक्शन ऑर्डर लिए बार बार पीडब्ल्यूडी से उसमें कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम बढ़ाया जाता है. अभी आप उनका बंगला दिखा रही हैं, ये कारें दिखा रही हैं. मैं इसमें मिसिंग कर रहा हूँ, वो ब्लू वैगन आर दिखाई नहीं दे रही अरविंद केजरीवाल की, जिसे लेके वो घूमते थे. लेकिन गाड़ी नहीं लेने वाले आज 4-4, 6-6 गाड़ियों के मालिक हैं. इस बंगले को बनाते समय जिस तरह से भ्रष्टाचार किया गया है, ये 2022 तक की सीएजी की रिपोर्ट बता रही है.
Constantly raising question on the corruption of the Aam Aadmi Party. They have in fact also said that the Aam Aadmi Party national convener Arvind Kejriwal has in fact taken the corruption money and has built a Sheesh Mahal out of it. Remember the bungalow that is situated in 6 Flagstaff Road, wherein the ex-Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal was staying. Now the estimated money has been given around 33.66 crore, but that is the CAG report that states only the expenditure till 2022. Now a new inventory has come and all of those things are yet to be added. Now according to the BJP, the original cost of the Flagstaff bungalow is around 75 to 80 crores, and that Arvind Kejriwal has looted the tax money of the general public in Delhi and has created a palace for himself with full grandeur and luxury, dripping inside of the bungalow. Also, the CAG report raises objections on several issues regarding the classification of chief minister's residence category, its subsequent increase, the declaration of emergency requirement, and alterations between temporary and permanent issues regarding the construction of staff block, servants quarter, and other modifications have also been raised. Now also one accusation that has been levied by the BJP is that the PWD, that is supposed to be a government agency, was working like a private agency for Arvind Kejriwal. They were filing a lot of files, breaking all of the rules and law, and that is how it was a give and take relationship between the PWD and the Aam Aadmi Party. In return, the Aam Aadmi Party officials had turned a blind eye regarding all the corruption that was going inside of the PWD, and also they have said that a thorough investigation should be done of all the government accounts that have in fact given Arvind Kejriwal the permission to build the extravagant bungalow that is situated in 6 Flagstaff Road. In fact, the Delhi BJP president has also challenged Arvind Kejriwal and has said that he should allow the general public of Delhi to view the bungalow. He has said that 15 days should be given to the public so that they could enter the Sheesh Mahal. They themselves firsthand should experience the grandeur that has been filled inside of the bungalow, and then only the public should decide if to vote Arvind Kejriwal to power or not.
Chief Minister Atishi broke down today while reacting to BJP leader Ramesh Biduri's controversial comment on her father. The BJP leader had stooped to abusing an elderly man for elections. The Aam Aadmi Party leader says she hit out, saying Biduri stooped so low that he abused an old man. This country's politics can stoop so low. He's asking for votes by abusing my old father. Ramesh Biduri, a BJP candidate for the approaching Delhi election, had targeted Atishi over her surname during a rally in the capital on Sunday. Mr. Biduri is the BJP candidate against Atishi in the Kalkaji constituency.
इतने बीमार रहते हैं कि बिना सहारे के चल नहीं पाते हैं। आप चुनाव के लिए इतनी घटिया हरकत करेंगे? कैसे बुजुर्ग व्यक्ति को गालियां देने पे उतर आएंगे?
Delhi Chief Minister breaking down over allegations made at her father. This comes after BJP Kalkaji candidate Ramesh Biduri targeted Atishi over her surname yesterday. Listening.
अरे ये मार्लिना, ये तो सिंह बन गई भैया, चेहरा ही नाम बदल दिया। केजरीवाल ने बच्चों की कसम खाई थी, भ्रष्टाचारी कांग्रेस के साथ नहीं जाऊंगा। मार्लिना ने बाप बदल दिया, पहले मार्लिना थी, अब सिंह हो गई। ये इनका चरित्र है।
My colleague Anushka joins me for more on this story. Anushka, it seems that the political discourse has become very low in this in the upcoming Delhi elections.
Well, certainly, Kitty, what we are seeing is that Ramesh Biduri, a BJP candidate, has in fact, in a public rally has said that Atishi Marlena, the Chief Minister of Delhi, also a candidate from Kalkaji seat, his very opponent, has in fact changed her father and has also, switched the surnames. First she was Marlena and now she has become Singh. Regarding all of this, Atishi has in fact, in a press conference, she has addressed to his remarks. She broke down while addressing the press conference and has said that her father is in fact quite old. He has been a teacher throughout his life. He has taught children from the poor and very poor families also. And at this age, after listening to this, his emotions will be very hurt. The Aam Aadmi Party Chief Minister and leader, also she is representing the Kalkaji seat. Now Ramesh Biduri is also a BJP candidate from the same seat. During a public rally, he also said that Arvind Kejriwal swore, in fact falsely swore on her children's name, but now he is also walking on the corrupt path, the same path on which Congress walked and has in fact lost in Delhi. And also now what we are seeing is that Aam Aadmi Party leader and Chief Minister Atishi has in fact addressed his remarks and has said that she never thought that this country's politics would stoop so low as to use derogatory remarks about a woman, and also to an old man who is in fact 80 years old and is in his bed, who has difficulty in walking also. And these kind of remarks, if he hears about it, he will break down and it would hurt him very deeply, and that is why such remarks should not be made. And also she has said that she has never thought in fact that this kind of a politics would be used in order to gather votes from the people, and the city, the assembly election, the people in Delhi should decide as to whether they want to vote for such a person or not. Back to studio.
Thank you very much, Anushka, for joining us with all those details. Following Aam Aadmi Party's Mahila Samman Yojana, the Congress has launched its own Pyari Didi Yojana to attract women voters when Delhi Legislative Assembly elections are possibly just a month away. Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar was in Delhi to launch the scheme. He said that Congress will form the government in Delhi, and when that happens, they will provide 2,500 rupees to women on the same model that was implemented in Karnataka. The Grand Old Party is trying to woo women who form a major chunk of voters. Several past elections have proven that these women-centric schemes play a pivotal role in politics. On December 12, former Delhi Chief Minister and Aam Aadmi Party Chief Kejriwal announced that if voted to power in Delhi, the government will provide them 1,000 rupees a month. These women who are aged 18 years and above, the party also said that the amount will be raised to 2,100.
I have come here to launch this Pyari Didi Hogi Yojana. This is, we are going to give, I am confident that Congress government will come in Delhi. We are going to implement on the first day of the cabinet, 2,500 rupees will be implemented, and I think as soon as the political process starts, whatever the decision has been taken in Karnataka on the same model, 2,500 rupees, this Pyari Didi Yojana will be implemented.
Time now for a quick break on the show. Lots more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
9 killed after police vehicle blown up by Naxals in Bijapur using an improvised explosive device. Sources say the forces were returning from conducting their first anti-Naxal operation this year. As Delhi decides Aam Aadmi Party and BJP trade charges, Aam Aadmi Party says voters' lists are being manipulated. BJP doubles down on Sheesh Mahal attack. Cops file charge sheet in Baba Siddiqui murder case. 4,590-page charge sheet has been filed in this case. Police say that Lawrence Bishnoi was trying to promote organized crime. It was a stormy start to Tamil Nadu Assembly session. Governor walked out. M.K. Stalin said that the governor's walkout was childish and that the governor was violating convention.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं।
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी।
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं।
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी।
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Prashant, Kishore, the founder of Jan Suraj and political strategist turned activist, was sent to jail after his arrest during a fast unto death protest at Patna's Gandhi Maidan. Mr. Kishore was on hunger strike after he refused to sign a bail bond following his arrest. The poll strategist is demanding the cancellation of Bihar Public Service Commission exam following allegations of a question paper leak. Today was the 5th day of his hunger strike. Prashant Kishore was sent into judicial custody. He has been sent to the Bihar Beur jail in Patna. He had refused to sign the PR bond, which had a precondition, and thus the court has sent him to judicial custody. We go over to Prabhakar for more on the story. Prabhakar, this issue has been festering for a while of the question paper leak in the Bihar public and the cancellation and the students demanding the cancellation of Bihar Public Service Commission. Tell us what has been Prashant Kishore's role in this in all the activism that is going on in Bihar, and really what happens to him now?
See, first to take you through what happened, today's day's event pertaining to Prashant Kishore and the BPSC ongoing agitation in Bihar. Today at around 3:34 in the morning, Prashant Kishore was arrested by Patna police from Patna's Gandhi Maidan, where he was sitting on Amran Anshan for last 5 days. And Prashant Kishore was sitting in support of the BPSC students, the BPSC aspirants who were demanding the re-examination of the 70th PT prelims exams of Bihar Public Service Commission. Now Prashant Kishore was denied entry, was denied permission to hold Amran Anshan in Gandhi's Maidan. He was arrested on that pretext. He was then taken for his medical examination and then finally produced in the Patna Civil Court, where the court actually granted him bail, but with certain preconditions. The one precondition which Prashant Kishore had objection on was that court had actually put a condition that Prashant Kishore will have to seek permission of the authorities before holding any kind of protest in Patna on any issue, and that is what Prashant Kishore did not agree upon. So he said that he would not sign a paper which actually has this condition, and this precondition needs to be dropped. So court had actually no other option but to send him to jail. As of now, Prashant Kishore has been sent to judicial custody, sent to Patna's Beur jail. The tenure of the judicial custody has not been pronounced by the court as of now, but we are learning that it would probably be around 14 days of judicial custody. That is what Prashant Kishore would be spending his time inside Beur jail. As far as role in entire agitation is concerned, see, this was the students' agitation initially, and the opposition parties, right from Tejasvi Yadav to Pappu Yadav to Prashant Kishore, they all jumped into fray. But Prashant Kishore was one guy who actually took a lead. He not only supported the students agitating on this issue, but also sat on Amran Anshan and kind of became a face of this ongoing agitation which is happening in Bihar and which is actually rocking the Bihar for last 20 days.
Right. Thank you very much, Prabhakar, for getting us those details. Let's also listen into Prashant Kishore ahead of his arrest.
पुलिस वालों का बिहेवियर गलत नहीं रहा है। जो खबरें चलाई जा रही हैं कि किसी पुलिस वाले ने थप्पड़ मारा, ये गलत बात है। पुलिस ने थप्पड़ नहीं मारा है, पुलिस से कोई लड़ाई नहीं है। लेकिन उसके बाद जब गांधी मैदान से हम लोग चले तो पुलिस वाले उन्होंने हमें नहीं बताया कि वो कहाँ ले जा रहे हैं। मुझे अंततः 5 घंटे के बाद फतुहा के सामुदायिक केंद्र में पुलिस वाले लेकर गए। वहाँ पर डॉक्टरों से वो मेरा परीक्षण कराकर एक सर्टिफिकेट लेना चाहते थे। मैंने डॉक्टरों को बताया कि मैं इसके लिए अपना कंसेंट नहीं दे रहा हूँ, इसलिए नहीं दे रहा हूँ कि मैं कोई गैर कानूनी काम नहीं कर रहा था।
The huge drama unfolded in Tamil Nadu Assembly today. AIDMK MLAs were evicted after they created ruckus in the Assembly, flashing badges and placard stating "Who is that sir?" in connection with the Anna University sexual assault case. MLAs and leaders from AIDMK were holding placards and banners protesting the alleged sexual assault case at the university, demanding justice for the student. Palani Swami and other AIDMK MLAs raised slogans and demanded an answer for the question "Who's the sir?" from the DMK government. Meanwhile, BJP leaders staged a walkout on the same issue. My colleague Sam Daniel brings us this report.
Sir, everybody knows the same demand. Who is that sir? This is our Honorable LOP stand for quite a long time. You know, in Anna University, what happened, you know very well. There is a lot of contradictory statement by the Honorable Higher Education Minister and Honorable Law Minister and City Commissioner. Lot of contradictory interviews and statement by the government. So we have a strong doubt because the involved person is the DMK office bearer. So government is supporting that, and government we want the transparent inquiry that in High Court based on the AIDMK advocate office bearer Mrs. Varalakshmi has gone to the government, filed the petition. Based on that petition only Honorable High Court has given a SIT. So the SIT is on, but still there is no answer for who is that sir.
Even as the opposition AIADMK is turning the heat on the ruling DMK over the alleged sexual assault of a woman student on the Anna University campus in Chennai by holding placards and raising slogans on the floor of the house, the ruling DMK says law is taking its course. Number one, they deny that the accused perpetrator, alleged perpetrator, is a DMK functionary. They say a court-appointed SIT, Special Investigation Team, by 3 women officers are on the job and they are investigating, and they have nothing to hide, nor are they trying to cover up. Over the specific allegation of the AIADMK raking up or alleging that the perpetrator, the alleged perpetrator, was talking to someone, calling the other person as sir when the survivor was with him. They say that's completely speculation, and that they cannot respond to that. Whatever had happened, they say, would come after the investigation. And they deny this is an indication of declining law and order. And they point out that the police had, in the first place, within 5 hours after the survivor had given a police complaint, had nabbed the alleged perpetrator, put him behind bars, invoking sections of sexual assault. And they point out in the past, during the earlier AIADMK regime, when the infamous allegations of sexual scandal in Pollachi came up, they say the survivors were so scared even to give a written complaint to the police. That's a huge difference. They say that now survivors are coming forward to file police complaints, and they say this is not a reflection of declining law and order. On the other hand, they say they are working to enhance women's security in terms of campuses across the state.
Now, in the Baba Siddiqui murder case, Mumbai Crime Branch has filed a charge sheet in the Makoka court today. The Baba Siddiqui murder case's charge sheet is of 4,590 pages. The charge sheet has named 26 accused and 3 are absconding. The accused include Shubham Lankar, Zishan Akhtar and Anmol Bishnoi. According to police investigation in Baba Siddiqui murder case, 3 main reasons for the murder were his closeness to Salman Khan, revenge for Anuj Thappan's suicide, and to establish the supremacy of Bishnoi gang to increase their fear. To establish these 3 reasons for the murder, police has also made Shubham Lankar's Facebook post as the basis. The charge sheet also has statements of 210 people.
That's right. Mumbai police today filed charge sheet as far as the Baba Siddiqui murder case is concerned before the Makoka court. This is an over 4,500 page charge sheet. It names 26 arrested accused as well as 3 absconding accused. Now, these arrested accused were in fact taken into custody over a period of 2 months. Remember, it's been 3 months since the murder took place, close to 90 days, which is why the charge sheet has been filed now. And all of these people who've been arrested so far in connection to the case were either directly or indirectly linked to Lawrence Bishnoi. They were either providing logistical support. Of course, shooters were also arrested. Besides that, those who were part of the conspiracy as well. But the key conspirators, which include Zishan Akhtar as well as Shubham Lankar, are yet to be arrested. They are absconding accused, and along with these 2 is Anmol Bishnoi, who is the brother of Lawrence Bishnoi, who has also been named as an absconding accused. So there are 26 arrested accused who have been named and 3 absconding accused who have also been named as part of the charge sheet. Now, charge sheet also sort of establishes link with Lawrence Bishnoi as far as this entire murder case is concerned, the high-profile murder of Baba Siddiqui. It speaks about motive behind the murder. One, that it is as a result of Baba Siddiqui's close association, friendship with Salman Khan that he was targeted. Remember, Salman Khan was being targeted by Lawrence Bishnoi over a period of several years. We know about the firing incident that took place outside his residence as well, after which many arrests took place. And then to seek revenge over Anuj Thapan's suicide. Remember, Anuj Thapan was an accused as far as the firing outside Salman Khan's residence is concerned. He had allegedly killed himself in custody. So to take revenge for that, once again Baba Siddiqui was targeted as something Mumbai police has mentioned in the charge sheet. And besides that, the fact that Lawrence Bishnoi as a gang wants to spread its roots, wants to establish supremacy, not just in the northern parts of the country, where it is spreading its wings, but also in the western parts, especially in the city of Mumbai. So these are some of the reasons and motives that have been mentioned as part of the charge sheet. So yes, close to 3 months after the high-profile murder of Baba Siddiqui, a charge sheet being filed by Mumbai police before the Makoka court, and it names 26 arrested accused and 3 absconding accused, including Anmol Bishnoi.
Time now for a tiny break on the show. More on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Welcome back. A Bangladeshi court has issued a second arrest warrant for exiled former leader Sheikh Hasina, this time for her alleged role in enforced disappearances, the chief prosecutor said on Monday. The Dhaka has already issued an arrest warrant on charges of crimes against humanity for the 77-year-old ex-prime minister who fled to old ally India in August last year after she was toppled by a student-led revolution. This is a report by our colleague Vishal on what next for Sheikh Hasina.
5 months, and as far as the case is concerned, it seems pretty watertight because it's been about 15 to 16 years ever since the reports of disappearances came up, and as far as the reports are concerned, in the last 14 to 15 years, almost 700 people have been reportedly disappeared by the Hasina government. There were also many cases of extrajudicial killings. Some 900 people have reportedly been killed due to extrajudicial killings. When Hasina was in power, she ruled with an iron fist for a while, and she actually started off in a pretty mellow manner, and then she sort of metamorphosed into a very iron-fisted ruler that resulted in these disappearances and these reported extrajudicial killings. So as far as the case itself is concerned, this is the second arrest warrant against Hasina. The first one was for crimes against humanity, and this one is, as you mentioned, for enforced disappearances, which number above 500 as far as this thing is concerned. So all of that will come into play. Whether or not Hasina will be produced before a court, that is the biggest question that will be answered by both the parties involved, and as the chances of that happening seems pretty dim at the moment.
Switching tracks to some other news now, 2 cases of HMPV were reported in Bengaluru today. A 3-month-old baby who has been discharged and an 8-month-old who's recovering at the hospital in Karnataka's capital. This marks the first reported cases of HMPV in India. The infected infants and their families have no recent travel history, ruling out exposure from other regions or countries. Let's listen into some of the reactions.
After seeing this, I talked to Mr. Dinesh Gundu Rao, who is in charge of the health department, and he responded quickly, and he took up a meeting with the department, and whatever decision he takes, the government will implement it, and the government will take all precautionary measures.
Time now for a quick break on the show. More on the other side. News from Golden Globe Awards. Stay tuned.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. terror shadow these awards. All the twists and turns, tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
The 82nd Golden Globe Awards kicked off the season with a star-studded red carpet featuring bold fashion moments and unforgettable styles. Let's go to our in-house fashion expert Mayank Chaudhary to decode what it looked like.
In the words of Moira Rose, what's your favorite season? The answer is awards. And we have started this year's award season with the 82nd Golden Globe Awards, Hollywood Foreign Press Association honoring the best of film and television from around the world. Much like the fantastic film, the Golden Globe's red carpet is an action-packed parade of fashion and style, where the Hollywood glitterati puts his best heel forward. Here's a look at all the fashion hits and misses from the red carpet. Best Actress nominee Zendaya makes a colorful splash in a burnt orange Louis Vuitton gown, exuding old Hollywood glamour with a modern twist. Season's baby girl Nicole Kidman opted for a sensual backless draped metallic silver Balenciaga piece with a high ponytail, natural makeup and drop diamond earrings dazzling the red carpet. Winning for her role in the movie Substance, actress Demi Moore channeled the award trophy itself in a glorious gold sculpted Armani gown. Making her return to the red carpet, Angelina Jolie wore a dramatic silver mesh dress from Alexander McQueen's fresh off its last runway show in Paris. Music pop star turned actresses Ariana Grande and Selena Gomez also did not disappoint. Wicked star Ariana paid homage to Hollywood legend Audrey Hepburn in a butter yellow shimmery Givenchy gown, while Selena gave off an elegant princess vibe in a powder blue satin Prada dress, joined by her fellow Disney star Miley Cyrus, who kept it edgy in a rock and roll low-cut Celine dress, finished off with uber-cool sunglasses. While the actresses dazzled on the red carpet, their male co-stars were not behind. Andrew Scott rocked a tone-on-tone Vivienne Westwood aqua blue suit, whereas the Dune heartthrob Timothée Chalamet looked suave in a fitted Tom Ford suit paired with a blue scarf. It was a night filled with fabulous fashion and sizzling style statements, where the Hollywood's glitterati brought their A-game to the red carpet, kicking off the award season on a very high note, setting the stage for exciting events ahead, like Grammys, BAFTA, and the Big O Oscars. This is Mayank Chaudhary for NDTV.
Well, we'll all look forward to the season of awards and a lot more. Time for a break on the show. More coming up.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Nine people have died after a vehicle was blown up by Naxals in Bijapur, Chhattisgarh using an IED. Sources say the forces were returning from conducting their first anti-Naxal operation this year. Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP ahead of the Delhi polls. Aam Aadmi Party says voters' lists were being manipulated in the national capital. BJP doubles down on Sheesh Mahal attack on the Aam Aadmi Party. Cops have filed a charge sheet in the Baba Siddiqui murder case. Police say the Bishnoi gang wanted to promote organized crime in Mumbai. Stormy session start in Tamil Nadu. Governor walks out. MK Stalin says the governor's walkout was childish. Governor was violating the convention. Two infants have been diagnosed with HMPV virus in Bengaluru. Karnataka Health Minister has said that there is no need to panic. The top medical body says there is no scare. India is fully equipped to deal with the virus. Big breaking news now coming in. We are learning the Akhil Bharatiya Sant Samiti has moved an application in the Supreme Court in the Places of Worship Act case. The application seeks a direction from the court to declare that Section 3 and 4 of the Places of Worship Act are void and unconstitutional for being violative of articles of Constitution. Well, that's the latest that's coming in at the moment. Well, the Sections 3 and 4 as per the application of the Places of Worship Act 1991 offends the Constitution of India, and it also violates the principles of natural justice and secularism that is integral part of the Constitution. Well, that's the latest that's coming in at the moment. We are also now learning the police says that the Akhil Bharatiya Sant Samiti is working in the field of Sanatan Hindu Dharma in 6 lakh villages and in 9 lakh mats and mandirs. My colleague Nupur Dogra joins us on the broadcast, getting us more clarity on this application now that has been filed in the Supreme Court. Nupur, take us through the details.
So basically today this is an intervention application in the already going case in the Places of Worship Act matter. The Supreme Court will take up the matter on February 17th. And actually, they have basically challenged the 2 sections, that is Section 3 and Section 4 of Places of Worship Act. Section 3 basically, bars it puts a general bar on conversion of places of worship, the general nature of places of worship. And Section 4 is actually bars the power of courts, to judicially review the original title and original ownership of places of worship and their character before, as and when they were before the date that is decided by the Act. So basically, this petition has been filed in number of petitions. The court has been previously last week. If we may recall, last week Saudi Nowaisi had also moved a petition. It is also being said that sources are suggesting that now Congress and other political parties will also move the Supreme Court. They will move the Supreme Court for protection of the Places of Worship Act, as Owaisi has moved in favor of Places of Worship Act. So this now whole case has turned into
various provisions of this act, the Places of Worship Act, and another plea now that has been filed.
Yes.
This is by the Hindu outfit, the Akhil Bharatiya Sant Samiti, and it says it's asking for the court to consider Section 3 and 4 as null and void, and unconstitutional, and they say that these articles suggest that they seek to validate the places of worship, and that these need to be considered as unconstitutional. We'll keep an eye on the developments here. Thank you so much, meanwhile, Nupur, for getting us all those details there. We'll get you more as developments take place. Meanwhile, shifting our focus now to some more news. This is from Chhattisgarh. At least 8 security personnel and a driver were killed after the police vehicle came under attack by Naxals in the jungle area of Kutru in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district. Those are latest visuals that have come in just a while back. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister also has reacted. Listen into what he had to say.
विगत दो तीन दिनों से जिला बीजापुर नारायणपुर और दंतेवाड़ा के सीमावर्ती इलाका में सुरक्षा बल द्वारा अभियान संचालित की जा रही थी। तत्पश्चात अभियान के बाद सर्चिंग को पूर्ण करके सुरक्षा बल द्वारा वापस बेस कैंप आ रहे थे। इस दौरान जिला बीजापुर की बेदरे एवं कुट्रू के बीच में अम्बेली के पास महोदय द्वारा लाया गया एक आईडी ब्लास्ट की चपेट मारने से हमारा एक वाहन आईडी के चपेट में आ गए थे। उसमें सवार हमारा 8 डीआरजी दंतेवाड़ा के जवान का शहादत हो गई, तो उसका एक ड्राइवर का भी शहादत होगी। कुल 9 का शहादत का भी जानकारी प्राप्त हो रहे थे। उस स्पॉट में भी रीइंफोर्समेंट टीम और अन्य जितना भी जो इवैक्यूएशन टीम पहुंच गए थे। अभी तक जो प्राथमिक जानकारी अनुसार कुल सुरक्षा बल का 8 एवं एक ड्राइवर, कुल 9 लोग का इस घटना में शहादत हो गए थे।
आप ओवरऑल देखेंगे तो बहुत कम कैजुअलिटी अपने जवानों का है। ऐसा पहले नहीं होता था। पहले दोनों तरफ से कैजुअलिटी होती थी, लेकिन अब सैनिकों की बहुत कम कैजुअलिटी हो रही है।
अभी तक की जानकारी आ रही है कि हमारे 10 जवान शहीद हुए हैं। वो निश्चित रूप से इस पूरे घटना में हम अपनी दुख व्यक्त करते हैं। उनके परिवार को इस तकलीफ को सहने की इच्छा शक्ति दे भगवान, और नक्सलवाद के खिलाफ जो गंभीर कदम सरकार उठा रही है, छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार, गृह मंत्री विजय जी और केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी और दोनों सरकारें तो इस कदम को और आगे बढ़ाएंगे। इसे इस घटना कायरतापूर्ण घटना से सरकार डरने वाली या झुकने वाली नहीं है। कठोरता से इनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई जारी रहेगी।
All right, my colleague Anurag Dwari also now joins us on the broadcast here. Anurag, as per the latest information coming in, we are learning that the security forces were conducting an anti-Naxal operation in the area. It was perhaps an ambush by the Naxalites who were hiding in that area, and that is how the deadly attack took place, in which all 9 people lost their lives.
Yes, the explosion was so powerful. You can see in those visuals that it created around 10 feet deep crater and this place is around 40 kilometers away from the district headquarters of Bijapur. These jawans from the DRG were returning from an anti-Naxal operation in which 5 Naxals, including 1 women Naxal commander, was killed early in the morning. They were out since 3rd of January. So you can very well understand that they must be hungry, they must be tired, and in this situation, the security forces, the sources from the security forces are telling us that they must have used a foxhole. A foxhole is a technique wherein the Naxals usually plant some stones under the road surface, and that's why during the search or the anti-mining operation, usually they don't find anything, and whenever they want to do a blast, they remove those stones and then they fill those holes with explosives. And this was so powerful explosion that you can see the bonnet of the Scorpio in which these jawans were traveling. It was it was just found near the tree, above the tree, around 25 feet. So and all these jawans of DRG, 8 jawans and 1 driver was killed in this IED blast. The blast was so powerful.
What are the authorities now saying? What precautions are being taken now? It's a very unfortunate incident that has happened. We've lost 8 of our security personnel, and another innocent life was lost in this deadly Naxal attack in Chhattisgarh, despite all the efforts that the state and the center have been making in order to drive out these Naxals from this state. What are the authorities now saying? What all precautions are being taken now from now on in order to make sure that we don't have to see such casualties in the future?
See, last year only we have seen around 290 plus Naxals were eliminated from Chhattisgarh, and more than 1,000 Naxalites have surrendered. And the security forces have also recovered more than 1,000 IDs in that particular region of Bastar. So a huge success for the security forces. But the unfortunate part that they have to have a success rate of 100%, wherein a Naxal attack, even like if they are successful one time in out of 100 times, it creates a major blow on the security forces. So this time also 8 security personnel and 1 driver was killed in this cowardly attack by the Naxals, which has happened around 2 o'clock in this place is around 40 kilometers away from Bijapur district headquarters. But usually the DRG jawans, they travel on foot or on bike, so we have to see that whether any standard operating procedure was not followed or what has happened. Was there any lacks in any of the intelligence inputs? So we'll have to see. We will talk to the officials there, but right now they all are busy because few of the DRG jawans I spoke with, they have also said that after this explosion they also fired few rounds. The main purpose was to they wanted to get those ammunitions, those arms from the security personnel, but then because other police forces, other security personnel arrived there, and they ran away, the Naxalites from that particular
Thank you so much, Anurag, for getting us all those details there. Please keep an eye on the situation on the ground. We'll get back to you later for more on that. Meanwhile, that's the latest that we're picking up at this point in time. We are now shifting our focus to some more news that we're tracking. Well, the BJP has claimed that a CAG report raised 139 questions related to former Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's Flagstaff Road residence and exposed his black deeds. Well, the BJP has said that the report of 2022 cited an expenditure of more than 33 crore rupees on Kejriwal's luxurious bungalow, but the actual cost was far higher. Well, the BJP says that there has been no revelation on the expenses of 23 and 24. And as per the BJP's information, the real cost runs up to 75 to 80 crores if the inventory of the items in the bungalow are included as well.
We are being joined by Delhi BJP President Mr. Virendra Sachdeva. During his press conference, the Delhi BJP has even brought out this large model of Sheesh Mahal, the house of ex-Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Let's go straight to him. Sir, जिस तरीके से देखा जा रहा है, आपने कैग के कुछ रिपोर्ट का हवाला दिया है. आपने बताया है कि जिस तरीके से कैग के रिपोर्ट्स आए हैं वो 2022 तक के ही हैं और उसमें बहुत सारी इरेगुलरिटीज़ हैं और ये भी आपने बताया है कि इसमें जो इन्वेंटरी है अगर उसको ऐड कर दिया जाए तो कई लाख और जो करोड़ों रुपए जो है वो उसमें बढ़ जाते हैं.
देखिए, कैग की जो पहली रिपोर्ट आई है वो 2022 तक की है. उसमें कई सारे सवाल अरविंद केजरीवाल और पीडब्ल्यूडी डिपार्टमेंट से पूछे गए हैं. उसमें 139 सवाल तो इसी बात के लिए पूछे गए हैं कि इतना बड़ा आलीशान बंगला बनाने के लिए आपने परमिशन किससे ली है. हर व्यक्ति को उसकी कैटेगरी के हिसाब से मकान अलॉट किया जाता है. अरविंद केजरीवाल से पहले मदन लाल खुराना, साहिब सिंह वर्मा, शीला दीक्षित सब किसी न किसी बंगले में रहे हैं. लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल को भ्रष्टाचार की इतनी भूख थी, इतना बड़ा आलीशान बंगला बनाते हैं और उस बंगले पर अवैध रूप से बिना सैंक्शन ऑर्डर लिए बार बार पीडब्ल्यूडी से उसमें कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम बढ़ाया जाता है. अभी आप उनका बंगला दिखा रही हैं, ये कारें दिखा रही हैं. मैं इसमें मिसिंग कर रहा हूँ, वो ब्लू वैगन आर दिखाई नहीं दे रही अरविंद केजरीवाल की, जिसे लेके वो घूमते थे. लेकिन गाड़ी नहीं लेने वाले आज 4-4, 6-6 गाड़ियों के मालिक हैं. इस बंगले को बनाते समय जिस तरह से भ्रष्टाचार किया गया है, ये 2022 तक की सीएजी की रिपोर्ट बता रही है.
BJP is constantly raising question on the corruption of the Aam Aadmi Party. They have in fact also said that the Aam Aadmi Party national convener Arvind Kejriwal has in fact taken the corruption money and has built a Sheesh Mahal out of it. Remember the bungalow that is situated in 6 Flagstaff Road, wherein the ex Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal was staying. Now the estimated money has been given around 33.66 crore, but that is the CAG report that states only the expenditure till 2022. Now a new inventory has come and all of those things are yet to be added. Now according to the BJP, the original cost of the Flagstaff bungalow is around 75 to 80 crores and that Arvind Kejriwal has looted the tax money of the general public in Delhi and has created a palace for himself with full grandeur and luxury, dripping inside of the bungalow. Also, the CAG report raises objections on several issues regarding the classification of Chief Minister's residence category, its subsequent increase, the declaration of emergency requirement and alterations between temporary and permanent issues regarding the construction of staff block, servants quarter and other modifications have also been raised. Now also one accusation that has been levied by the BJP is that the PWD, that is supposed to be a government agency, was working like a private agency for Arvind Kejriwal. They were filing a lot of files, breaking all of the rules and law, and that is how it was a give and take relationship between the PWD and the Aam Aadmi Party. In return, the Aam Aadmi Party officials had turned a blind eye regarding all the corruption that was going inside of the PWD, and also they have said that a thorough investigation should be done of all the government accounts that have in fact given Arvind Kejriwal the permission to build the extravagant bungalow that is situated in 6 Flagstaff Road. In fact, the Delhi BJP president has also challenged Arvind Kejriwal and has said that he should allow the general public of Delhi to view the bungalow. He has said that 15 days should be given to the public so that they could enter the Sheesh Mahal. They themselves firsthand should experience the grandeur that has been filled inside of the bungalow, and then only the public should decide if to vote Arvind Kejriwal to power or not.
All right, now some more information coming in. Delhi Chief Minister Atishi has written to the Chief Election Commissioner seeking time to meet on Aam Aadmi Party's voter deletion charge. Atishi in her letter has said that the voter list in New Delhi is being manipulated, it is being tampered, and there is a conspiracy to cut Aam Aadmi Party's votes. Well, remember earlier even the Chief Minister had accused the centre of conspiring to remove Aam Aadmi Party supporters from electoral rolls, fearing a loss in the Delhi Assembly polls. The BJP had countered these allegations, saying the Aam Aadmi Party feared an impending defeat. And the Chief Minister had alleged that some DMs have also given the additional district magistrates and booth level officers a list of 20,000 voters for removal. Listening.
जब समरी रिवीजन हो रहा था, जब इलेक्शन कमीशन के बूथ लेवल के अफसर गली गली मोहल्ले मोहल्ले जा रहे थे, तब ये लोग क्यों नहीं वहां से शिफ्ट हुए दिखे? तो ये साफ है कि गलत तरीके से वोट काटने की साजिश हो रही है। 10% वोट को जोड़ना, 5.5% वोट को काटना, इतने में पूरे इलेक्शन में हेर फेर करने की साजिश।
Well, Sunil Prabhu, my colleague, also joins us on the broadcast here. Sunil, it's a big charge by the Aam Aadmi Party, and the Delhi Chief Minister has written to the Chief Election Commissioner, even sought time to meet. What's the development on that front?
Well, the electoral rolls have now been published. The stage is set for calling Delhi elections. In terms of final rolls being published. That being said, of course, there have been a record number, as the Election Commission and the Chief Electoral Officer of Delhi has pointed out, and they are cross-verifying and checking those details. Yes, the Aam Aadmi Party have alleged, as well as the BJP have counter-alleged, just like they're alleging about the Prime Minister's residence and the Chief Minister's residence. Both the AAP and the BJP continue to trade charges also on the electoral list. It's a fiercely contested election. The Aam Aadmi Party trying to regain power for the third time. The BJP trying to come back to power after 1998. So it's been, two contentious, two political parties who want and are striving very hard to reach to the levels, and that is why this allegation and counter-allegation. It's going to be a difficult task for the Election Commission to ensure a free and fair election, especially the electoral rolls, which have come under greater scrutiny immediately after the Maharashtra elections, as well as the Haryana elections. And it's in that backdrop that we'll wait and see how things play out. But definitely, all aspects will have to be looked at. And the Chief Election Officer has already pointed out on Saturday that every, claim for trying to remove anybody is shared with political parties, and they can cross-check and cross-verify, and nothing is being done arbitrarily. And wherever required, FIRs are being lodged against those who are trying to put false and trying to delete people's names without any basis.
All right. Thank you so much, Sunil, for getting us those details there. We'll keep an eye on the developments here taking place on this big story that we're tracking. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Atishi also broke down today while reacting to BJP leader Ramesh Biduri's controversial comment on her father. The BJP leader had abused her father allegedly as per the Aam Aadmi Party. Well, she is hit out saying that Biduri stooped so low that he will abuse an old man, and the country's politics can stoop so low he is asking for votes by abusing my old father. Well, Ramesh Biduri is a BJP candidate for the upcoming Delhi polls. He had targeted Atishi over her surname during a rally in the capital on Sunday. Ramesh Biduri is BJP candidate against Atishi in the Kalkaji constituency. Those visuals also came in a while back while she was addressing this press conference. She broke down.
वो इतने बीमार रहते हैं कि बिना सहारे के चल नहीं पाते हैं। आप चुनाव के लिए इतनी घटिया हरकत करेंगे? कैसे बुजुर्ग व्यक्ति को गालियां देने पे उतर आएंगे?
All right, let's also listen into what Ramesh Biduri had said in that statement that Atishi was referring to here.
अरे ये मार्लिना ये तो सिंह बन गई भैया, चेहरा ही नाम बदल दिया। केजरीवाल ने बच्चों की कसम खाई थी, भ्रष्टाचारी कांग्रेस के साथ नहीं जाऊंगा। मार्लिना ने बाप बदल दिया, पहले मार्लिना थी अब सिंह हो गई। ये इनका चरित्र है।
Ramesh Biduri, a BJP candidate, has in fact, in a public rally has said that Atishi Marlena, the Chief Minister of Delhi, also a candidate from Kalkaji seat, his very opponent, has in fact changed her father and has also, switched the surnames. First she was Marlena and now she has become Singh. Regarding all of this, Atishi has in fact, in a press conference, she has addressed to his remarks. She broke down while addressing the press conference and has said that her father is in fact quite old. He has been a teacher throughout his life. He has taught children from the poor and very poor families also, and at this age, after listening to this, his emotions will be very hurt. The Aam Aadmi Party Chief Minister and leader, also she is representing the Kalkaji seat. Now Ramesh Biduri is also a BJP candidate from the same seat. During a public rally, he also said that Arvind Kejriwal swore, in fact falsely swore on her children's name, but now he is also walking on the corrupt path, the same path on which Congress walked and has in fact lost in Delhi. And also now what we are seeing is that Aam Aadmi Party leader and Chief Minister Atishi has in fact addressed his remarks and has said that she never thought that this country's politics would stoop so low as to use derogatory remarks about a woman and also to an old man who is in fact 80 years old and is in his bed, who has difficulty in walking also. And these kind of remarks, if he hears about he will break down and it would hurt him very deeply, and that is why such remarks should not be made. And also she has said that she has never thought in fact that this kind of a politics would be used in order to gather votes from the people, and the city, the assembly election, the people in Delhi should decide as to whether they want to vote for such a person or not.
Well, it's a fact that Atishi had dropped her surname Marlena in 2018 due to political reasons. Her surname was Marlena. That was a combination of Marx and Lenin, and it was a reflection of her parents' leftist ideology, after which she dropped it as she was she was already in politics, and in order to avoid any political misunderstanding also she took that step. But yes, the BJP leader has now gone a step ahead and made that controversial statement. That of course has become a big flashpoint between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP now. Well, now following Aam Aadmi Party's Mahila Samman Yojana, the Congress has launched its own Pyari Didi Yojana to attract the women voters of Delhi. Well, Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar was in Delhi to launch the scheme. He said that he is confident that Congress will form the government in Delhi as well, and when that happens, they will provide for 2,500 rupees to the women of Delhi.
I have come here to launch this Pyari Didi Hogi Yojana. This is, we are going to give, I am confident that Congress government will come in Delhi. We are going to implement on the first day of the cabinet, 2,500 rupees will be implemented, and I think as soon as the political process starts, whatever the decision has been taken in Karnataka on the same model, 2,500 rupees, this Pyari Didi Yojana will be implemented.
All right, we'll keep an eye on the developments here. It's time for a quick break. Yeah, more continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
All 9 people died in the Chhattisgarh Naxal attack. Sources say forces were returning from conducting their first anti-Naxal operation. Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP in the national capital ahead of polls. Aam Aadmi Party says voter lists are being manipulated. The BJP doubles down on Sheesh Mahal attack. Cops filed charge sheet in Baba Siddiqui murder case. 4,500 page charge sheet has been filed. Stormy start to Tamil Nadu session. Governor R.N. Ravi walks out.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Welcome back after the break. Political strategist Prashant Kishore was sent to jail today after his arrest during a fast unto death protest at Patna's Gandhi Maidan. Prashant Kishore was on hunger strike after he refused to sign a bail bond following his arrest. The poll strategist has been demanding the cancellation of the Bihar Public Service Commission exam after allegations of a question paper leak.
पुलिस वालों का बिहेवियर गलत नहीं रहा है। जो खबरें चलाई जा रही हैं कि किसी पुलिस वाले ने थप्पड़ मारा, ये गलत बात है। पुलिस ने थप्पड़ नहीं मारा है, पुलिस से कोई लड़ाई नहीं है। लेकिन उसके बाद जब गांधी मैदान से हम लोग चले तो पुलिस वाले उन्होंने हमें नहीं बताया कि वो कहाँ ले जा रहे हैं। मुझे अंततः 5 घंटे के बाद फतुहा के सामुदायिक केंद्र में पुलिस वाले लेकर गए। वहाँ पर डॉक्टरों से वो मेरा परीक्षण कराकर एक सर्टिफिकेट लेना चाहते थे। मैंने डॉक्टरों को बताया कि मैं इसके लिए अपना कंसेंट नहीं दे रहा हूँ, इसलिए नहीं दे रहा हूँ कि मैं कोई गैर कानूनी काम नहीं कर रहा था।
So first to take you through what happened today's day's event pertaining to Prashant Kishore and the BPSC ongoing agitation in Bihar. Today at around 3:34 in the morning, Prashant Kishore was arrested by Patna police from Patna's Gandhi Maidan, where he was sitting on Amran Nanshan for last 5 days. And Prashant Kishore was sitting in support of the BPSC students, the BPSC aspirants who were demanding the re-examination of the 70th PT prelims exams of Bihar Public Service Commission. Now Prashant Kishore was denied entry, was denied permission to hold Amran Nanshan in Gandhi's Maidan. He was arrested on that pretext. He was then taken for his medical examination and then finally produced in the Patna Civil Court, where the court actually granted him bail, but with certain preconditions. The one precondition which Prashant Kishore had objection on was that court had actually put a condition that Prashant Kishore will have to seek permission of the authorities before holding any kind of protest in Patna on any issue, and that is what Prashant Kishore did not agree upon. So he said that he would not sign a paper which actually has this condition, and this precondition needs to be dropped. So court had actually no other option but to send him to jail. As of now, Prashant Kishore has been sent to judicial custody, sent to Patna's Bihar jail. The tenure of the judicial custody has not been pronounced by the court as of now, but we are learning that it would probably be around 14 days of judicial custody. That is what Prashant Kishore would be spending his time inside Bihar jail. As far as role in entire agitation is concerned, see, this was the students' agitation initially, and the opposition parties, right from Tejasvi Yadav to Pappu Yadav to Prashant Kishore, they all jumped into fray. But Prashant Kishore was one guy who actually took a lead. He not only supported the students agitating on this issue, but also sat on Amran Nanshan and kind of became a face of this ongoing agitation which is happening in Bihar and which is actually rocking the Bihar for last 20 days.
In the Baba Siddiqui murder case, the Mumbai Crime Branch filed a charge sheet in the Makoka court today. The charge sheet of over 4,500 pages was filed and has names of 26 accused and 3 absconding accused. That includes Shubham Lonkar, Zishan Akhtar and Anmol Bishoy. As per the police investigation in the case, there have been 3 main reasons that have been found for the murder. That includes Baba Siddiqui's closeness to Salman Khan, the revenge for Anuj Thapan's suicide, and also to establish the supremacy of the Bishnoi gang to increase their fear.
Mumbai police today filed charge sheet as far as the Baba Siddiqui murder case is concerned before the Makoka court. This is an over 4,500 page charge sheet. It names 26 arrested accused as well as 3 absconding accused. Now these arrested accused were in fact taken into custody over a period of 2 months. Remember, it's been 3 months since the murder took place, close to 90 days, which is why the charge sheet has been filed now. And all of these people who've been arrested so far in connection to the case were either directly or indirectly linked to Lawrence Bishnoi. They were either providing logistical support. Of course, shooters were also arrested. Besides that, those who were part of the conspiracy as well. But the key conspirators, which include Zishan Akhtar as well as Shubham Lonkar, are yet to be arrested. They are absconding accused, and along with these 2 is Anmol Bishnoi, who is the brother of Lawrence Bishnoi, who has also been named as an absconding accused. So there are 26 arrested accused who have been named and 3 absconding accused who have also been named as part of the charge sheet. Now, Charge sheet also sort of establishes link with Lawrence Bishnoi as far as this entire murder case is concerned, the high-profile murder of Baba Siddiqui. It speaks about motive behind the murder. One, that it is as a result of Baba Siddiqui's close association, friendship with Salman Khan that he was targeted. Remember, Salman Khan was being targeted by Lawrence Bishnoi over a period of several years. We know about the firing incident that took place outside his residence as well, after which many arrests took place. And then to seek revenge over Anuj Thapan's suicide. Remember, Anuj Thapan was an accused as far as the firing outside Salman Khan's residence is concerned. He had allegedly killed himself in custody. So to take revenge for that, once again Baba Siddiqui was targeted as something Mumbai police has mentioned in the charge sheet. And besides that, the fact that Lawrence Bishnoi as a gang wants to spread its roots, wants to establish supremacy, not just in the northern parts of the country, where it is spreading its wings, but also in the western parts, especially in the city of Mumbai. So these are some of the reasons and motives that have been mentioned as part of the charge sheet. So yes, close to 3 months after the high-profile murder of Baba Siddiqui, a charge sheet being filed by Mumbai police before the Makoka court, and it names 26 arrested accused and 3 absconding accused, including Anmol Bishnoi.
All right, shifting our focus now to some news from Tamil Nadu. Huge drama unfolded in the Tamil Nadu Assembly today. AIDMK MLAs were evicted after they created ruckus in the Assembly, flashing badges and placards stating Yar Antha Sir. Who is that sir? In connection with the Anna University sexual assault case. Well, MLAs and leaders from the AIDMK were seen holding placards and banners protesting the alleged sexual assault case at the university, demanding justice for the student.
Sir, everybody knows the same demand. Who is that sir? This is our Honorable LOP stand for quite long time. You know, in Anna University, what happened, you know very well. There is a lot of contradictory statement by the Honorable Higher Education Minister and Honorable Law Minister and City Commissioner. A lot of contradictory interviews and statement by the government. So we have a strong doubt, because the involved person is the DMK office bearer. So government is supporting that, and government, we want the transparent inquiry that in High Court, based on the AIDMK advocate office bearer, Mrs. Varalakshmi has gone to the government, filed the petition. Based on that petition, only Honorable High Court has given a SIT. So the SIT is on, but still there is no answer for who is that sir.
Even as the opposition, AIADMK, is turning the heat on the ruling DMK over the alleged sexual assault of a woman student on the Anna University campus in Chennai by holding placards and raising slogans on the floor of the house, the ruling DMK says law is taking its course. Number one, they deny that the accused perpetrator, alleged perpetrator, is a DMK functionary. They say a court-appointed SIT, Special Investigation Team, by 3 women officers are on the job and they are investigating, and they have nothing to hide, nor are they trying to cover up. Over the specific allegation of the AIADMK raking up or alleging that the perpetrator, the alleged perpetrator, was talking to someone, calling the other person as sir when the survivor was with him. They say that's completely speculation, and that they cannot respond to that. Whatever had happened, they say, would come after the investigation. And they deny this is an indication of declining law and order. And they point out that the police had, in the first place, within 5 hours after the survivor had given a police complaint, had nabbed the alleged perpetrator, put him behind bars, invoking sections of sexual assault. And they point out in the past, during the earlier AIADMK regime, when the infamous allegations of sexual scandal in Pollachi came up, they say the survivors were so scared even to give a written complaint to the police. That's a huge difference. They say that now survivors are coming forward to file police complaints, and they say this is not a reflection of declining law and order. On the other hand, they say they are working to enhance women's security in terms of campuses across the state.
Well, Governor R.N. Ravi was also seen walking out of the assembly without making the customary address, and opposition parties staging protests inside the assembly. As per the statement from the Raj Bhavan, after the governor had arrived at the assembly, only the state anthem was performed instead of the national anthem, which is traditionally played on such occasions. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has called the governor's walkout as childish. And the DMK says that the governor was only trying to rake a controversy. The national anthem is always played at the end of the assembly.
By not playing the national anthem in the Tamil Nadu assembly, the DMK has made it clear that it stands with anti-national elements. It's the same party which has backed terrorists for vote bank compulsion. It is the same party which says that Sanatan is dengue, malaria, AIDS. It is absolutely clear that the Indi alliance is an anti-national opposition, and this anti-national opposition feels that playing the national anthem in the Tamil Nadu assembly is an act which will hurt its vote bank. It's clear that in Tamil Nadu what the DMK is practicing on the instruction of Rahul Gandhi in the Congress party is anti-national politics.
Let me tell you, 2 years back, the same governor abruptly walked when a national anthem was being sung. In Tamil Nadu, it begins with Tamil Thai Valthu and ends with national anthem. That's been the custom. But this governor, just to create drama, every time, even last year he didn't read the customary address. The customary address has been the part of the constitution. Every governor has been doing, every state has been doing it. Only in the last 3-4 years, after the BJP, non-BJP rule state, the governors are doing all this drama. 2 years back, we know he digressed from the script. In fact, as per the constitution of this country and also from constitutional debates and Supreme Court verdicts, it's very clear that governors are nothing but shorthand expression for the State Council of Ministers. So his voice is the voice of the State Council of Ministers. He doesn't have his own opinion. He can't make his own opinion in the customary address. That's one. Second, even the constitutional debate, assembly debate, has made it profoundly clear that the governor has only duties to perform. He has no function nor administrative role. Governor is only the ceremonial head of the state government. Entire administration lies with the elected state government.
Tug of war between Raj Bhavan and the ruling DMK in Tamil Nadu continues, which the ruling DMK calls it as a politically motivated act by Governor R.N. Ravi, who they allege acts as a BJP spokesperson. Today, the governor, who was expected or scheduled to deliver the customary governor's address, today being the first day of the session in the new year, Governor R.N. Ravi took objection to the assembly not singing the national anthem before his customary address and also after the address, and he says he requested the Chief Minister and the Speaker, but they stuck to the Assembly's convention of only singing the Tamil anthem in the beginning, and then the national anthem will be sung at the end of the governor's address. This, he says, is a kind of disrespect to the constitution, and he says he cannot be a party to that, and citing that as an excuse, he walked away without giving the address. And Chief Minister M.K. Stalin calls this childish, saying that the governor is not even discharging the responsibility. He is expected to do that. And the big question many are asking, Stalin says, is why is he sticking to a job while he is unwilling to discharge his responsibilities? And Speaker Appavu has clarified that for ages, not just now, but for ages, Tamil Nadu has the tradition and convention of beginning the proceedings after singing the Tamil Thai Valthu or the Tamil anthem, and only after the governor's address the national anthem is sung. There is no disrespect to the national anthem, and this issue has been settled. When the governor wrote to me in December, I clarified, but the governor is for no reason, they say, is raking up this issue and has gone away. The assembly has adopted a resolution saying that only the official speech given by the cabinet to the governor, which is also printed, would go on the assembly records and not what the governor had spoken in the assembly today. And in 2023, the governor had refrained from even reading names of leaders like Ambedkar, Periyar, Annadurai, and phrases like the Dravidian model, and also skipped certain portions in the speech which talked about the law and order in Tamil Nadu. That time too, the Chief Minister M.K. Stalin had adopted a resolution to record only the official speech given by the governor. So the tug of war continues. Many say this happens in opposition ruled states where the ruling DMK says the BJP, they claim or allege, is using the office of the governor to take on political opponents, which the Raj Bhavan and the BJP have been denying in the past.
All right, now a Bangladesh court has issued a second arrest warrant for exiled leader Sheikh Hasina, this time for her alleged role in enforced disappearances. As per the chief prosecutor in Bangladesh, Dhaka has already issued an arrest warrant on charges of crime against humanity for Sheikh Hasina, who had fled to India in August after she was toppled by a student-led revolution in her country.
4 to 5 months, and as far as the case is concerned, it seems pretty watertight because it's been about 15 to 16 years ever since the reports of disappearances came up, and as far as the reports are concerned, in the last 14 to 15 years, almost 700 people have been reportedly disappeared by the Hasina government. There were also many cases of extrajudicial killings. Some 900 people have reportedly been killed due to extrajudicial killings. When Hasina was in power, she ruled with an iron fist for a while, and she actually started off in a pretty mellow manner, and then she sort of metamorphosed into a very iron-fisted ruler that resulted in these disappearances and these reported extrajudicial killings. So as far as the case itself is concerned, this is the second arrest warrant against Hasina. The first one was for crimes against humanity, and this one is, as you mentioned, for enforced disappearances, which number above 500 as far as this thing is concerned. So all of that will come into play. Whether or not Hasina will be produced before a court, that is the biggest question that will be answered by both the parties involved, and as the chances of that happening seems pretty dim at the moment.
We'll keep an eye on the developments here. Meanwhile, 2 cases of HMPV were reported in Bengaluru, a 3-month-old baby who has been discharged now, and also an 8-month-old who's recovering at a hospital in the Karnataka capital. This marks the first reported cases of HMPV in India. The infected infants and their families have no recent travel history, and that rules out their exposure from other regions or countries.
After seeing this, I talked to Mr. Dinesh Gundu Rao, who is in charge of the health department, and he responded quickly, and he took up a meeting with the department, and whatever decision he takes, the government will implement it, and the government will take all precautionary measures.
This is not a new phenomena. When was the first outbreak of this particular virus?
Actually, this virus is not new, relatively new, that it was discovered in 2001. And since then it is being detected routinely in Indian surveillance system, and there is a 4 to 12% prevalence. 12% was seen in Vellore surveillance, and 4% was seen in the Manipal. And recently there has been an outbreak in Pondicherry, where they had around 1,000 cases, where it was identified as 9.7% prevalence.
Any one particular region which is more susceptible in developing this virus?
At this given moment, the virology center which are there, like NIV in Maharashtra, the Bijapur, the Manipal, Vellore, etc., who are good virology labs, they are reporting it through the routine surveillance system. And there are about 3% asymptomatic subjects also, those who harbor it and they don't express it. This is found during December, January, that is the peak season for most of the northern India. The northeastern, northwestern is a little different. There it is found in the March and April. The incubation period is only 4 to 5%, and most affected are children below 1 year.
Well, as per latest reports now coming in, 10 people have died in Chhattisgarh Naxal attack. The death toll has risen. Naxals had targeted police vehicle in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur, and we are learning now this attack was carried out on the joint operations team of the police that were passing through this area. Now, the death toll has risen to 10. We are learning. We have reactions also coming in. Listen in.
विगत दो तीन दिनों से जिला बीजापुर नारायणपुर दंतेवाड़ा के सीमावर्ती इलाका में सुरक्षा बल द्वारा अभियान संचालित की जा रही थी। तत्पश्चात अभियान के बाद सर्चिंग को पूर्ण करके सुरक्षा बल द्वारा वापस बेस कैंप आ रहे थे। इस दौरान जिला बीजापुर की बेदरे एवं कुट्रू के बीच में अम्बेली के पास महोदय द्वारा लाया गया एक आईडी ब्लास्ट की चपेट मारने से हमारा एक वाहन आईडी के चपेट में आ गए थे। उसमें सवार हमारा 8 डीआरजी दंतेवाड़ा के जवान का शहादत हो गई थी, उसके एक ड्राइवर का भी शहादत होगी। कुल 9 का शहादत का भी जानकारी प्राप्त हो रहे थे। उस स्पॉट में भी रीइंफोर्समेंट टीम और अन्य जितना भी जो इवैक्यूएशन टीम पहुंच गए थे। अभी तक जो प्राथमिक जानकारी अनुसार कुल सुरक्षा बल का 8 एवं एक ड्राइवर कुल 9 लोग का इस घटना में शहादत हो गए थे।
आप ओवरऑल देखेंगे तो बहुत कम कैजुअलिटी अपने जवानों का है। ऐसा पहले नहीं होता था, पहले दोनों तरफ से कैजुअलिटी होती थी, लेकिन अब सैनिकों की बहुत कम कैजुअलिटी हो रही है।
All right, we'll keep an eye on the developments here. Meanwhile, we are shifting our focus to some more news that we are tracking. The 82nd Golden Globe Awards kicked off the season with a star-studded red carpet featuring bold fashion moments and unforgettable style. Well, our in-house fashion expert Mayank gets us more.
In the words of Moira Rose, what's your favorite season? The answer is awards. And we have started this year's award season with the 82nd Golden Globe Awards, Hollywood Foreign Press Association honoring the best of film and television from around the world. Much like the fantastic film, the Golden Globe's red carpet is an action-packed parade of fashion and style, where the Hollywood glitterati puts his best heel forward. Here's a look at all the fashion hits and misses from the red carpet. Best Actress nominee Zendaya makes a colorful splash in a burnt orange Louis Vuitton gown, exuding old Hollywood glamour with a modern twist. Season's baby girl Nicole Kidman opted for a sensual backless draped metallic silver Balenciaga piece with a high ponytail, natural makeup and drop diamond earrings dazzling the red carpet. Winning for her role in the movie Substance, actress Demi Moore channeled the award trophy itself in a glorious gold sculpted Armani gown. Making her return to the red carpet, Angelina Jolie wore a dramatic silver mesh dress from Alexander McQueen's fresh off its last runway show in Paris. Music pop star turned actresses Ariana Grande and Selena Gomez also did not disappoint. Wicked star Ariana paid homage to Hollywood legend Audrey Hepburn in a butter yellow shimmery Givenchy gown, while Selena gave off an elegant princess vibe in a powder blue satin Prada dress, joined by her fellow Disney star Miley Cyrus, who kept it edgy in a rock and roll low-cut Celine dress, finished off with uber-cool sunglasses. While the actresses dazzled on the red carpet, their male co-stars were not behind. Andrew Scott rocked a tone-on-tone Vivienne Westwood aqua blue suit, whereas the Dune heartthrob Timothée Chalamet looked suave in a fitted Tom Ford suit paired with a blue scarf. It was a night filled with fabulous fashion and sizzling style statements, where the Hollywood's glitterati brought their A-game to the red carpet, kicking off the award season on a very high note, setting the stage for exciting events ahead like Grammys, BAFTA and the Big O Oscars. This is Mayank Chaudhary for NDTV.
Well, with that, it's time to wrap this edition. More news and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
And I swipe it there, my own rewards, मैं everywhere, कहीं से
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
All set for Trump 2.0.
Hello and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. Let's quickly take you to the top stories we are tracking at 6 p.m. 9 killed after police vehicle blown up by Naxals in Bijapur using an IED. Sources say the forces were returning from conducting their first anti-Naxal operation of the year. Army versus the BJP voter list being manipulated, says Aam Aadmi Party. BJP doubles down on the Sheesh Mahal attack. stormy beginning to the Tamil Nadu Assembly session. Governor walks out once again. MK Stalin says governors walk out childish. Governor violating convention. 3 HMPV cases in India so far. 2 infants in Bengaluru, 1 in Ahmedabad. Karnataka Health Minister says no need to panic. At least 8 security personnel and a driver were killed on Monday after a police vehicle came under attack by the Maoists in jungles of Kutru in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district. Now the result is 8 jawans and 1 driver have been killed. A massive IED explosion today took place in which this vehicle, on which these jawans were in fact traveling, that came into contact with this IED. The blast was so big that all the 8 jawans and the driver died in this attack, and the vehicle was absolutely demolished. The police vehicle was attacked in Bijapur, and this was an attack on the joint operation team of the police in Chhattisgarh. The DRG jawans, in fact, were the ones, those who were traveling in this, and they were coming back from an anti-Naxal operation after when they came under this attack by the Naxals.
विगत दो तीन दिनों से जिला बीजापुर नारायणपुर दंतेवाड़ा के सीमावर्ती इलाका में सुरक्षा बल द्वारा अभियान संचालित की जा रही थी। तत्पश्चात अभियान के बाद सर्चिंग को पूर्ण करके सुरक्षा बल द्वारा वापस बेस कैंप आ रहे थे। इस दौरान जिला बीजापुर की बेदरे एवं कुट्रू के बीच में अम्बेली के पास महोदय द्वारा लाए गए एक आईडी ब्लास्ट की चपेट में आने से हमारा एक वाहन आईडी के चपेट में आ गए थे। उसमें सवार हमारा 8 डीआरजी दंतेवाड़ा के जवान का शहादत हो गई थी, उसके एक ड्राइवर का भी शहादत होगी। कुल 9 का शहादत का भी जानकारी प्राप्त हो रहे थे। उस स्पॉट में अभी रीइंफोर्समेंट टीम और अन्य जितना भी जो इवैक्यूएशन टीम पहुंच गए थे। अभी तक जो प्राथमिक जानकारी अनुसार कुल सुरक्षा बल का 8 एवं एक ड्राइवर, कुल 9 लोग का इस घटना में शहादत हो गए थे।
आप ओवरऑल देखेंगे तो बहुत कम कैजुअलिटी अपने जवानों का है। ऐसा पहले नहीं होता था, पहले दोनों तरफ से कैजुअलिटी होती थी, लेकिन अब सैनिकों की बहुत कम कैजुअलिटी हो रही है।
करीब करीब जो अभी तक की जानकारी आ रही है कि हमारे 10 जवान शहीद हुए हैं, वो निश्चित रूप से इस पूरे घटना में हम अपनी दुख व्यक्त करते हैं। उनके परिवार को इस तकलीफ को सहने की इच्छा शक्ति दे भगवान। और नक्सलवाद के खिलाफ जो गंभीर कदम सरकार उठा रही है, छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार, गृह मंत्री विजय जी और केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी और दोनों सरकारें, तो इस कदम को और आगे बढ़ाएंगे। इससे इस घटना कायरतापूर्ण घटना से सरकार डरने वाली या झुकने वाली नहीं है। कठोरता से इनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई जारी रहेगी।
Let me go across to my colleague Anurag Dwari, who is joining me with more details as far as this story is concerned. Anurag, just for the benefit of our viewers, first of all, give us an update of what is happening as far as this incident is concerned. And just to understand the topography, these are very, very dense jungles and difficult conditions that our security forces are involved in.
Yes, Ankit, this particular place is around 40 kilometers from the district headquarters of Bijapur, and you can very well understand with those visuals, and the blast was so powerful that it left a 10-foot deep crater in the middle of the road, and the bonnet of the Scorpio vehicle in which these jawans were traveling was found hanging on a tree. So you can imagine the intensity of the blast, and our sources are telling us that the Naxalites used a foxhole. Foxhole is a specific technique where they just store stones inside the road so that usually while searching the landmines, they don't find these foxholes easy to locate, and then whenever they want any such kind of blast or such kind of attack, they plant explosive inside these foxholes. So precisely this is what they have done in this attack which took place in Kutru the jurisdiction of Kutru police station when these DRG jawans were coming by, because they were involved in the operation from 3rd of January. So they were hungry, they were tired, and we will also have to understand whether any particular SOP was not followed properly, because DRG jawans are from the district reserve guards, and usually they patrol on foot or they use a bike. They normally don't travel in a vehicle. So we'll have to get those details from the senior officials there, that whether they have followed the particular SOP or not. But a very, very severe attack in which they have used explosive IDs, and because last year we have seen more than 290 Naxals were killed by the security forces, and more than 1,000 Naxals have surrendered. So massive success for the security forces in 2024, and these personnel from the DRG were coming back from the operation. You have heard the IG of Bastar that they have killed 5 Naxals, 3 of them were carrying a bounty, and a female Naxal commander was also killed. But while coming back, they were attacked using an ID, and in this attack, 8 security personnel were martyred, and their driver was also killed in this attack.
Thank you for joining us with all those details at this moment. Anurag Dwari, my colleague, in fact, reporting on this story. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on now. The Akhil Bharatiya Sant Samiti has moved an application in the Supreme Court in the Places of Worship Act. The application seeks a direction from the court to declare Section 3 and 4 of the Places of Worship Special Provisions Act 1991 as void and unconstitutional for being violative of the Articles of Constitution of India insofar as it seeks to validate places of worship. The Sections 3 and 4 of Places of Worship Act is not only it offends Articles 14, 15, 21, 25, 26 and 29 of the Constitution. It also violates the principle of natural justice and secularism, which is integral part of the preamble of and the basic structure of the Constitution, the plea has said. The plea read applicants, in fact, have said that the Akhil Bharatiya Sant Samiti is working in the field of Sanatan Hindu Dharma in 6 lakh villages and 9 lakh mutts and mandirs. My colleague Nupur Dogra is joining me with more details on this. Nupur, there is already a bunch of petitions challenging the Places of Worship Act 1991 already in the Supreme Court. Now, with this petition as well, is it going to be clutched with the other petitions that the Supreme Court is already considering?
Yes, of course. It will be heard along with the Places of Worship Act petitions that are previously pending with the Supreme Court. This has been filed as an intervention application in the ongoing case, and basically the organization has challenged the validity of Section 3 and 4 of the Places of Worship Act, which is already under challenge in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court had earlier, to recall, had barred any civil court from registering any fresh suit challenging the ownership or title of any places of worship in India, and had ordered that till further orders from the Supreme Court, no court should file any fresh cases regarding the ownership and disputed title and ownership of any places of worship across India. It is very important to recall that this law was actually introduced in 1991. And it actually prohibits converting and altering the character of any places of worship across India, with the exception of Babri Masjid and Ram Janmabhoomi case. So basically, this law had the Section 3 and 4, which are being challenged, had actually put bars on courts and on other organizations from changing the character of any places of worship across India. So now the Supreme Court will be hearing this case on 17th of February, and there are petitions from both sides, those who are defending the act and those who are against the act.
Thank you, Nupur, for joining us with all those details. Moving on now, Delhi Chief Minister Atishi has written to the Chief Election Commissioner seeking time to meet on the Aam Aadmi Party's voter deletion charge. Atishi in the letter has said, and I quote her here, voter list manipulated in Delhi, and New Delhi voter list has also been tampered with. This is a conspiracy to cut Aam Aadmi Party votes. Now, earlier, remember, the Chief Minister had accused the BJP-led centre of conspiring to remove AAP supporters from the electoral rolls, fearing a loss in the national capital. in the upcoming elections. The BJP countered the allegations, saying the Aam Aadmi Party feared impending defeat. The Chief Minister had alleged some district magistrates have given additional district magistrates and booth-level officers a list of 20,000 voters for removal. She has written to the Chief Secretary Dharmendra seeking an inquiry and demanding action against the DMs and SDMs.
जब समरी रिवीजन हो रहा था, जब इलेक्शन कमीशन के बूथ लेवल के अफसर गली गली मोहल्ले मोहल्ले जा रहे थे, तब ये लोग क्यों नहीं वहां से शिफ्ट हुए दिखे? तो ये साफ है कि गलत तरीके से वोट काटने की साजिश हो रही है। 10% वोट को जोड़ना, 5.5% वोट को काटना, इतने में पूरे इलेक्शन में हेर फेर करने की साजिश।
Well, the electoral rolls have now been published. The stage is set for calling Delhi elections. In terms of the final rolls being published. That being said, of course, there have been a record number as the Election Commission and the Chief Electoral Officer of Delhi has pointed out, and they are cross-verifying and checking those details. Yes, the Aam Aadmi Party have alleged, as well as the BJP have counter-alleged, just like they're alleging about the Prime Minister's residence and the Chief Minister's residence. Both the AAP and the BJP continue to trade charges also on the electoral list. It's a fiercely contested election. The Aam Aadmi Party trying to regain power for the third time. The BJP trying to come back to power after 1998. So it's been two contentious, two political parties who want and are striving very hard to reach to the levels, and that is why this allegation and counter allegation. It's going to be a difficult task for the Election Commission to ensure a free and fair election, especially the electoral rolls, which have come under greater scrutiny immediately after the Maharashtra elections, as well as the Haryana elections. And it's in that backdrop that we'll wait and see how things play out. But definitely, all aspects will have to be looked at. And the Chief Election Officer has already pointed out on Saturday that every claim for trying to remove anybody is shared with political parties, and they can cross-check and cross-verify, and nothing is being done arbitrarily. And wherever required, FIRs are being lodged against those who are trying to put false and trying to delete people's names without any basis.
Meanwhile, the Chief Minister of Delhi, Atishi, today broke down while reacting to BJP leader Ramesh Biduri's controversial remarks on her father. The BJP leader had stooped on to abusing an elderly man for elections. The Aam Aadmi Party, in fact, leader said while she, in fact, started crying, she hit out, saying Biduri has stooped low. He will abuse an old man. The country's politics can stoop so low. He's asking for votes by abusing my father. Ramesh Biduri, a BJP candidate and former member of parliament for the approaching Delhi elections, has targeted Atishi over her surname during a rally in the capital on Sunday. Mr. Biduri is the BJP candidate against Atishi in Kalkaji constituency.
वो इतने बीमार रहते हैं कि बिना सहारे के चल नहीं पाते हैं। आप चुनाव के लिए इतनी घटिया हरकत करेंगे? कैसे बुजुर्ग व्यक्ति को गालियां देने पे उतर आएंगे?
अरे ये मार्लिना, ये तो सिंह बन गई भैया, चेहरा ही नाम बदल दिया। केजरीवाल ने बच्चों की कसम खाई थी, भ्रष्टाचारी कांग्रेस के साथ नहीं जाऊंगा। मार्लिना ने बाप बदल दिया, पहले मार्लिना थी, अब सिंह हो गई। ये इनका चरित्र है।
Right, so this was Ramesh Biduri's taunt, which got a lot of heat, and then of course Atishi has also reacted to it. Now the BJP on Monday claimed that a CAG report has raised 139 questions related to former Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's previous Flagstaff Road residence and exposed his black deeds. BJP's Delhi President Virendra Sachdeva said the report of 2022 cited an expenditure of 33.86 crore on Sheesh Mahal, but the actual cost was far higher. This report pertains to expenditure till 2022. There is no revelation on the expenses of 2023 and 24. And according to BJP's information, the real cost runs up to 75 to 80 crores if the inventory of the items in the bungalow are also included.
We are being joined by Delhi BJP President Mr. Virendra Sachdeva. During his press conference, the Delhi BJP has even brought out this large model of Sheesh Mahal, the house of ex-Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Let's go straight to him. Sir, जिस तरीके से देखा जा रहा है, आपने कैग के कुछ रिपोर्ट का हवाला दिया है. आपने बताया है कि जिस तरीके से कैग के रिपोर्ट्स आए हैं वो 2022 तक के ही हैं और उसमें बहुत सारी इरेगुलरिटीज़ हैं और ये भी आपने बताया है कि इसमें जो इन्वेंटरी है अगर उसको ऐड कर दिया जाए तो कई लाख और जो करोड़ों रुपए जो है वो उसमें बढ़ जाते हैं.
देखिए, कैग की जो पहली रिपोर्ट आई है वो 2022 तक की है. उसमें कई सारे सवाल अरविंद केजरीवाल और पीडब्ल्यूडी डिपार्टमेंट से पूछे गए हैं. उसमें 139 सवाल तो इसी बात के लिए पूछे गए हैं कि इतना बड़ा आलीशान बंगला बनाने के लिए आपने परमिशन किससे ली है. हर व्यक्ति को उसकी कैटेगरी के हिसाब से मकान अलॉट किया जाता है. अरविंद केजरीवाल से पहले मदन लाल खुराना, साहिब सिंह वर्मा, शीला दीक्षित सब किसी न किसी बंगले में रहे हैं. लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल को भ्रष्टाचार की इतनी भूख थी, इतना बड़ा आलीशान बंगला बनाते हैं और उस बंगले पर अवैध रूप से बिना सैंक्शन ऑर्डर लिए बार बार पीडब्ल्यूडी से उसमें कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम बढ़ाया जाता है. अभी आप उनका बंगला दिखा रही हैं, ये कारें दिखा रही हैं. मैं इसमें मिसिंग कर रहा हूँ, वो ब्लू वैगन आर दिखाई नहीं दे रही अरविंद केजरीवाल की, जिसे लेके वो घूमते थे. लेकिन गाड़ी नहीं लेने वाले आज 4-4, 6-6 गाड़ियों के मालिक हैं. इस बंगले को बनाते समय जिस तरह से भ्रष्टाचार किया गया है, ये 2022 तक की सीएजी की रिपोर्ट बता रही है.
Now, following Aam Aadmi Party's Mahila Samman Yojana, the Congress has also launched its own Pyari Didi Yojana to attract women voters for the upcoming Delhi Assembly elections. Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar was in the national capital to launch the scheme. He said he's confident Congress will form the government in Delhi. When that happens, they will provide 2,500 rupees to the women. Arvind Kejriwal has taken it to 2,100 and now the BJP says 2,500 is what they will do. On the same model that the Congress says that they have implemented in Karnataka. The Grand Old Party is trying to woo the women voters who form a major chunk of the votes in Delhi. Several past elections have proved that these women-centric schemes play a pivotal role in politics. On December 12th, former Delhi Chief Minister and Aam Aadmi Party Chief Arvind Kejriwal had promised that if AAP is voted to power again, he will increase the 1,000 rupee that he has promised to the women to 2,100. The BJP has called this empty promise.
I have come here to launch this Pyari Didi Hogi Yojana. This is, we are going to give, I am confident that Congress government will come in Delhi. We are going to implement on the first day of the cabinet, 2,500 rupees will be implemented, and I think as soon as the political process starts, whatever the decision has been taken in Karnataka on the same model, 2,500 rupees, this Pyari Didi Yojana will be implemented.
Parties falling over each other with these schemes and announcements for women in Delhi. With that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
नहीं impress. Life हुई easy कितना कुछ free only with single ID. ये भी free वो भी free कितना कुछ free only with single ID. Get it free with single ID. कितने सारे apps हैं मुझसे जुड़े, brands मेरे पास है सबसे बड़े. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Only with single ID. Get it free with single ID.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn rewards with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
It was a very stormy beginning of the assembly session in Tamil Nadu today. AIDMK MLAs were evicted after they created ruckus in the assembly. They were in fact flashing badges and placards stating who is that sir in connection with the Anna University sexual assault case. MLAs and leaders from the AIDMK were holding placards and banners protesting against the alleged sexual assault at the Anna University, demanding justice for the student. Now, meanwhile, Palnisamy and other AIDMK MLAs raised slogans and demanded an answer for their question from the DMK government. Meanwhile, the BJP leader staged a walkout on the same issue.
Sir, everybody knows the same demand. Who is that sir? This is our Honorable LOP stand for quite a long time. You know, in Anna University, what happened, you know very well. There is a lot of contradictory statement by the Honorable Higher Education Minister and Honorable Law Minister and City Commissioner. A lot of contradictory interviews and statement by the government. So we have a strong doubt because the involved person is the DMK office bearer. So government is supporting that, and government we want the transparent inquiry that in High Court based on the AIDMK advocate office bearer, Mrs. Varalakshmi has gone to the government, filed the petition. Based on that petition only, Honorable High Court has given a SIT. So the SIT is on, but still there is no answer for who is that sir.
Meanwhile, the Tamil Nadu governor, in fact, Governor R.N. Ravi, walked out without making his customary address, and opposition parties staging protests inside the assembly. According to the statement from the office of Raj Bhavan, after the governor arrived at the assembly, only the state anthem was performed instead of the national anthem, which is traditionally played on such occasions. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has called governor's walkout as childish. Slipping into a short break, news and updates on the other side.
Cashback है slow, करते नहीं impress. Life हुई easy, कितना कुछ free, only with single ID. ये भी free, वो भी free, कितना कुछ free, only with single ID. Get it free with single ID. कितने सारे apps हैं मुझसे जुड़े, brands मेरे पास है सबसे बड़े. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Only with single ID. Get it free with single ID.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn rewards with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow visa wars. All the twists and turns, tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Three cases of HMPV virus have been reported in the country so far, with 2 cases being reported in Bengaluru, where a 3-month-old baby has been discharged and an 8-month-old baby still recovering in the hospital. Meanwhile, a 2-month-old infant in Ahmedabad has also been diagnosed with the virus. This marks the first few reported cases of HMPV in India. Now, there is a lot of buzz, a lot of talk around it. People are getting worried. Can this, in fact, go on to become the next COVID-type virus? So let's just try and dispel and you know, for your better understanding, try and put out facts before any kind of you know, there is public people get worried about it or there is panic. Let's just first understand what is HMPV. Now, this is the human metapneumovirus, a respiratory virus. It has mild to moderate flu-like symptoms prevalent during the winter and is transmitted through direct contact. Most people recover with rest and hydration like you do with any flu. Incubation period usually is between 3 to 6 days. Who are most at risk? The vulnerable, young children, elderly at most risk as far as this virus is concerned, individuals with compromised immune systems. Children under the age of 5 particularly are vulnerable as far as this virus is concerned. What are the symptoms? If you are watching this and you know, there is somebody around you, so what are the symptoms as far as this virus is concerned? Runny nose, cough, nasal congestion, sore throat. So most of these are, you know, viral infection, flu-like symptoms. Fever in some cases. Some severe symptoms could also be wheezing, difficulty in breathing, hoarseness, pneumonia, and an aggravation of asthma-like symptoms in adults. Now, just to recap, where are we as far as this virus is concerned in India? So far, there are 3 cases which have been reported in India. 2 infants from Bengaluru, one has been discharged, the other is recovering, and 1 infant from Ahmedabad. You know, let me also underline this, ladies and gentlemen, though, of course, people need to be careful, but there is no immediate panic as far as this is concerned, because so far there hasn't been any casualty or, you know, extreme cases which have resulted in death as far as this virus is concerned. Now, what has the government said on this? The ICMR has said that there is no need to worry or panic at this moment. The virus is in circulation for a long time. So this is not something which is new, which is taking place. India is prepared to tackle this virus and no unusual surge in respiratory illnesses which has been reported, at least at this moment. So let me first, in fact, take you to Karnataka, where my colleague Nehal caught up with the health minister. We also spoke to the health minister of Gujarat to try and understand what they are doing after these cases have been reported in both these states.
Sir, are you going to announce any special measures?
No, there will be no special measures because everything is right now. Nothing untoward is being seen, and there's no sudden surge of cases or hotspots or any serious situation that has emerged. This is an existing virus, and we are on top of things. We are in touch with Government of India. They are in touch with us, and it is being monitored. So let us not create any panic over this.
But mostly children are getting affected.
That is normally this virus affects children more and aged people more because people with less immunity. It affects them more. But both the children who have been affected, one has already been discharged, one is going to be discharged, nothing to be worried about. And this is a very normal thing. This virus is an existing virus, it has never caused any serious problems so far. And I don't think we should start worrying too much about it as of now, right now. Yeah.
Thank you. So the Karnataka Health Minister, after holding meeting with top officials here at Arogya Sadha, the Health Directorate has decided not to issue any special guidelines to check this virus because there is no cluster has been found here. There is no surge at all, and that is why the health minister said there is no need for panic for the general public. All measures are in place. Only they have to keep themselves warm, and those who have poor immunity, they can be attacked by this virus, so they have to be more careful. With camera person Govind Murthy, Nehal Kidwai for NDTV.
2 मास का बच्चा जो डूंगरपुर राजस्थान से आया था सारवार के लिए, उसमें ये डिटेक्ट हुआ है और उसको सारवार के अर्थे अहमदाबाद भेजा गया है. जो गाइडलाइन है क्या क्या करना है क्या क्या नहीं करना है, वो राज्य सरकार की ओर से ये एसओपी भी जारी होगी. इसमें कोई पैनिक होने की अभी जरूरत नहीं लगती है क्योंकि यहाँ से अपने जो केंद्रीय संस्था है उसकी तरफ से अभी कोई एडवाइजरी जारी नहीं की है, लेकिन उस पे सावचेती बरतने की वो वहां से सूचना दी गई है. इस हिसाब से राज्य
To the Union Health Minister JP Nadda, who is speaking on the HMPV virus, listen in.
जो हवा के जरिए सांस लेते समय एक दूसरे में फैलता है, यह सभी आयु वर्ग के लोगों में संक्रमण का कारण भी बनता है. यह विशेष रूप से सर्दी और बसंत के मौसम के शुरुआती महीनों में अधिक देखा जाता है. चीन में जो HMPV वायरस के मामले पर हाल ही में आई रिपोर्ट्स पर स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय ने इंडियन काउंसिल फॉर मेडिकल रिसर्च के साथ और नेशनल सेंटर फॉर डिजीज कंट्रोल के साथ और वर्ल्ड हेल्थ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ चीन सहित पड़ोसी देशों में स्थिति पर कड़ी निगरानी रखे हुए है. WHO ने भी स्थिति का संज्ञान लिया है और जल्द ही वो भी अपनी रिपोर्ट साझा करेंगे हमसे. ICMR इंडियन काउंसिल फॉर मेडिकल रिसर्च और इंटीग्रेटेड डिजीज सर्विलेंस प्रोग्राम IDSP के साथ उपलब्ध सांस संबंधित वायरस के देशव्यापी डेटा को भी समीक्षा की जा रही है और भारत में किसी भी कॉमन रेस्पिरेटरी वायरल पैथोजन में किसी भी प्रकार की वृद्धि नहीं देखी गई है. में जॉइंट मॉनिटरिंग ग्रुप की बैठक 4 जनवरी को आयोजित की गई थी और स्थिति का जायजा लिया गया है. देश के हेल्थ सिस्टम्स और सर्विलेंस नेटवर्क्स किसी भी उभरते हुए हेल्थ चैलेंज के प्रति क्विक रिस्पांस देने के लिए सक्षम है और तैयार है. हम स्थिति का क्लोज मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं. हम स्थिति का बहुत नज़दीकी से जायजा ले रहे हैं और हम ये कह सकते हैं कि हमें चिंता का कोई कारण नहीं होना चाहिए. स्वास्थ्य विभाग इन सारी बातों पर नजर रखे हुए हैं.
That was Union Health Minister JP Nadda speaking, and once again underlining that there is no unusual surge in the respiratory illnesses and there is no need to panic at this moment. Let's go across, in fact, at this in this segment to our guests who are joining us. Dr. Nihar Parikh, Pediatrician, Director, Chairs Child Care, is with us this evening. We also have Dr. Rajiv Jayadevan, Vice Chairman, Research Cell, IMA Kerala State. Gentlemen, thank you for speaking to us. Let me start by asking you, Dr. Parikh, because 3 of the cases which have been reported in India are all infants, very young children under the age of 1 year old. Does that mean that this virus is, specifically targeting, or children are much more vulnerable?
Hi. The first thing I would like to say is that children per se and elderly people are always more vulnerable to all sicknesses and viruses. It's probably because every child, as he or she develops an immunity either naturally through exposure step by step to multiple viruses, different strains with every passing season, and or through immunization. Now, this is not a new virus. Now, if it would have been a concern if it was a new virus, because no child would have had a prior exposure. But HMPV virus is a known virus, been there for years on end. We see it every winter season with the cough and cold season. And most of the children above the age of 2 and 3 have developed or have been exposed to this virus in their previous months or a year and have immunity against it. And the basic norm that there is no vaccine against this virus also means that this virus is not scary at all. So yes, children are prone to HMPV more, but children are prone to all viruses because their immunity is still developing.
Okay. Dr. Jayadevan, let me understand then this. A lot of people are comparing this. Are we looking at a COVID kind of a situation? Are we standing at the pre-COVID spectrum at this moment? Is there any degree of worry or any fair comparison between COVID and HMP virus?
There is no comparison at all. COVID is an all-new disease caused by an all-new virus for which mankind had no exposure, history, or immune response. As Dr. Parikh said, the metapneumovirus, or HMPV, is universally seen in children, and most children get exposed to it by the age of 3 or 4. If you see studies across the world, you can see 90 to 100% of children have already had the infection. So we are talking about two completely different entities here. But for the general public, any virus that purportedly has links with China and is linked with scary visuals that are circulating in WhatsApp, they tend to believe what they see on their phone screens, and this shows the destructive power of social media, what the panic reaction we're seeing here. I'm getting so many calls from all sorts of people saying what's going on. This is a common expected viral infection in healthy children. There is no need for any concern at all. In fact, several of the health ministers who spoke before us said the same thing.
Right.
But the panic is unprecedented. So it is something that we must carefully address and use terms that will allay the anxiety of the public.
Absolutely.
As the doctor said, there is really no vaccine for this because it's such a mild infection.
Right.
You know, as children, most children get a few runny noses every year. And we don't go around checking which virus is causing a runny nose. If we did, yes, we would be finding lots of human metapneumovirus. But that doesn't mean the end of the world. So I think we must clearly understand the difference. This is not COVID.
This is not new. This is not COVID. And like you said, the endeavor, at least here at NDTV, is to try and allay those fears, try and calm those nerves, because there's a lot of information, misinformation, which is doing the rounds on social media. So, Dr. Jayadevan, let me again ask you this. It is not... You're saying it is not, there is zero comparison between COVID and this. This is something which is already been known, not something that you need to run and, take any injection or any, vaccination for. It's just a virus running its course. It's only social media which has made it that big and scary?
Yes, indeed. Indeed. The people are being presented with confusing visuals purportedly from China, showing crowded hospitals with people standing in masks and IV drips and so on. But I would like our viewers to know this is common in China every winter season. It's been well documented. China is going through a severe winter, and most people with a mild respiratory illness like a common cold will rush to larger hospitals. These are documented facts. So while the visuals are true, the narrative is wrong. So it's very easy to confuse the public by taking a picture and putting the wrong story behind it. And that's clearly what happened here.
Right. Okay. So you're saying there is nothing to worry about. But Dr. Parikh, for a lot, I'm sure you must be getting a lot of panic calls from parents as well. What can we do? What should we feed our children at this moment? Is there a way to protect them? So on and so forth. What would you like to tell those parents, those who have young kids at this moment?
first and foremost is to tell them not to panic, because when the parents are in a panic-stricken condition, they tend to look at symptoms even if they don't exist. They get worried way before they need to get worried. This is a virus that's, if your child has been through it or is going to get it, he's going to get a simple fever for a few days, along with cough and cold. And some unfortunate children may get a lower respiratory tract infection. But that's how every winter virus is. So the red flags are the same. Keep your children away from anyone sick. Let them resume. No masking as of now is required. Everyone, common sense should prevail. If you are sick, if your child is sick, please don't send them to public places where they can infect other children and other people. And you're still okay not to see a doctor for up to 2 days, even though your child is cough and cold, because we are going to follow norms of a regular viral. So treat at home. All the parents are very well experienced. They can manage fevers, cough and colds for 2 days. There is no need to flood our OPDs or emergency wards of hospitals. That will create an unnecessary chaos, over testing and over diagnosis, which is also a major problem because the virus is not severe at all. So once you're done with 2 days of fever, be normal, be calm, be patient, approach your pediatrician or your family doctor, and they will guide you through.
Okay, in the end, just to conclude, thank you so much. I mean, I'm sure it is reassuring for a lot of parents, as it is for us. I mean, we were also throughout the day trying to put this message out, but it always works better when experts speak. In conclusion, Dr. Jayadevan, let me understand this. Is there a need for wearing a mask at this moment, or getting in some sort of a test at this moment, or should we just let it be?
No more than you would on another normal day. That's my answer to the question.
So there is
if,
no
for
need.
example,
Absolutely.
someone who's received an organ transplant, they would wear a mask. And if you walk into a crowded outpatient, yes, you're better off wearing a mask than without. So it's like that. Based on this particular news, there is no need for anyone to start wearing masks based on this particular news alone. As the doctor said, yes, if you have a child who's having a respiratory illness, don't let the child mingle with other people, and try not to attend social gatherings where people are coughing and sneezing around. And this is universal precautions. That's got nothing to do with HMPV. So
It's business as usual, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get bothered. Don't get worried about it. The good doctors are telling us that you can carry on with your lives as it was usual. This is not a new virus. It usually happens, sorts itself out on its own. If there is any problem after a couple of days, you check your family doctor or your pediatrician and try their advice on how to go about it. It's just another viral flu infection that usually people go through in winters. Gentlemen, thank you so much for giving us your time and explaining this so candidly to our viewers. So don't rush for those N95s. Don't rush at this moment to the OPDs to try and find out something which at this moment is not worrisome at all. Moving on now to our special segment, Meet Our MPs. My colleague Aishwarya Jain spoke to the youngest MP in Parliament. Pushpendra Saroj is a Samajwadi Party MP from Kaushambi who aims to bring major developments in his constituency. Take a look.
Well, hello and welcome to our special segment, Meet Our MPs on NDTV. And today I'm being joined by a very, very special MP. He is from Kaushambi, from Samajwadi Party. Pushpendra is the youngest MP. And this will make our interview more special. Thank you so much for speaking to us, Pushpendra. You're just 25 years old and you are a member of this parliament. How life has changed entirely from being a student and now a politician?
First of all, thank you for having me, and what I can say is it's changed drastically. At such a young age, you don't expect, because earlier the definition when we were also studying and we used to see politics and actively take part in it as well. My father is a politician as well, so the young age would have been 35, 40. But the first time we've seen probably that 7 or 8 members, young parliamentarians under the age of 30 have come in. So we've, I think so, redefined what young age is now. And the changes that have happened socially as well has been drastic, but we are accommodating to it. It's a new life. It's much better. And as you can see, being here amongst the most influential leaders of India and taking part in the debate with them, it's been fun, it's been good, and we've been learning a lot as well.
So Pushpendra, I must ask you the inside story. Is there a separate group of young MPs and the old MPs now?
I think so. There's a group of mixed MPs as well, old ones as well, and the young ones as well. But yeah, many have come up from our party as well, the Samajwadi Party. Many are there from the Congress as well, and our opposition also. We've got 7 or 8 people, and we do gel up really nicely, and so it's been a very good environment inside as well.
So please tell us about yourself. What were you studying, and how things and life changed, and you entered into the political fray, got a ticket from the Samajwadi Party. How this all happened?
So I did my university from Queen Mary University of London in accounting and finance. I came back, and then the whole COVID happened. Okay. So as everybody's 2 years was gone in a flash. Then came the 2022 elections. My father contested it. I actively took part in the campaigning. I was there, and then he won. Unfortunately, we didn't form the government. So my father was very ill during COVID, and Mr. Yadav had come to visit our house.
Okay.
I was probably 23 back then. So he saw me, and we spoke for the very first time. I spoke with him, and I don't know what happened. He said that get ready, you're going to be contesting the Lok Sabha election. We need young people like you who can speak up, who can conversate and bring up parties' ideologies as well. So that was the very first time, the very first meeting that he came up with the idea.
And at the very first meeting, he said that get ready for contest.
That is true, yeah.
But did you really gelled up with that? What he actually said to you at that point?
I think. By the way, I spoke with him, and we had a very good conversation over. It was supposed to last 5 minutes, but we went on till 45 minutes. So that's why I think so he got convinced that okay, he can come up and put up parties' ideologies up in the parliament and people's voices in the parliament.
So how's the experience so far in this new parliament? This is the second session that you are attending. So how's the experience so far, meeting with the top leadership, meeting with the top leadership of your party too? How's it been?
We've had the budget session, the monsoon session as well, and then now we had the long winter session. Both are different. Both the mudde of both the parliament were different. We've got much more adjournment this time than last time. But yeah, talking to other MPs, talking to MPs from the NDA as well, the TDP and all the alliances, LJP and all, and from the India Gathbandhan as well. I've spoken to everybody. Everybody's come from different backgrounds, and this is one place where you see whole of India, the diversity of India, and you get to talk to people, especially most influential people and member of parliaments. I've spoken to most of them, learned about their culture, talked about the different ideologies, different ideas, different political phrase, and yeah, it's been really fun. It's been very educational as well. I've learned a lot. Hopefully, one day when I come up and speak up in the parliament, when we get a chance to speak up, I'll bring that diversity as well in my speech.
After having a huge interest in politics and to do something for the society, had you ever thought that this is something this only I wanted to do, or there was something else in your mind to achieve something in any other field of life?
Earlier, like everybody, Indian boy's dream is to become a cricketer. I had a dream of becoming a cricketer. I played nationals as well back in UK. Okay. But then I came back and then I actively took part in this. And this has been a new journey, a new life. And this is much more prominent and fun now. And working with the people, now I have to go back to my constituency. It's a whole different game there. You have to mix your emotions there as well and handle here as well. So Delhi is different, constituency is different, areas are different, cultures are different, expectations are different. So we have to manage. And this is much more tough, but much more fun.
Pushpendra, please also tell us about your constituency, because you said that you have seniors to guide you, you have your father to guide you to what to do for your constituency. But as a young politician, a young MP for your constituency, Kaushambi, what is that vision that you are approaching towards in the next 5 years?
I think, first of all, I would like to thank the people of my constituency who actually, in the very tough elections that we had during the summers, they voted for me and we won by over 1 lakh margin. That was a record in our constituency as well. So my constituency is very close to Prayagraj. So all the main things that the government focuses on is Prayagraj. So we come from a fairly rural background. But this parliament session, I have met with the ministries. I've asked for it. I've demanded for a Kendra Vidyalaya in my constituency. There are 5 basic things that we really want to work on. It is water, education, road and electricity. And then overall socially, how can we bring our backward classes up? So these are the 5 issues that we have to focus on, and it's a very long-term plan. I am very young. I have a very long vision. Hopefully the people support me, and hopefully we'll get Kaushambi a little better.
Lastly, please clarify to our viewers, are you the youngest one in the history of India to be the member of parliament?
I have not searched it, but yes, the people have been telling me, yes, I am the youngest in the history.
When you were 25 years, how much?
I won at 25 years, 3 months.
Okay,
Yeah.
so just 3 months and then you fought that election. Thank you so much, Pushpin, for speaking to NDTV. He is the youngest MP from Kaushambi from Samajwadi Party to enter into the Lok Sabha and to represent lakhs of people who voted. He has shared his vision to us as to what he has to do for his constituency. Thank you so much for watching NDTV.
After months of dissent from within his party, an imminent non-confidence motion that he was set to lose, and his growing unpopularity with the Canadian voters, Justin Trudeau is all set to resign. This big story from Canada, all day on NDTV.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens.
and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav. On the show this evening, the political action in Telangana over the former alleged Formula E scam, and one more round in the governor versus government battle in Tamil Nadu. But first, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking this hour, starting with that tragic attack in Bijapur. 9 killed after a police vehicle is blown up, allegedly by Naxals in Bijapur using an improvised explosive device. Sources say the forces were returning from conducting their first anti-Naxal operation this year. Chief Minister Vishnu Diosai said the sacrifices won't go in vain. Delhi Chief Minister Atishi takes allegations of manipulation in the voter lists to the Chief Election Commissioner. Seeks time even as she breaks down over the political attack on her. The BJP doubles down on the Sheesh Mahal allegation. Karnataka Health Minister says there's no need for worry over the HMPV cases as the state is fully prepared. Across the country, the message is loud and clear. No need for alarm as 2 cases are detected in Bengaluru and 1 in Ahmedabad. Well, first up this evening, the big political face-off in Telangana over the Formula E controversy. The Anti-Corruption Bureau carried out raids at residences of BRS leader and MLA KT Rama Rao. This after the high drama outside the Anti-Corruption Bureau office in Hyderabad, where Rama Rao refused to meet officials without the presence of his lawyers. Rama Rao went to the ACB office after summons issued to him in the alleged Formula E scam, but refused to meet the officials without his lawyers present. He said it was his legal right to have his lawyers present while he was being questioned by the officials. Remember, the alleged Formula E controversy is over financial irregularities in organizing the high-profile race in Hyderabad in the year 2023 when the BRS was in power. The Telangana High Court, which reserved orders on a petition by KT Rama Rao, has ordered that he can't be arrested till it delivers its verdict. Let's just listen into his reaction before we get into the first face-off this evening.
In court, your lawyer has argued about the delay in the filing of the case in this particular case, in case they felt that there was any kind of a wrongdoing.
No, let me tell you, there are 3 things to the case. One, we have done nothing wrong. Fundamentally, there's nothing wrong in terms of procedure or in terms of a policy decision. So the whole case is frivolous, it's abuse of process of law, it's travesty of justice at best. This is what I've said in my affidavit as well. Second point, I am not saying there are any procedural lapses at all. If there are any, as the government wants you to believe, as the government has been planting stories, if there are, that is not the job of a minister. This is what I said. And thirdly and most importantly, this government is operating with a malified intent. The reason why I say this, on November 1st, a minister of this government goes on record, says, KTR will be arrested and he'll be sent to jail soon. And then subsequently, ACB files a charge. What do I make of that? That political masters are calling the shots and it's not the investigating agencies. So when I see a malified intent, when I see a fish, when I smell a fish, I certainly have to say that, I am entitled to my constitutional rights.
The FIR does mention that
Well, joining me this evening, Krishank Manne of the BRS and Syed Asad Abbas, who supports the Congress. Syed Asad Abbas, you just heard KT Rama Rao there. His point is that this is purely a politically motivated case and the ACB is acting on the instructions of the political leadership, which had, even before the case was registered, declared that KT Rama Rao will be arrested.
Veera Sahab, knowing and following Mr. KTR very closely, I could say he's one of the finest and articulate gentlemen that we have in politics today. But what has happened now? The fact that this man claims to be honest, he claims to be innocent, then what is stopping an honest man, a politician, a leader like KTR, to go and attend to the ACB? Why is he so reluctant in having his lawyer? He needs to understand that the law and order does not supersede any human being. This is a fundamental right and duty. Also, as a matter of fact, many a times when I heard Mr. KTR in the Davos summit, I became a huge fan of him. But the same man is using unparliamentary language. In the case of the farmers' policy by Revanth Reddy Garu, what did he call him? He called him a traitor. Not just that, even now, he's called him a criminal. Coming from an erudite leader like KTR, words like traitor, criminal, and so on and so forth does not show him right. And if he is indeed honest, If it happened as per procedure, why is he shying away to have his presence in front of the Anti-Corruption Bureau? He needs to understand. He could be the principal opposition. He could be the working president of Bharatiya Rashtra Samiti. But as per the purview and the eyes of the law and order, he is a common citizen of this country. So why should he have any special relaxations on that front? Also, as a matter of fact, let me bring to your notice a man who always claims to be honest, innocent, so on and so forth. Why is he shying away from ACB? Had this case gone in the case of Enforcement Directorate,
why is he shying away
what-
from the ACB? Why is he shying away from the ACB is the question Syed Asad Abbas is asking Krishank Mane. Why the drama? Why not meet the authorities given the fact that the High Court has categorically said he can't be arrested till the verdict, till it delivers a verdict? Why not meet the authorities and answer their questions? How do you respond to Syed Asad Abbas? Krishank Mane.
Veera, one thing the nation should know that after the arguments in the Honorable High Court from the ACB, from the government side pleaders, and from, in fact, KTR's counsel also, the judgment is reserved. There is an interim relief on that. And in fact, there is a no arrest also in this. But while we say this, as a law-abiding citizen, the visuals which your channel is currently showing is actually of the visuals where Mr. KTR visited to the ACB office. But what happened was, likewise, like every individual has their rights, KTR himself also has rights, and there are Supreme Court guidelines that when he is producing an evidence as a part of investigation, he can have his advocate with him. And that is what he was pleading the government, the police department, that why shouldn't my lawyer be with me? Number one. Why are we stressing on this point is, the Telangana police here and the Congress government, very recently, when an ex-MLA in the Kodangal farmers issue, an ex-MLA was arrested. And you know what happened, Veera? They wrote a document on their own that he has confessed the crime. After going to the jail, the ex-MLA did not know that the confession report said that he has already admitted to the crime. Then the ex-MLA from the jail wrote to the Honorable Judge that I haven't confessed any such thing. This is a scripted document by the Telangana police. This is what happened. This came up to arguments. So we do not trust the Congress government who is making their own scripts today. And that is why we wanted an advocate. And why so much of a hurry? Why don't you wait for the
Syed Asad Abbas, what's wrong in having an advocate?
Yeah. Yes, my friend Krishank Mane selectively spoke about the interim relief. Respected sir, yes, you are right on two accounts. Interim relief, yes. There is a stay order on the arrest, yes. But the fact of the matter, sir, if you've read the interim order carefully, you will know there is absolutely no mention which bars the Anti-Corruption Bureau of the Telangana police or the state to stop him from questioning. He's only merely being
absolutely
called
not.
to question. Yes, Krishank Mane Garu. He's only being asked to come and answer a few simple questions. What is the harm? Also, as a matter of fact, the respected
Why
Kodangal
can't he
MLA
have his
that you
lawyer
spoke
with him?
about-
That's the question he's asking.
Yeah, I'll come to that. And Kodangal MLA that you speak of, sir, many a times, many a fronts, we've seen MLAs, MPs, even ministers changing their stance. Also, as a matter of fact, with respect to MLA that you speak of, you need to understand, sir, if a man is honest, if he's a true leader of the masses, what is the harm in attending without his lawyer? What good can a lawyer do? I think a man like him, who claims to be so honest and innocent,
Why not a
can't he
lawyer?
go and answer a simple
What's the
question?
harm of having a lawyer,
a
Veera?
last point, Krishank Mane Garu, I'll tell you. The fact you need to understand is that Mr. KTR Garu, many a times we've seen him, putting the same allegations on Revanth Reddy and the Congress party. Not just that. I think where he has made an error is questioning the Telangana state police, saying the state police is complicit of the crimes of Revanth Reddy. Let me tell you, sir, Telangana state police is one of the finest that you have in the country
Krishank
today.
Mane,
And
your
raising
point.
question is the same police which served under KCR Garu. And he questioning
Veera.
the same police. This is absolutely unfortunate, sir.
Last word to you,
Veera.
Krishank Mane. Go ahead.
Veera, see, I didn't get my answer. Why not a lawyer, number one? And if we are questioning and if we are calling Revanth Reddy Garu a traitor, it is a very serious concern that after giving in the guarantees, after Sri Rahul Gandhi coming to Warangal and announcing a declaration of 15,000 per acre to farmers, you, in 2024, you stop the Raitu Bandhu scheme, you don't give a single penny to the farmers. And now you come, retract your statement, say we are not going to give 15,000, we are going to give only 12,000. What do you call such a government? So we are not indulging into name calling, but what do we call such
No,
a
I think
government? Now to divert that issue, they
it's
are trying
getting
for this
diverted from the core issue of.
Just 10 seconds.
No,
Respected sir, I
what's
know
the
he's doing
core
his duty as
question
a
here is
principal
why
opposition.
the lawyers were not allowed is what the allegation that's made. Quick
Yes,
response.
definitely. I'm sure the respective anti-corruption bureau have the reasons on the same front. Lawyer allowed or not, my humble logic here is that an honest man, with his lawyer or not, will present his points. All he was asked is question on this. That's about it. Also, as a matter of fact, oppose as a principal opposition. You have the right to oppose.
Honest man.
Krishan Garu,
You mean
just
having
10
lawyers
seconds,
is
sir.
being dishonest?
10 seconds, Krishan Garu.
Why do we have
10
courts?
seconds, sir.
Why
Sir,
do
let me tell you.
All right, I think
Just
there
10
is.
seconds, 10 seconds. As a principal opposition,
We
you have all
leave
the
this
right
conversation
to
here,
protest.
Said Asad
But when it
Abbas.
comes
We
to
leave this
matters of
conversation
development
here.
of Telangana,
Krishank
don't
Mane, we'll have to put an end to this conversation right here, but obviously the political exchange will continue in Hyderabad and in Telangana. Thanks to the two of you for joining us here this evening. Shifting focus now, in Tamil Nadu, it's become an annual ritual for the state government and Governor R.N. Ravi to face off, with the latter walking out of the house at the start of each year. Like last year, an ugly exchange today as Governor Ravi walked out without making his customary address, protesting against what the state government says is a convention of playing the state anthem before the address, that's the governor's address, and the national anthem after it. Governor Ravi wants it to be played before and after it. Sam Daniels with the details.
Once again, Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi walked out of the State Assembly without making the customary governor's address to the House. Like in 2024, this time he walked out protesting against the convention in the State Assembly, playing the state anthem before and the national anthem after the governor's address. Governor Ravi has demanded that the national anthem be played before and after. He took to social media, calling this a violation of the national anthem code and disrespect to the nation. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin called the governor's action as childish and undemocratic.
We are singing the Tamil Thai word first, and at the end of the event, we have this procedure of singing the national anthem. So it is being followed. There is no question of leaving away the national anthem or like that. So when we are going to recite the national anthem at the end of the event, we do not know where comes the issue for the governor.
Meanwhile, there was more drama in the House. Taking on the ruling DMK over the alleged Anna University sexual assault, the principal opposition AIADMK raised slogans and waved placards demanding justice.
The involved person is the DMK office bearer. So government is supporting that, and we want the transparent inquiry.
It is not politicizing. It is reflecting the sentiment of the people. It is raising the issue of the safety of the women of this state.
Amid a worrying trend of drama and acrimony becoming the norm from the parliament to state assemblies, Governor R.N. Ravi's boycott revives the debate on the relevance of the Raj Bhavan. And politically, the AIADMK is set to turn the heat on the ruling DMK on issues of women's safety and law and order. In Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, for NDTV.
Well, as I mentioned, it's become an annual face-off, and joining me this evening, Kalyan Raman of the Bharatiya Janata Party and Salem Dharanidharan of the Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam. Mr. Kalyan Raman, the state government's argument, and it has been over the last 2 years, that this is a convention that's followed in the state for many, many years. Why is it becoming a constant case of friction? Isn't it embarrassing each year after year if the governor has to walk out before giving his customary address?
I think we have to understand it from both historic perspective as well as the constitutional perspective. The Article 370 was an aberration on the Indian Constitution, which was repealed, as we all know, which was abrogated rather. And similarly, if at all the state government is following something called the convention for so many years, then it should be repealed to align with the rest of the states in the country. If Tamil Nadu has been it shall be scrapped and it shall be amended to suit the purpose of the nation. I mean, the entire thing being aligned with the way rest of the country states are being conducted. Governance, customary affairs takes place. In the case of Tamil Nadu, these people have been refusing for the past 3 years continuously not to sing the the extent that the Honorable Governor had asked post singing of the Tamil anthem, the national anthem may be sung. Even that was refused by the Speaker of the Assembly. And more so, he had the audacity of not giving the uplink of the proceedings. So that what was really happening to the governor, the way the governor is being insulted, the national anthem is being insulted of common man. So, coming to the question of historic perspective, the DMK has been historically anti-national. That is precisely the reason why they have been refusing to address the question.
Salem Dharanidharan, go ahead. Respond to what Kalyan Raman is saying. Why can't conventions be redone with changing realities is the question he's asking. Isn't the DMK also chiding the governor in many ways to have a confrontation? Is the insinuation he's making. Go ahead.
It's absolutely baffling for me that how BJP can decide who is nationalistic and who is anti-national, who is a Hindu and who is not a Hindu. Have the Hindus given the mandate to the BJP, or have the people of this country given the mandate to the BJP to decide who is national and anti-national? I am saying the only anti-national party in the country is BJP. The only anti-Hindu party is the BJP, because they only serve for two people. That is Modi, Amit Shah, and then two corporates. That's all. This is why this government exists. That is point number one. Point number two, this is the age-old convention in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Taivaltu in the beginning and national anthem in the end. In fact, even in 2021 assembly, so 2022 January, same thing happened. I'll tell you what happened. What happened was that 2022 January, the national anthem was being sung. Can you keep quiet? National anthem was being sung. The governor walked away. In between the national anthem, without respecting the national anthem. How horrendous is that? In between the national anthem, the
what was the age of this convention? Can we talk about it?
Can you just keep quiet? Can you keep quiet when I talk? Can you not interrupt? This is basic courtesy. Can you extend that courtesy to me? Did I interrupt when you spoke?
It's a question.
Right?
I'm raising a question for you to answer.
You have points to speak. I see.
He's raising. Go ahead, Salem Dharanidharan, finish your point and then we'll go. No, there's no need for rudeness here. There's no need for rudeness here. Salem Dharanidharan, finish your point. Mr. Kalyan Raman, I'll come back to you. He's asked a question saying, give us the history of this convention. Go ahead, Salem Dharanidharan.
2 years back, this same governor, right, walked away during national anthem. Even then, Tamil Taivaltu was sung in the beginning, then the national anthem. Why? You didn't create a problem then. Last year, you didn't create a problem for this issue because each year he wants to create a new issue. Basically, he wants drama. So if you're looking for drama, you will create new issues. Otherwise, the first year itself, which have said, I want this. But this has been followed in other states also. Tamil Nadu, when Kalaignar was there, we got permission for this. And some other states also started following this. We are playing both. Even in every Tamil Nadu function, official function, Tamil Taivaltu is sung at the front and then national anthem is sung at the last, giving more importance to the national anthem. Right? In an event, who speaks first? The last, the Prime Minister will speak, Prime Minister at an event. So, national anthem is given due respect. Here he wants to create
Mr. Kalyan
drama.
Raman.
Somebody walk away. That's all.
Mr. Kalyan Raman, the question that the DMK is posing, the question that Salem Dharanidharan is posing is that this is a convention, whether it is AIDMK or DMK in Tamil Nadu. Why force change that convention? Go ahead, last point quickly, Salem Dharanidharan, before I get to Kalyan Raman.
I'll tell you, now today when I woke up on Facebook, they said last year Mumbai was also on governor.
There were 3 presidencies in the country, namely Bengal, Bombay and Madras Presidency. Madras Presidency held its first assembly in 1920, if we have to go by the history. And if the history is limited to 100 years or so, and the convention is limited to that number of years, once the independence has been attained, rest of the country states have followed it. Only one state, which was separated on the linguistic lines, has not been following it, which the Honorable Governor wants it to be changed. What is wrong in it? Better they fall in line. They have to follow the way the Governor wants it to happen.
Okay, Salem
If Dharanidharan wants to say that, The same people who demanded for Dravida Nadu without even knowing. They didn't even know that there is nothing called Dravida Nadu.
Go ahead, Selam Dharanidharan.
They have no clue or idea or definition about all these things.
Sir, can I ask him to keep quiet? He keeps speaking, interrupting me. See, if the BJP spokesperson will keep speaking like this, I think the Oxford Dictionary will rename illogical, non-coherence to BJP spokesperson. That's how they all speak. It makes absolute no coherence. In fact, Karnataka have their own state flag, right? That doesn't mean that Tamil Nadu is not an integral part of India. DMK has been more nationalistic than the BJP.
You know, there is no...
We have done more for the country than they have. How can they come and say we are not...
My very quick question, I have just 30 seconds left. I have just 30 seconds left. Will this continue again year after year? Again, will there be a face-off?
Nationalist gentleman, since when you have become nationalist?
Savarkar brought about the two national theory in 1926, and they come and preach about nationalism and everything.
No, you are still to learn about.
No, you know, we are discussing about
what happened in 1930s and 40s.
We are discussing about a simple thing.
What happens in 1930s and 40s
to
Germany?
learn history.
I think we'll have to
the same thing, and then Germany.
We'll have to end this conversation here. There are, we'll end this conversation here. Okay, Mr. Kalyan Raman, you know, unfortunately, television debates and the limited time we have does not allow for a deeper analysis of the points that both of you are making, but it could be a civil exchange and a conversation between the two. The real question is, and it's perhaps a troubling one, that will this happen again and again and again? And will the Raj Bhavan and the governor's office and the state government learn to work with each other? Perhaps that's the larger question that's being raised. But thanks to the two of you for joining us here on the Southern View this evening. We'll keep track of that controversy amongst others as well. But that's all we have time for on the Southern View this evening. News and updates continue right here on NDTV. Thanks for watching.
After months of dissent from within his party, an imminent non-confidence motion that he was set to lose, and his growing unpopularity with the Canadian voters, Justin Trudeau is all set to resign. This big story from Canada all day on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. The BJP on Monday launched a scathing attack on the Aam Aadmi Party, centering it around the alleged indulgences of its chief Arvind Kejriwal in his former residence. Now, the party has cited a CAG report claiming the chief minister's former residence was renovated with an expenditure of rupees 33.86 crore, but the actual cost, the party says, could even be higher. Now, the report also points to how the costs got escalated by revising estimates at least 5 times in 2 years, by quoting an incorrect built-up area, by choosing contractors and consultants in an arbitrary manner, and also diverting some of the funds. Now, from silk curtains to carpets to marble flooring, the BJP is using the findings of this CAG report, or the money that was allegedly spent by the chief on the beautification of his former house, to claim that the Aam Aadmi Party's non-corruption is nothing but hypocrisy. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal and his family lived in this bungalow until September 2024, when he resigned from the post of the Chief Minister of Delhi. But the Aam Aadmi Party has denied these allegations as exaggerations, and it has emphasized on the party's track record of welfare initiatives in education, healthcare, and also women's empowerment, framing this controversy as politically motivated. So the question today is, will the BJP's corruption charges on Aam Aadmi Party stick, and will the Aam Aadmi Party be heard electorally? And the larger question, what do these questions raised by CAG report mean for the Aam Aadmi Party that, remember, rose to prominence solely depending on its anti-corruption agenda? Well, the BJP has been trying to come to power in Delhi for the last 27 years, but in the last 10 years, its hopes have been trounced by the Aam Aadmi Party not once but thrice, although the BJP has won all 7 Lok Sabha seats of New Delhi all 3 times. But here's also the first time that Arvind Kejriwal is facing these allegations of corruption, from liquor case to his former residence. Will people of New Delhi vote differently this time? Will these allegations change the way voters of Delhi think about the Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal? Those are the questions we're asking. But first, let's look at this special report on the Sheesh Mahal controversy and how the Aam Aadmi Party responded to it.
In a fresh twist to the ongoing political battle ahead of the Delhi Assembly elections, a report by the Comptroller and Auditor General of India on the renovation of the Delhi Chief Minister's residence has stirred up a storm. The report reveals massive cost overruns in the CM's house renovation, giving the BJP fresh ammunition to attack Arvind Kejriwal and his Aam Aadmi Party. In the CAG report, the main objections are regarding the classification of the Chief Minister's residence category, subsequent increase of cost, the declaration of an emergency requirement, and the alterations between the project being permanent or temporary. The BJP, now armed with this report, has launched a fierce attack on AAP, accusing the Kejriwal government of corruption and mismanagement.
इस बंगले को बनाते समय जिस तरह से भ्रष्टाचार किया गया है, ये 2022 तक की सीएजी की रिपोर्ट बता रही है। लेकिन हमारा सवाल ये है कि ये 33 करोड़ तक नहीं रुक रहा है। 23 और 24 में जो इन्वेंट्री पीडब्ल्यूडी ने निकाली है कि इस बंगले में क्या क्या सामान लगा हुआ था, और पीडब्ल्यूडी ने स्पष्ट रूप से कहा है कि वो हमने नहीं लगाया है। ये 75 से 80 करोड़ का एक ऐसा मॉडल है भ्रष्टाचार का, जो अरविंद केजरीवाल ने अन्ना के सपनों को रोंदते हुए अपनी भ्रष्टाचारी इच्छाओं की पूर्ति के लिए बनाया, जिसमें दिल्ली की जनता की कमाई का पैसा लगा है। ये हिसाब उसको देना पड़ेगा।
2700 करोड़ रुपए का अपने लिए घर बनाने वाला, 8400 करोड़ रुपए के हवाई जहाज में घूमने वाला, 10 लाख रुपए के सूट पहनने वाला व्यक्ति, उसके मुंह से शीश महल की बातें अच्छी नहीं लगती।
And as the Delhi voters list finally saw the light of day, AAP re-upped its voter list manipulation charge with a focus on the New Delhi constituency. The high-profile seat will witness a sharp 3-way contest between Arvind Kejriwal, BJP's Parvesh Verma and Congress's Sandeep Dixit.
जब समरी रिवीजन हो रहा था, जब इलेक्शन कमीशन के बूथ लेवल के अफसर गली गली मोहल्ले मोहल्ले जा रहे थे, तब ये लोग क्यों नहीं वहां से शिफ्ट हुए दिखे? तो ये साफ है कि गलत तरीके से वोट काटने की साजिश हो रही है।
As both sides are trading barbs, the controversy over the renovation of Chief Minister's residence has become a key issue in the upcoming assembly polls. With the BJP accusing Aam Aadmi Party of corruption and Kejriwal defending his government, this whole issue is set to dominate the political discourse in coming days ahead. With camera person Kanan Patra, this is Anushka Garg for NDTV.
Well, we have RP Singh of the BJP now joining us. He's a national spokesperson. We also have Dr. Nishant Anand from the Aam Aadmi Party. And we also have Sajjan Kumar, who's a journalist and who's an author and political analyst. Thank you all of you for joining me on this broadcast. To you, Mr. Singh, first, from the Prime Minister to the Home Minister, big leaders of the BJP are raising the Sheesh Mahal controversy. Do you see this election as the final word on the popularity of Arvind Kejriwal? And why do you think these corruption charges will lead to the defeat of the party, considering that Aam Aadmi Party has also announced a lot of welfare schemes that may have the potential to, in some ways, override the sentiment of anti-incumbency?
Also, the revelation in Sheesh Mahal or pursuance on corruption of Sheesh Mahal has nothing to do with electoral politics. I mean, this is the overall corruption being done by the Aam Aadmi Party, and then this is one part of it. And then obviously this is being highlighted because no one ever thought of, I'll just raise three issues, no one ever thought of that such things can happen in the residence of the Chief Minister. There's a mini bar for 4.8 lakh rupees. If I'm rightly, I have the report with me. It says mini bar worth 4.8 lakh rupees. Now, tell me which Chief Minister or which minister has a bar or so-called mini bar in his residence in India. This is the first time I ever heard, because probably Mr. Kejriwal had a lot to do with liquor, and then there was probably surplus liquor flowing in city, and he had to store those bottles somewhere, so he got a mini bar done in his residence. One. Secondly, there's some toilet seats worth 12 lakh rupees each. I don't know what sort of toilet seats. I mean, it's being said they were gold plated. I don't know whether they were or not. It's a matter of inquiry. But 12 lakh rupees worth of toilet seat, 12 such toilet seats. Poor people don't have toilets for public toilets. I mean, I'll appreciate, please, I'll come to my constituency and see what sort of public toilets or what is the condition of public toilets in India. Thirdly, there is some 15 crore rupees spent on purifier, water purifiers, water quality improvers. The right word is water quality improvers. 15 crore rupees being spent. It says superior water supply and sanitary installations. People don't get water to drink in Delhi, ma'am. I mean, people suffer from water problems. I mean, every year there are more than 3.5 lakh children which suffer from diarrhea and other problems in city. This is not city record. So if that is the status of the city, and then water, Mr. Kejriwal is on record himself saying that he has failed to provide fresh, good tap water, clean tap water to the residents of Delhi. But for himself, he got some 15 crore rupees spent on water purifiers. So this is the overall scene. But other than that, I mean, how can you...
Okay, Mr. Singh, let me take that question to Nishant Anand. Dr. Anand, is the Aam Aadmi Party feeling the heat? Because like Mr. Singh also said, that politics is so much about not just electoral politics, but also about perception. From Sharab to Sheesh Mahal, is the Aam Aadmi Party feeling the heat of these allegations because they hit the core of your pitch, which is basically an Aam Aadmi pitch, living the life of an Aam Aadmi. But clearly some of the many of the items that have been mentioned here will make one question, why was the Chief Minister in need of such lavish things in life?
Hi, good evening to everybody. See, I'll start by saying it is clear that deep down, the BJP recognizes the capabilities of Mr. Kejriwal and his team in executing welfare schemes. Their own lack of vision and skill needs them to resort criticism as their only strategy. See, for years, the BJP made promises. 15 lakh खाते में आएंगे, 2 लाख नौकरियां मिलेंगी, गंगा को साफ करेंगे, and by 2022, everybody who's living in a rural jhuggies, and they will give them the houses, but they have only been able to give 4,700 houses till now. Now, I will answer on Sheesh Mahal that they are pointing out. They need to first answer that they have 560 Kamal Mahal in India, which is each costing an average of 10 crore rupees as per an RTI that I can show you here. So they have spent close to 3,000 to 5,000 crores funded by tax money of people of India, and they have created that. Now, 1,300 crore rupees has been spent on the new house of Prime Minister Modi. Now he is using an 8,400 crores aircraft. He is wearing 2 lakh rupees of
Please don't
sunglasses.
allow falsehood to be spread from
5
this
lakh
channel.
rupees of Improvised Bandgala that he is wearing. Now see, this house that they are talking about, which was being used by Arvind Kejriwal ji, is being given to the elected Chief Minister of Delhi, whosoever, from any party. Now, who is going to take the access of 565 Kamal Mahal they have created in India, which is costing around 5,000 crore rupees. They have planned to create 800 Kamal Mahal in India. So, see, BJP is not able to enter in Delhi from the last 27 years. There is a reason. Till today, they do not have
but
a
Mr.
single...
Anand, Kamal Mahal, BJP offices is also about party workers, right? It's not just a personal residence, but I'll come to that. We also have Asim Ahmed Khan, who's the Congress candidate from Matia Mahal. He was
You're talking about the member parliament residence.
Mr. Singh, I will come to you. Let me take one question from Mr. Khan. Mr. Khan, you've been with the Aam Aadmi Party earlier. In fact, you were also the Minister for Forests and also a couple of other portfolios, including Minority Affairs. Tell us, how do you see these corruption charges? Because you were with the Aam Aadmi Party and now with the Congress Party now. And the parties were allies in the Lok Sabha elections, but now you're also fighting the Aam Aadmi Party.
ठीक कहा आपने मैंने आम आदमी पार्टी में मैं बहुत करीब रहा आम आदमी पार्टी को मैंने अंदर तक देखा है और जहाँ तक समझा है सिर्फ एक नौटंकी पॉलिटिक्स है एक नौटंकी राजनीति है जैसे अभी मेरे सहयोगी साथी सब कह रहे थे कि शीश महल बनाने के लिए पैसा आ जाता है लेकिन जब कोरोना में दिल्ली की जनता को ऑक्सीजन चाहिए था उसके लिए पैसा नहीं था आज 10 साल बाद भी दिल्ली की जनता को पीने के लिए साफ़ पानी नहीं मिल पा रहा है और जैसे आपने अभी बात करी एक एलिगेशन झूठा लगा के हटाया गया था जिसके 1 साल बाद ही मुझे सीबीआई ने और माननीय कोर्ट ने मुझे क्लीन चिट दी थी उसके बाद ये साबित हो गया कि आज अरविंद जी जिसको चाहते हैं क्लीन चिट देते हैं वो क्लीन चिट होता है उसके बाद मेरे बाद अब मनीष सिसोदिया जी जेल चले गए सत्येंद्र जैन जी जेल चले गए अरविंद जी खुद जेल चले गए लेकिन आज भी उनका कहना ये है कि हम पाक साफ़ हैं मतलब जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट हाई कोर्ट हमारी माननीय हाई कोर्ट और माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट जो कह रही है वो उसको भी ना मानते हुए वो कहते हैं हम क्लीन हैं मतलब वो जिसको चाहेंगे वो दोषी होगा और जिसको वो नहीं चाहेंगे वो दोषी नहीं होगा मुझे तो माननीय कोर्ट ने बाइज्जत बरी करा था आज ये कहते हैं कि हम जिनको पास क्लीन चिट नहीं है उनको इलेक्शन नहीं लड़ने देंगे तो आज अरविंद जी किस बिहाफ पे चुनाव लड़ना है मनीष जी किस बिहाफ पे चुनाव लड़ना है सत्येंद्र जैन जी किस बिहाफ पे चुनाव लड़ना है सबके ऊपर मुकदमे चल रहे हैं सब 2-2 साल जेल में रह के आए
Before I come back to you, Mr. Singh, you wanted to make a point, sir.
Very small. I mean, man was spreading lies on your channel saying that Prime Minister has built some house. I mean, Prime Minister is still staying in the same house which had Rajiv Gandhi, Narasimha Rao, all these leaders used to stay. This new house is built. And then, please, I never interrupt.
Yes,
and then this was not on contravention to the basic rules of the PWD. I mean, the Chief Minister never had a house, a permanent residence in Delhi. There is no cabinet note being approved. Nothing of this sort has been approved by the cabinet that yes, we need a Chief Minister's house. Chief Minister used to say in Matsara Road, where Atishi is staying. That used to be a Chief Minister's house, temporary residence or permanent residence of Chief Minister.
Right.
But fact is, issue is not of Chief Minister's house. Issue is that the way the money of Delhi's taxpayer has been splurged for the personal luxury of the Chief Minister. I mean, how can you have a toilet seat?
After that, I go to Sajjan. He's been waiting for a while. Mr. Anand, some of the points that the BJP is making, the fact that it is going to dent Mr. Kejriwal's popularity because this is the first time he's facing these kind of allegations and charges which are serious, including the liquor case and, of course, the Sheesh Mahal controversy, which also, in some ways, those visuals are very powerful there. How do you see the Aam Aadmi Party coming out of this, or do you think this is not going to be electorally relevant at all?
Okay. See, there is no controversy at all. I'll tell you, if BJP have truly delivered on its promises, there would be no need of such insults that their leaders are making every single day. Those who work do not resort to slander they build. So BJP has not done anything in their 20 states. They have the government. That is why they have to do 4 things, I'll tell you. Number 1, from Rajouri Garden, Maninjar Singh Sirsa has been distributing 1,000 rupees cash and putting a stamp on it. That is illegal. They are not allowed to distribute the money they have received from people like Sharad Reddy in electoral bonds. Number two, the Parvesh Verma is also distributing cash money on the name of NGO in an envelope which has JP Nadda and Modi ji and hologram of BJP. Now they need to understand Ramesh Biduri, the candidate from Kalkaji, has been saying wrong things about Priyanka Gandhi as well as the Honorable Chief Minister of Delhi, Atishi. So people like these, they are putting as a candidate for Delhi. People of Delhi had not given a chance to BJP in 27 years. They need to answer, where is the money coming from? 565 Kamal Mahal.
But Sajjan, let me ask you this question. The CAG report, if you look at it, also says that not just, only one of the 5 contractors actually had the requisite credentials to, renovate VIP residences. The selection of the consultants was arbitrary. Estimates were revised every 2 years. So there are some questions that are being asked, not just on, the curtains and carpets, but also on processes, the way these contracts were awarded. So that is completely, contradictory to what Mr. Kejriwal has also, projected his governance as. How much do you think?
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. You need to understand.
Sajjan Kumar, will this, in some ways, do you think this has the ability to dent the image of Arvind Kejriwal, or will it just not really impact the electoral results at all?
Yeah, I mean, Vasudha, see the procedural and legal aspects apart. See the benchmark that Aam Aadmi Party and Kejriwal in 2012 and 13 has set for the other parties. And primarily it was a middle class led movement on the plank of corruption, and the kind of language that Kejriwal was using against Sheila Dikshit, then Chief Minister, and with regard to other parties. Certainly that is something that has to be the benchmark to assess the conduct of the Aam Aadmi Party and Kejriwal. And on that benchmark, certainly, be it about the liquor scam, be it about the Sheesh Mahal, the residence controversy, and many other corruption charges that has been leveled against many of the leaders of Aam Aadmi Party, certainly it has gone down the drains. A party which emerged from the middle class has literally in Delhi has abandoned middle class, because if you see the speech act and content of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders' speeches, you'll find multiple references to the poor sections, to the lower middle class, but they are not catering specifically to the middle class. So that therein you see a U-turn. Second, on the plank of the corruption, except for crying victimhood, you do not see. I mean, of course, you can have a much more lavish house. That is acceptable. But the point is, you have to remember the kind of benchmark and the language you yourself have set and used against the then Chief Minister of Delhi. So that way, I think certainly his image has...
talking about the benchmarks that Aam Aadmi Party has set, and you've raised the Sheesh Mahal controversy, you've made a point, but how confident is the BJP of this not going against the party? Because Aam Aadmi Party also in the last 10 years has cultivated a section of urban poor voter base that Sajjan was also pointing out, who are repeatedly being assured by the BJP, the PM himself, that none of the welfare schemes will be stalled if the BJP comes to power. In other words, how sure are you that this won't end up in sympathy for Arvind Kejriwal?
The question to me?
Yes, sir.
Is that question to me?
Yes,
sorry.
sir. Yes, Mr. Singh, please go on.
Okay. Yeah, issue is that do Delhiites need corrupt government? Are the basic needs of Delhiites being fulfilled? Move outside, the air is still polluted. Water in the taps which comes at your residence is dirty water, filthy water. Then schools, every year, 1.5 lakh children are dropped out of the school from 9th and 11th standard because they want to improve the result of 10th and 12th. And that's how the future of those children who are dropped out is in dark. Mohalla clinics, there are 65,000 tests which were done, which were again fabricated false tests which were done only to fill someone's pocket. Fourthly, let's talk about the roads in city. The roads in city are in pathetic condition. You please ask your cameraman to move around somewhere in West Delhi or somewhere in deep South Delhi. You'll find roads are pathetic. So what has they given to Delhi? Neither the education, neither the pure air, neither the good schools. Just to remind, Justice Manmohan, who's the Chief Justice of the city today, has made observation in month of April, saying that schools are being run in tin sheet roofs. and also that each class had something like 140 children. So this is the state of affair of Delhi. So people have suffered these 10 years. There's this Abda, and they want to get rid of this after this time. They want to get rid of this after this time, and then also no one wants the corrupt government. I mean, one liquor with one bottle free. That's how he has got a mini bar open up in his residence.
Nishant Anand, would you like to respond to that, sir? Both Sajjan saying that, the middle class has been completely ignored, and Mr. RP Singh also pointing out that infrastructure and growth of what the capital should have seen in the last 10 years, has that been sidetracked because there's a single-minded, focus on a couple of other things, apart from welfare? Do you think that is something that people of Delhi should also be asking Arvind Kejriwal?
Absolutely. See, Aam Aadmi, I will give you some facts about, because Aam Aadmi Party will answer their questions. We are not like BJP, not even like BJP spokesperson RP Singh, who threatened and, slapped our spokesperson 3 days back. Now, I will give you some facts. Okay, today, Delhi government schools, top 20, we have 7 schools. We have 3 schools in top 10. I can give you the names. On the number 2 list all over India. Number 2 is
dropped out every year,
Vikas
sir.
Vidyalaya, Sector 10, Dwarka, Delhi. So I can give you the
dropped out every year.
school, number 6 in India is in Jamna Vihar, Delhi, Rajkiya Pratibha Vikas. Now I tell you, I will give you, please speak, please speak when you get your chance. Please
I'll come back to you.
I will give you the schools that Aam Aadmi Party has created. Number 1, Sector 18, Rohini, SOSE. Rohini Sector 23, 21, Rana Pratap Park, Kowadi. These are the new schools created by Aam Aadmi Party. Now I'll give you a few facts. We have 533. Sir, please, let me complete myself.
Because you want to do the result of 10th and 12th.
आप electoral bonds में पैसा लेते हो.
About the 65,000 fabricated tests which was selected in Mola Clinic. How about those 3 children who died because of the wrong medicine prescribed by the Mullah
Okay, I'm giving the last word to Sajjan. Sajjan, how do you see this playing out?
You have to let me complete. You have to
how about those IAS aspirant who died because of negligence of the Delhi government? How about those garbage dumps which
Sajjan, how do you see this playing out, Sajjan? Because at the end of the day, politics is so much about optics and perception. While this controversy is going on, do you see the election results as being, in some ways, the last testament to what Arvind Kejriwal stands for? If he wins Delhi for the 4th time or the 3rd time, then probably this controversy will not see the light of another day. But if BJP manages to improve its performance and win, clearly corruption charges are sticking to the Aam Aadmi Party, isn't it?
See, there are a couple of takeaways. One, at this juncture, certainly BJP's tally will improve. How much is something yet to be seen, because you do see an increase and intensification in the middle class antagonism. 2, unless and until Congress doesn't perform relatively better, the consolidation of Aam Aadmi Party votes among the poor and the lower middle class section is difficult to be dealt with, because they have a dilemma. 1, to go against the increasing dent in the image of Aam Aadmi Party, and 2, abandoning the kind of material benefits that are there. So crucial point would be how strong Congress is performing. Are they able to cut, say, for example, 10-15,000 votes in 2025 constituency? But the corruption charges, as far as it is concerned, even Aam Aadmi Party voters, they also now accept a significant section that the image that Kejriwal used to have in the past is no more what. Okay. But that is not enough, abandon Aam Aadmi Party for the poor section.
Thank you so much, Sajjan. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Thank you, Mr. Anand, for joining me on this broadcast. A CAG report detailing exorbitant expenditures on the renovation of the Delhi Chief Minister's official residence has, of course, ignited a heated political debate ahead of the Delhi elections. This report, which has not been officially tabled, reveals some staggering overspending on the project, with opposition parties, particularly BJP, using these findings. But Aam Aadmi Party has dismissed all of these as exaggerations and a political conspiracy. What do people of Delhi think? That is something we will get to know in the next few weeks as election happens in the capital of India. Moving on, as the temperatures dip and fog engulfs the national capital, NDTV and Uday Foundation's blanket donation drive. 60,000 blankets are needed to help save lives and keep those less fortunate warm during harsh winters. The blankets can be dropped off at this location on your screen. Bring your blanket donations to Uday Foundation Sarvodaya Enclave in New Delhi.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं।
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी।
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rawat. Stay with us for all the news you need to know. 9 killed in a Naxal attack in Chhattisgarh. We'll get you all the details. In Delhi, Aam Aadmi Party hits out over voter list manipulation again. And as some cases of HMP virus emerge in India, nothing to panic about, says the Health Ministry. Let's take a look at the headlines. 8 jawans and a driver who were returning from an operation were killed in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district when Maoists used an IED to blow up their vehicle. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister says their sacrifices will not go in vain. The BJP doubles down on their attack against Arvind Kejriwal over funds spent on the Chief Minister's residence after details emerged from the central auditor, while Aam Aadmi Party hits out again over voter list manipulation, claiming certain voters are being removed, others are being added. Political parties gun for the women's vote with competing schemes after past successes that have been seen. The Congress announces the Pyari Didi scheme with 2,500 a month are promised for women after Aam Aadmi Party's Mahila Saman scheme, which promised 2,100. Tamil Nadu Assembly winter session starts on a dramatic note. Governor R.N. Ravi walks out without making the customary address, this over the anthem, while opposition parties stage a protest inside the Assembly. The Chief Minister Stalin called the governor's move as childish. No need to panic over the HMP virus as the center after cases are detected in infants in Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. The Health Minister Nadda says it's not a new virus. The Karnataka Health Minister says no surge, no need for panic. And the 82nd Golden Globes takes place. Women take the center stage, and while India's... Our top story now, 8 jawans and a driver were killed in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district when Maoists used an improvised explosive device to blow up their vehicle. The 9 were returning from an operation when the IED blew up. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Vishnudev Sai condemned the blast and described it as heinous and tragic incident. Earlier in the day, the security forces had attacked Maoists in the Abujhmad region in Chhattisgarh and killed 5 rebels.
विगत दो तीन दिनों से जिला बीजापुर नारायणपुर दंतेवाड़ा के सीमावर्ती इलाका में सुरक्षा बल द्वारा अभियान संचालित की जा रही थी। तत्पश्चात अभियान के बाद सर्चिंग को पूर्ण करके सुरक्षा बल द्वारा वापस बेस कैंप आ रहे थे। इस दौरान जिला बीजापुर की बेदरे एवं कुट्रू के बीच में अम्बेली के पास महोदय द्वारा लाए गए एक आईडी ब्लास्ट की चपेट में आने से हमारा एक वाहन आईडी के चपेट में आ गए थे। उसमें सवार हमारा 8 डीआरजी दंतेवाड़ा के जवान का शहादत हो गई, तो उसके एक ड्राइवर का भी शहादत होगी। कुल 9 का शहादत का भी जानकारी प्राप्त हो रहे थे। उस स्पॉट में अभी रीइंफोर्समेंट टीम और अन्य जितना भी जो इवैक्यूएशन टीम पहुंच गए थे। अभी तक जो प्राथमिक जानकारी अनुसार कुल सुरक्षा बल का 8 एवं एक ड्राइवर, कुल 9 लोग का इस घटना में शहादत हो गए थे।
डीआरजी दंतेवाड़ा के 8 जवान सर्चिंग से वापस आ रहे थे और आईडी ब्लास्ट में उनका वाहन उड़ गया और सभी 8 जवान शहीद हो गए। साथ में जो वाहन का चालक था वो भी शहीद हो गया। शहादत को मैं नमन करता हूं, उनको विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। उनके शोक संतप्त परिवार को इस गहन शोक को सहने की ताकत दें और उनका शहादत बेकार नहीं जाएगा। नक्सली लगातार जिस तरह से उनकी पराजय हो रही है उससे बौखलाए हुए हैं और एक कायराना हरकत कर रहे हैं।
This place is around 40 kilometers away from the district headquarters of Bijapur, and the explosion was so powerful that it created a 10 feet deep crater on the middle of the road, and the bonnet of the Scorpio in which these jawans from the district reserve guards were travelling was found hanging on a tree nearby. So you can understand the power of this explosion. These jawans were returning from an anti-Naxal operations which started on 3rd of January. So these jawans were exhausted, hungry, and it remains to be seen whether whether any standard operating procedure was not followed, because usually the jawans from the DRG they travel on foot or they use bike, and usually they don't use the same road while coming back. So it remains to be seen, and as per the security sources from the security forces there in Bastar, this time the Naxals have used a fox trap. A fox trap is a technique basically in which they hide stones, they dig the road and hide stones, and whenever they want to execute any explosion, then they fill these holes with explosives. So during anti-mining operation, usually there you can't detect these foxholes, and whenever they want to execute some explosion, they usually fill these foxholes with explosive. 9 jawans, 8 jawans from the DRG and their driver was killed in this attack, because last year we have seen a massive victory for the security forces when they have killed more than 290 Naxals and more than 1,000 Naxals have surrendered. But in 2025 the security forces are on offensive, but still today a major blow to the security forces when the Naxals killed 8 jawans from the DRG and their driver in Bastar.
All right, a big blow to operations with 9 killed in that Naxal attack. Moving on to news from Delhi now, and as Delhi elections and near, political parties attacking one another, and the BJP doubled down today on its Sheesh Mahal attack on Arvind Kejriwal, receiving fresh ammunition in the form of a CAG report on expenses involved in renovating the Chief Minister's residence at the time. While Aam Aadmi Party today hit out over voters' list manipulation, Chief Minister Atishi accused the BJP-led centre of conspiring to remove AAP supporters from electoral rolls, fearing loss in the Delhi Assembly polls.
In a fresh twist to the ongoing political battle ahead of the Delhi Assembly elections, a report by the Comptroller and Auditor General of India on the renovation of the Delhi Chief Minister's residence has stirred up a storm. The report reveals massive cost overruns in the CM's house renovation, giving the BJP fresh ammunition to attack Arvind Kejriwal and his Aam Aadmi Party. In the CAG report, the main objections are regarding the classification of the Chief Minister's residence category, subsequent increase of cost, the declaration of an emergency requirement, and the alterations between the project being permanent or temporary. The BJP, now armed with this report, has launched a fierce attack on AAP, accusing the Kejriwal government of corruption and mismanagement.
इस बंगले को बनाते समय जिस तरह से भ्रष्टाचार किया गया है, ये 2022 तक की सीएजी की रिपोर्ट बता रही है। लेकिन हमारा सवाल ये है कि ये 33 करोड़ तक नहीं रुक रहा है। 23 और 24 में जो इन्वेंट्री पीडब्ल्यूडी ने निकाली है कि इस बंगले में क्या क्या सामान लगा हुआ था, और पीडब्ल्यूडी ने स्पष्ट रूप से कहा है कि वो हमने नहीं लगाया है। ये 75 से 80 करोड़ का एक ऐसा मॉडल है भ्रष्टाचार का जो अरविंद केजरीवाल ने अन्ना के सपनों को रोंदते हुए अपनी भ्रष्टाचारी इच्छाओं की पूर्ति के लिए बनाया, जिसमें दिल्ली की जनता की कमाई का पैसा लगा है। ये हिसाब उसको देना पड़ेगा।
2700 करोड़ रुपए का अपने लिए घर बनाने वाला, 8400 करोड़ रुपए के हवाई जहाज में घूमने वाला, 10 लाख रुपए के सूट पहनने वाला व्यक्ति, उसके मुंह से शीश महल की बातें अच्छी नहीं लगती।
And as the Delhi voters list finally saw the light of day, AAP re-upped its voter list manipulation charge with a focus on the New Delhi constituency. The high-profile seat will witness a sharp three-way contest between Arvind Kejriwal, BJP's Parvesh Verma and Congress's Sandeep Dixit.
जब समरी रिवीजन हो रहा था, जब इलेक्शन कमीशन के बूथ लेवल के अफसर गली गली मोहल्ले मोहल्ले जा रहे थे, तब ये लोग क्यों नहीं वहां से शिफ्ट हुए दिखे? तो ये साफ है कि गलत तरीके से वोट काटने की साजिश हो रही है।
As both sides are trading barbs, the controversy over the renovation of Chief Minister's residence has become a key issue in the upcoming assembly polls. With the BJP accusing Aam Aadmi Party of corruption and Kejriwal defending his government, this whole issue is set to dominate the political discourse in coming days ahead. With camera person Kanan Patra, this is Anushka Garg for NDTV.
And now in a fresh development, after AAP alleged voter list manipulation, the Delhi election officer has claimed that AAP leaders are attempting to put pressure on the official to release personal details of objectors. This is against the ECI rules. He's written now to the chief election officer claiming that certain pressure is being brought on him. He's named Member of Parliament Raghav Chadha. He's named Chief Minister Atishi of summoning him for a meeting. Also now there has been a move made for more protection or deployment of police personnel at the election officer's office. Let's go across to Ishika now for more. Nishika, after these allegations by the Aam Aadmi Party, the Delhi election officer claiming that there's being pressure brought on him.
Well, yes, certainly, it is a big claim, and now it has directly come from the official. It is the district election officer of the New Delhi constituency who has now written to the chief election officer, and he has alleged that the Aam Aadmi Party leaders are trying to exert pressure on him to release the personal details of objectors, which goes against the Election Commission of India's guidelines. In his letter, he has very prominently named Aam Aadmi Party MP Raghav Chadha, saying that Raghav Chadha visited his office on 21st of December, then again on 28th of December, then again 29th, and the latest on 3rd of January. He also mentioned Sanjay Singh's name in that as well. He also went on to say that Chief Minister of Delhi, Atishi, has also in fact summoned him for a meeting on 4th without giving any specified agenda. Now, more so, we are also seeing that the other officials, that is the additional district magistrate of New Delhi constituency, has also now written to the DCP, urging him that in light of this, there should be police personnel deployment so that the DEOs can in fact, smoothly continue on with their operation without any fear or without any pressure from any political representatives. So certainly the politics over this is also going to escalate because now it is coming directly from the officials. Over to you.
That's right. Thanks so much, Ishika, for joining us with those latest developments. And in other news from Delhi, Chief Minister Atishi today broke down during her press conference while reacting to BJP leader Ramesh Bheduri's controversial comments that he made on her father when he targeted her over her surname. Atishi hit out, saying the BJP leader has stooped to such a low to attack her elderly father. Bheduri has been fielded from Kalkaji, that is Atishi's seat.
वो इतने बीमार रहते हैं कि बिना सहारे के चल नहीं पाते हैं। आप चुनाव के लिए इतनी घटिया हरकत करेंगे? कैसे बुजुर्ग व्यक्ति को गालियां देने पे उतर आएंगे?
All right, an emotional Atishi there. Now, with political parties realizing it's the women voters who can carry them across that winning line, all parties are competing now to woo the women. If AAP announced the Mahila Samman Yojana scheme, where women would receive 2,100 rupees a month, Congress today has outdone them, announcing the Pyari Didi Yojana, promising 2,500 every month.
Political pundits credit the BJP for cracking the wooing women voters formula. But opposition parties too have been quick to pick up on the trend. As Delhi rolls up its sleeves to decide on the next government, Congress announced the Pyari Didi scheme for women in Delhi, promising 2,500 rupees per month. Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar did the honours, quoting the Karnataka model.
Whatever the decision has been taken in Karnataka on the same model, 2,500 rupees, this Pyari Didi Yojana will be implemented.
Remember, the Congress rode home in Karnataka on the back of the Griha Lakshmi scheme, promising the same amount to women in the state.
Mahalakshmi, which means rupees 2,500.
More recently in Telangana, the Mahalakshmi scheme proved lucky for Revant Reddy. In Delhi, AAP took the lead, sprinting off the block in the race to woo women voters. The party revised the payout to women to 2,100 rupees under the Mahila Samman Yojana.
महंगाई बहुत ज़्यादा कर दी है केंद्र सरकार ने उनकी नीतियों ने उनको घर का खर्चा चलाने में मदद मिलेगी.
In 2020, with a record turnout of 62.5%, women bridged the gap with men. AAP swept the polls, winning 62 seats. The free bus scheme for women is what caught the imagination in the last Vidhan Sabha polls in Delhi.
Jai Bhavani, Jai Shivaji, Ladkya Baininsa, Vijay.
In the Maharashtra Assembly elections last year, many credit the BJP's Ladki Behna scheme for the turnaround in the Mahayuti's fate. The tried and tested formula worked for JMM in Jharkhand with the Maiya Samman Yojana and for Mama Shivraj Singh Chauhan in Madhya Pradesh with the Ladli Behna scheme. Women voters in Jharkhand took the lead in 2024, clocking 5% higher turnout as men at 70.5%.
मोदी जी ने हमको लखपति दीदी बनाया है. मोदी जी के वजह से हम आज
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Lakpati Didi scheme, targeted at women's self-help groups in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, hit bullseye for the BJP. The turnaround for women in the Lok Sabha polls equaled that of men at 65.8%.
Every political party now vies for women vote. There is a race among parties to dole out attractive SOPs for women ahead of the upcoming elections. Now, Delhi election season is no different from it. With camera person Kanan Patra, this is Anushka Garg for NDTV.
News now from Tamil Nadu, where the assembly began today on a dramatic note, with Governor R.N. Ravi refusing to deliver his customary address, walking out in protest of the national anthem not being sung at the beginning of the address. Chief Minister Stalin later called it childish and said it violated custom. The latest in the Governor versus Tamil Nadu saga, the ruling DMK has threatened to hold protest now against the Governor across Tamil Nadu tomorrow. DMK alleges R.N. Ravi insulted the Tamil anthem by storming out soon after it was sung. The first day also saw opposition AIADMK and BJP MLAs protesting and raising slogans against the Anna University sexual assault case and were marshalled out for showing placards.
Once again, Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi walked out of the State Assembly without making the customary governor's address to the House. Like in 2024, this time he walked out protesting against the convention in the State Assembly, playing the state anthem before and the national anthem after the governor's address. Governor Ravi has demanded that the national anthem be played before and after. He took to social media, calling this a violation of the national anthem code and disrespect to the nation. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin called the governor's action as childish and undemocratic.
We are singing the Tamil Thai word first, and at the end of the event, we have this procedure of singing the national anthem. So it is being followed. There is no question of leaving away the national anthem or like that. So when we are going to recite the national anthem at the end of the event, we do not know where comes the issue for the governor.
Meanwhile, there was more drama in the House. Taking on the ruling DMK over the alleged Anna University sexual assault, the principal opposition AIADMK raised slogans and waved placards demanding justice.
The involved person is the DMK office bearer.
So government is supporting that, and how much government, we want the transparent inquiry.
It is not politicizing. It is reflecting the sentiment of the people. It is raising the issue of the safety of the women of this state.
Amid a worrying trend of drama and acrimony becoming the norm from the parliament to state assemblies, Governor R.N. Ravi's boycott revives the debate on the relevance of the Raj Bhavan. And politically, the AIADMK is set to turn the heat on the ruling DMK on issues of women's safety and law and order. In Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, for NDTV.
Now, our focus on the HMP virus, and 3 cases were reported in the country today. 2 cases in Bengaluru, a 3-month-old baby who's been discharged and an 8-month-old who is recovering. Meanwhile, a 2-month-old infant in Ahmedabad has also been diagnosed with the virus. Now, HMPV has been in the news because of increase in cases in China. However, Union Health Minister J.P. Nadda said it is not a new virus. This is something doctors too have been saying that it spreads every winter and that it's children, infants and elderly who are more susceptible. Also, there's no reason to panic. The center is monitoring very closely.
On recent reports, the cases of HMPV in China, the Health Ministry, the Indian Council for Medical Research and the National Center for Disease Control are keeping a close watch on the situation in China as well as in the neighboring countries. No surge in any of the common respiratory viral pathogens is observed in India. Joint Monitoring Group meeting was held under the chairmanship of Director General for Health Services on 4th of January 2025 to review the situation. The health systems and surveillance networks of the country remain vigilant, ensuring the country is ready to respond promptly to any emerging health challenges. There is no reason to worry.
So no need to panic. HMPV is not a new virus, says the center. And finally, some entertainment news. The 82nd Golden Globe Awards kicked off the 2025 award season in grand fashion and in Los Angeles. Hosted by Nikki Glaser, the star-studded ceremony honored the year's most critically acclaimed films, TV shows and performances. Women dominated the event, while India's Payal Kapadia didn't get an award, but she certainly won hearts.
The Golden Globes kicked off the award season today. Indian hopes were centered around Payal Kapadia's All We Imagine Is Light, which was nominated for Best Director and Best Foreign Language Film. However, it missed out on both the awards. Emilia Perez, which led song, and also Best Original Song, and also the Best Supporting Actress for Zoe Saldana. Carla Sofia Gascon, the trans star of Emilia Perez, delivered a powerful speech.
You come and maybe put us in jail. You come beat us up, but you never can take away our soul, our existence, our identity. And I want to say to you, raise your voice, freedom, and say, I am who I am, know who you want.
Shogun led the television category with 4 awards. It won Best Series in the Drama category and the awards for the Best Actor, Actress and Supporting Actor in a Drama Series. It was also a night of Hollywood's biggest female stars picking up awards. Demi Moore won her first major acting award for The Substance, her comeback movie. Jodie Foster took home the Best Female Actor in a limited series for True Detective. Nikki Glaser also made history as the first solo woman Golden Globes host. Her monologue in political digs at President-elect Donald Trump and more. Most importantly, the wins at the Golden Globes give a big hint as to who might be ahead in the Oscars race. With Abira Dhar, Bureau Report, NDTV.
And with that, it's a wrap from me. News updates continue right here on NDTV.
dissent from within his party, an imminent non-confidence motion that he was set to lose, and his growing unpopularity with the Canadian voters, Justin Trudeau is all set to resign. This big story from Canada all day on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Women take center stage at the 82nd Golden Globes. Emilia Perez and the Shogun dominate the evening.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
This is the last word and I'm Maria Shakil. Tamil Nadu Assembly's first session of the year got off to a stormy start as opposition AIADMK and BJP MLAs protested and raised slogans against the Anna University sexual assault case. Several leaders, including the leader of opposition, Edapadi Palaniswamy, who led the protest, also held placards in the House. The protesting MLAs were later marshalled out. Following this, the PMK, which is also an alliance partner in opposition, and the BJP leaders walked out of the assembly. The ruling DMK has been facing challenges as far as its alliance partners are concerned as well. The VCK also submitted a notice to the Speaker to discuss the issue surrounding the Anna University sexual assault case. What played out today was also a familiar face-off between the Governor, R.N. Ravi, and State's Chief Minister, Mr. M.K. Stalin. Governor Ravi refused to deliver his customary address to the assembly and walked out in protest of the national anthem not being sung at the beginning of the address. As per the tradition, the state anthem, that is Tamil Thai Velthu, is sung when the house meets, and the national anthem is at the end. But Governor Ravi has taken exception to this norm and has said that the national anthem should be sung at both times. MK Stalin said that Governor had made it a custom to violate the assembly's tradition and called his actions childish. First the story, then I bring in the guests.
Once again, Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi walked out of the State Assembly without making the customary governor's address to the House. Like in 2024, this time he walked out protesting against the convention in the State Assembly, playing the state anthem before and the national anthem after the governor's address. Governor Ravi has demanded that the national anthem be played before and after. He took to social media, calling this a violation of the national anthem code and disrespect to the nation. Chief Minister MK Stalin called the governor's action as childish and undemocratic.
We are singing the Tamil Thai Valthu first, and at the end of the event, we have this procedure of singing the national anthem. So it is being followed. There is no question of leaving away the national anthem or like that. So when we are going to recite the national anthem at the end of the event, we do not know where comes the issue for the governor.
Meanwhile, there was more drama in the House. Taking on the ruling DMK over the alleged Anna University sexual assault, the principal opposition AIADMK raised slogans and waved placards demanding justice.
The involved person is the DMK office bearer. So government is supporting that, and we want the transparent inquiry.
It is not politicizing. It is reflecting the sentiment of the people. It is raising the issue of the safety of the women of this state.
Amid a worrying trend of drama and acrimony becoming the norm from the parliament to state assemblies, Governor R.N. Ravi's boycott revives the debate on the relevance of the Raj Bhavan. And politically, the AIADMK is set to turn the heat on the ruling DMK on issues of women's safety and law and order. In Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, for NDTV.
And joining me on the show tonight, we have Salim Dharanidhar, national spokesperson of the DMK. Kovai Satyan is the national spokesperson of AIADMK. Madhu Vanti is leader of the BJP in Tamil Nadu, and we have Radhakrishnan, senior journalist. Salim Dharanidhar, beginning with you. You are part of opposition in the national cap in Delhi, and we have seen how the entire India bloc staged protests. You are not marshalled out. Are you being intolerant in a state assembly where you are in the treasury benches?
Hi, good evening, Maria. See, firstly, remember there are two different issues. See, what is happening in the parliament is that parliament convenes, and then the opposition parties in the India bloc, we want to discuss some issues. And we are not allowed to discuss. And that is the problem. Here, they came with the aim of disrupting the assembly. They came, they walked out. Right? Unparliamentary behavior cannot be accepted. They came in with an unparliamentary behavior. They came with who's the sir here written, right? That is the problem. I think there are two different issues. Our chief minister has always been someone who believes in democracy, who believes in discussion. Even after the Hooch tragedy, he convened the assembly and discussion on Hooch tragedy took place. The chief minister is willing to discuss, but opposition should come and sit in the assembly, no? In the parliament, we are sitting, but they don't want to discuss. They want, when Adani issues blown out of proportion, in assembly, the prime minister announcing bills after bills. Without discussion, he wants to pass them.
You know, what is becoming clear is that you have different rules when you are in opposition and completely different when you are part of the government. And R.K. Radhakrishnan, because he's smiling, perhaps he is in agreement with me. Sir, two events playing out in Tamil Nadu as the session began today. Of course, one was what will be seen as high-handedness
of the ruling DMK. The second was the regular frostiness of equation which is playing out between the Raj Bhavan and the Chief Minister's office.
Absolutely, Maria, you put it very rightly. See, it could have been easily, the DMK on the back foot today if the governor had not pulled this fast one. ADMK had come prepared, as Dharnidharan has very clearly pointed out. The campaign was very clear. As you mentioned, that documentary earlier mentioned that the VCK has given notice. All of that together, it was the time to put pressure on the DMK on this particular case. And then the entire thing flips on its head. And now I was on a TV channel in Tamil. I think Dharani also was on another channel. So Satyan would have been on another channel discussing what the governor did and what the government's response was. We should be discussing the safety and security of women in campuses and women in Tamil Nadu. Instead of that, we are discussing something else completely different, and governor sidetracked it, and that is a huge problem. The government was let off the hook, and right now we are forced to, people like me are forced to defend the government because what the governor did was completely off the mark. He did this last year itself, and the speaker had very clearly written to him saying that we follow traditions. And the tradition here in Tamil Nadu has been that since 1991, when Jayalalitha came to power, has been that we sing the Tamil Thai Valthu initially, and then at the end of the proceedings, we sing the national anthem. This should not be a controversy at all. We should be discussing what is in the presidential address. We should be discussing the security and safety of our women.
Absolutely.
We should be discussing the fact that the vice chancellor is not being appointed to universities in Tamil Nadu.
Yes. So, Madhuvanti, I would agree with Mr. Radhakrishnan here that it is the governor's conduct, and a familiar one, he does this every now and then, has actually let the DMK government off the hook. Today was the day that we saw the entire opposition and also a part of the government, an alliance partner of the government, question them on a very important issue, that is women's security.
Good evening, Maria, and to my fellow panelists, wish you all a very happy new year as well. As a woman, I have been asking these questions time and again about the safety and security of women in the state of Tamil Nadu. Pun intended, the state of Tamil Nadu is in, I don't know what to call it. I really don't know if there's something called law and order in Tamil Nadu in the first place. Dharan, don't put up your hand yet. I waited till you finished. Allow me to complete. Thank you. So, having said that, my point here is, if the governor asked for the national anthem to be played, which he had already requested and which is part of the rule book that has been sent by the Home Ministry across all functions, across all states in India, what was the problem in singing it after the Tamil Thai Valthu? Why make it such a big issue? And what tradition are they talking about? 1970, Kalaignar Karunanidhi wanted the Tamil Thai Valthu to be sung across all the state government functions. Nobody followed it until 1991. 1991, it was Madam J. Jayalalitha who brought it back into the culture. And in 91, let me make it very clear, both the Tamil Thai Valthu and the national anthem were sung at the beginning of the assembly. Just to, kindle Mr. Radhakrishnan's memory, because he said only Tamil Thai Valthu was sung in the beginning and then the national anthem at the end. No, both were sung. Now, what is the problem if you sing the national anthem? Why try to unnecessarily rake this up when you already know this is an issue that has come up last year? So who was trying to divert the entire attention from the opposition, causing asking them questions? And what are they talking about? Opposition doing drama. They hold the pocket books of the constitution and walk in and out of the parliament. They jaywalk in and out of the parliament. They hold pictures of Ambedkar and jaywalk in and out of the parliament. And they talk about drama being presented here. I don't understand. It's one rule for them in Delhi and another rule for them in Chennai. I really don't understand how this works. And what tradition, what norm? I don't understand. It's a rule. Just follow the rule and get the assembly going. Why unnecessarily rake up this whole point? I don't understand. It's ridiculous.
Okay. Will you respond to this, Salim?
See, firstly and foremost, the same governor 2 years back walked away when the national anthem was being sung. So he wants drama. So he will find one reason or the other. Right? Like a child. Mother will make dosa, he will say, I want puri. Mother will make puri, he will say, no, I don't want both. So he basically wants drama. Today I woke up in the morning at 6:30. Last year reminder came in Facebook. You know what was the reminder? Governor digressing the norms in the assembly. So he needs a reason. 3 years back also, first Tamil Thai Valthu was sung. Then national anthem song, why did not protest? Why did not protest last year? So basically, this man wants drama and BJP wants to blow up things out of proportion. I'll tell you one example. See, this incident in Anna University is unfortunate. But BJP is trying to showcase as if Tamil Nadu has become like an Afghanistan. Tamil Nadu is still the safest city for women in the country. What is happening in UP? Number of rapes happening in UP is 20 rapes happening per day in UP. Right? 70%.
Let's not get into this whataboutery. Mr. Dharmidanan, let's not get into this whataboutery. The government of the day cannot get away by saying that what's happening in UP, what's happening in other BJP ruled states. Let's talk about your own responsibility on administration and law and order. So let me bring in Kovai Satyan. Mr. Satyan, the governor in the past has raked up issues which have given you political dividends. But today, he hijacked what was your issue or your day when you were raising, concerns about law and order. Shouldn't you be worried about that now?
Good evening. See, whenever the incompetence of MK Stalin-led DMK government is under fire, their savior is this governor. This is not the first time. And today again, when the incompetence of MK Stalin was under fire inside the assembly, who is this sir? Governor enacted a drama. It looks like national anthem has become a matter of convenience with respect to pride. Last year, he delivered the address without the national anthem being sung in the beginning. He had already set a precedent. And today, because of the newfound love between DMK and BJP, both of them had to their convenience play to the gallery. He walks out and DMK rakes this issue, and tomorrow they are going to hold a statewide protest. What is more shameful is the person, the molester who is accused in the Anna Nagar University is a DMK member. Neither the chief minister nor the deputy chief minister have made out one statement so far. And they are so scared to even speak it out in the open. And the same fear is now getting into the assembly as well. So they need some way or other. They were looking out for a savior because of their secret understanding with BJP. Governor has come as a savior at another time. And he walks out of the assembly.
Okay, Madhuvanti, will you say the same? Because if you look at it, the governor and the chief minister has been playing out for the last 2.5 years. Ever since he has taken as the Tamil Nadu governor in 2021, there has been frosty ties between MK Stalin and Mr. R.N. Ravi. And he has spoken about it, and there has been this tug of war playing out not just over bills but about his repeated statements as well, and of course what played out even today. So last February also the governor had refused to deliver the customary address to the assembly and had said that there were several passages in the speech which are misleading and far from truth.
Yes, I am aware of what the governor said the last time, and I'm also amazed at the fact that Kovai Satyan, my very good friend, is saying that there is this secret relationship between BJP and DMK. I really don't know who is doing the drama and writing the screenplay and script for the ADMK off late. Really, truly, it's amazing to hear that today on this debate, because the same DMK was the one questioning the governor on passing 11 bills. And you know what they were? To make the chief minister chancellor of all the universities, including Anna University. Now, when the governor said, I cannot pass those bills and sat on them, the same DMK is now saying it's the fault of the governor because he is the chancellor of Anna University, and that is why there has been a law and order problem in Anna University, and that is why this whole mess has happened. I mean, ma'am, please look at the entire hypocrisy and dichotomy here. I really want to know who's being childish, who's behaving like an LKG student, who's behaving like a 3-year-old. God forbid if this is going to continue in Tamil Nadu. I shudder to wonder what's going to happen for the safety and security of any woman in Tamil Nadu, leave alone the women students. I am worried about the safety and security of women in Tamil Nadu in general.
Okay, Mr. Dharmidanan,
may I interfere here?
Yes, I want you to
respond. I want to respond.
I'll come to you.
I haven't replied to him yet. So let me and foremost, I'll tell you this. Firstly, any socio-economic metric, you compare with BJP rule state, let BJP rule these states for 20-25 years. Not even a single metric, including inclusive industrial growth, these states do better than Tamil Nadu. So why will, and even in law and order, they own NCRB data. And coming to Kovai Satyan, it's baffling that someone who have seen Edapadi's AIDMK can talk about incompetence. We have to go and sleep at night. As spokesperson, we have to defend the party, but we have to sleep at night. The state's revenue to GDP reduced by 2%. The state's
That's your
GDP is
problem.
25 lakh crores. 2% loss is 50 lakh, 50,000 crores. 50,000 crores. Administrative capacity of Tamil Nadu was destroyed in the 4 years. Loot and pillage. This chief minister comes and says, when he was chief minister party, that I saw people being killed while watching TV. He did not know what happened. Only I was loot and pillage. They built buildings everywhere, half built, took the money. That they can't talk about incompetence, right? That's completely not unacceptable. Why the chief minister should have the chancellorship is simply because these universities are run by the state government money, not the union government money. And why we are blaming the BJP government is registrar was appointed by the governor. Registrar is an RSS person, and registrar runs the university. Anna University is autonomously run, funded by the Tamil Nadu government. Without vice chancellor, registrar runs it. So this kind of, and last time you told me whataboutery. I don't think it's a whataboutery. I said Tamil Nadu, the incident should not have happened, but to showcase as if Tamil Nadu is unsafe.
May I come in?
Yes.
It's like a top, it's the worst place to live in India. It's completely wrong,
Yes.
and it's a
And then I'll give the
misinformation
last word
and a
to
fake news
Mr.
propaganda.
Radhakrishnan. Yes.
May I come in?
Yes. Go ahead.
No, what is the irony is the DMK leader who is so spineless, they don't take ownership and accountability. The person who is arrested is a DMK office bearer. Gnanasekhar is a DMK office bearer. And there is one more person involved in it, and they are trying to shield him because he has connected in the ministerial level. And a commissioner is coming out and lying in the open, minister is lying. Rather than facing the reality and bringing in transparency and delivering justice, Dharmendran, don't shout. I heard you speak. I heard you speak. Now you keep quiet. It's my time. It's my time. It's my time. It's my time. You please have. You want to sleep, you don't sleep, it's your problem.
You have to listen to others, please. You have to listen to others, please.
Assaults wherein your ministers are involved. One is Raghupati, another one is Raj Kannappan. 2 more sexual assault cases are there. You are still not able to take accountability for the Anna University episode. Shame on you people. Shame on your leader. Not able to face the media, not able to make out one statement in this Anna University issue. You and BJP are interested to play politics to the gallery. Have some courage, have some spine, stand up and take up responsibility. Ask your leader to stand up. Show some courage. Take up the responsibility. Sack that Gnanasekhar from your party.
He was arrested.
Have some shame.
He is not DMK.
Don't protect the sexual offenders.
He was arrested in 3 hours.
Don't protect the sexual offenders. Are you a party for sexual offenders? Don't you have a element of shame? Are you a party for sexual offenders? Wherein everybody has a freedom in this DMK government. Any lawbreaker has a freedom.
SP Velumanni was seen with that person. SP Velumanni shielding that person who was involved in the sexual harassment of Pollachi.
There is challenges in the court. Tomorrow I will file a case on you for taking SP Velumanni's name. If you have the courage and guts, come to and face in the court. Your Prince Udayanidhi came and apologized in High Court. Your Prince Udayanidhi came and apologized in High Court for taking the name of our leaders.
Yeah, fine.
Know the history.
First of all,
for the Pollachi issue, you ran helter and skelter. You played dirty politics. You ran helter and skelter. Your Prince came and apologized in the High Court.
Has done so much corruption. SP Velumanni has done so much corruption that
I tell you what, your 10-year girl got molested. Your 10-year girl got molested. HC High Court directs it to CBI inquiry. You went to the Supreme Court and you are demanding not a CBI inquiry to be held in that case. Shame on your government. You can't even deliver justice to a 10-year-old kid or any girl or woman in this state.
Let me bring in R.K. Radhakrishnan and go back to all the guests after a response from Mr. Radhakrishnan. Mr. Radhakrishnan, there seems to be several fault lines in Tamil Nadu politics and an emergence of a new face as well. But the larger question is, what is this secret alliance that is being spoken about on this show? Is it just rhetoric or is there some truth to it?
No, there is no way that the DMK can strike any secret alliance with the BJP for the simple reason that if they do that, they are going to lose big time into any election that they go into in Tamil Nadu. It can be a local body election, it can be even a Scouts and Guides election, they're going to lose it. So the DMK will never do that for the simple reason that they will lose votes. And there is this huge anti-BJP, sentiment in Tamil Nadu, so to speak. And both the ADMK and the DMK are trying to cultivate that particular vote bank, which is significant. It cuts across caste, it cuts across class. It's because of people like R.N. Ravi being governor that the problem gets accentuated. And now you have somebody like Annamalai, who instead of taking out deposition or condemning or doing some other kind of protest against this Anna University episode, he started flogging himself and made the whole thing about himself. There too, I think the BJP lost out. So the faces of the BJP in Tamil Nadu have a serious crisis of identity, serious crisis of connect with the people of Tamil Nadu, and also connect with the issues of Tamil Nadu. I think that is the defining problem in Tamil Nadu, and that is why both the DMK and ADMK are doing so well with the number of votes and with the number of seats that they have. And specifically to Madhuvanti's point about national anthem being sung, I've been inside the assembly from 1991 to 2009. I can tell you with a fair amount of certainty that the Tamil Thai Valtu was being sung. It was introduced by Jayalalitha, and then national anthem was sung at the end. We have had 8 or 9 governors from the 1991, including Channa Reddy to R.N. Ravi. Not a single governor, including Purohit, including Vidyasagar Rao. These are BJP governors that I am naming. Have never had a problem with Tamil Thai Valtu being sang initially and the national anthem being sang in the end. I was a reporter in the assembly. So please don't start teaching me lessons on how the assembly was being run. Thank you.
I'm not teaching you any lessons, sir. I'm only stating what was minuted in the Legislative Assembly's book in 1991, that Tamil Thai Valtu and national anthem were sung back to back. I am not saying this. It is there in the minutes. I am sure you have been attending the assembly for many years. I have never entered the assembly, so to say. That's not the point. I am only telling you what has been minuted as per the legislative book of the assembly.
Madam,
no, 1991. Please go check your records, sir. You seem to have a problem with the records. 1991, Jayalalitha's time. It has been there, sir. I can even tweet it for you, and I can tag you on Twitter, sir. Absolutely no problem.
Okay, you can take this conversation perhaps off the show as well, but the last comment I'll give it to Mr. Dharnidharan and Kovai Satyan. Mr. Dharnidharan, you'll have much to explain, so Kovai, go ahead.
Yeah, I think.
So due respect to our senior RK sir.
Listen, I have to speak, right?
No, I'll come to you. You'll get the last word. You will get the last word.
You will have the last word, because anyways you will not let me speak.
Okay, Kovai will speak first.
2017 to 21, in the name of smart city scam. He was seen on the picture with the convict of the Pollachi scandal. Right? I don't want to take or bring all this.
Mr. Dharnidharan, one moment, please. Okay, let Kovai Satyan speak. Go ahead, Kovai Satyan.
DMK can't stand the truth. They always scream in debates. It's a no now. So with due respect to RK sir, who understands politics better than many here, sir, what is the need for Durai Murugan, the senior most minister, to take a night flight 10:30 on a Sunday to go to Delhi when the ED raid was happening in his place? And you mean to say that nobody believes that there is a newfound love between DMK and BJP? And what is the need to change the education minister? What is it? Have some decency. You have your time. Have some decency. You have your time. You speak when your time is there.
You are speaking about decency.
Why are you barking in a national channel, my dear friend? No, why are you barking like that, dog?
Really?
Why are you barking? Why are you not letting the other person speak?
Mr. Dharnidharan, you'll have to wait for 30 seconds. Let him finish his point, please.
Yes, don't bark, but unfortunately I have to do it. Who to do?
No, why you have to bark like a dog? Why you don't let the other person speak?
Really?
Yes.
You ask Maria how many debates have been on.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. No, forget it.
Yes, Maria,
he's trying to make it personal.
Let's be calm. Go ahead.
I don't want to make it personal, but it is his choice to make it personal.
Go ahead.
Sir, everybody knows there is a newfound love between DMK and BJP. The education minister was changed only because of the fact that BJP was not comfortable and the governor was not comfortable with Ponmudi being there.
The chief minister.
There are many
End of this discussion. Mr. Dharnidharan, Kovai Satyan, Madhuvanti and R.K. Radhakrishnan, thank you so much for joining us. That's all from me. Thanks so much for watching. I'll be seeing you tomorrow. And we have Vishnu Shom right here in the studio.
Well, in just about 15 odd minutes from now, we expect a live press conference from the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, where he's expected to announce, Maria, that he's going to step down as leader of his party. Just a matter of time, it seems, that he's going to step down as Prime Minister, perhaps delaying that announcement until there's a successor. Also, very sadly, 8 jawans have been killed in a Naxal attack in Chhattisgarh. We'll be bringing our viewers all the latest details on that. That's up after this short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shoma. On the programme this evening. Breaking news from Ottawa. The Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is on the brink of announcing his resignation as leader of the Liberal Party. Sources close to Trudeau indicate that the announcement could come very soon. In fact, we expect a press conference in just the next 15 minutes when the announcement is going to be made by Mr. Trudeau. So we'll be cutting across to that. And before that, we're going to be tracking all the developments in Canada. What has prompted this decision? Justin Trudeau's ratings are at an all-time low. Is it mismanagement at multiple levels? What about his Liberal Party? Where do they actually go? And from us in India, Will this potentially mean, should there be a change in Canada in the elections which come up in the next few months, a change in their attitude towards India for all the reasons that we've been discussing for the last several months? That's going to be top, but up next on the program, in a tragic turn of events today in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district, an explosive device claimed the lives of 8 DRG jawans and a civilian driver. The attack occurred as security forces were returning from a joint operation. This incident underscores the persistent threat of Naxal insurgency, even as security forces continue to make a great deal of progress. A quick look at the headlines now. The BJP doubles down on their attack against Arvind Kejriwal over funds spent on the Chief Minister's residence after details from the Central Auditor, while the Aam Aadmi Party hits out again over voter list manipulation, claiming certain voters are being removed while others are being added. Political parties gun for the women vote with competing schemes after past success. The Congress announces the Pyari Didi scheme with 2,500 a month for women after the Aam Aadmi Party's Mahila Samman scheme with 2,100 rupees promised. The Tamil Nadu Assembly winter session started on a dramatic note, with the Governor R.N. Ravi walking out without making the customary address and opposition parties staging protests inside the Assembly. The Chief Minister called the Governor's move childish. No need to panic over the HMPV virus, says the centre, after cases are detected in infants in Bengaluru and in Ahmedabad. The Health Minister says it's not a new virus. The Karnataka Health Minister says there is no surge. But let's quickly move on now to our top story, and we expect dramatic developments in Ottawa, Canada in the next 15 minutes or so. A press conference where Justin Trudeau is expected to announce that he is stepping down as leader of his party. This would be a move which precedes him stepping down as Prime Minister of Canada at a time when his leadership when he has come under a great deal of scrutiny, both within his party and outside as well. For us here in India, as India and Canada go through the worst phase in bilateral relations over the issue of Khalistanis and the threat of Khalistanis from Canadian territory, the big question is this: if Justin Trudeau does depart, that is expected very widely, what will that potentially mean for India-Canada relations?
In a stunning turn of events, embattled Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is reportedly set to announce his resignation as the leader of the Liberal Party. This announcement is expected before the crucial Liberal caucus meeting Wednesday, with some even claiming that Trudeau could step down as early as Monday. The development comes amid a growing caucus revolt and plummeting public opinion that sees Trudeau's party on the brink of being swept away by Pierre Poilievre's Conservatives. Trudeau's leadership, once seen as a beacon of progressive change, now faces intense pressure. Media reports reveal that Trudeau is aware that he can't delay his decision much longer. His struggle to maintain control is underscored by mounting calls from MPs, particularly in Quebec, Ontario, and the Atlantic provinces, who have signalled their lack of support. These regions, responsible for the bulk of the Liberal caucus, now represent Trudeau's biggest challenge. While Trudeau's inner circle is reportedly debating the logistics of his exit, questions linger about whether he will step down immediately or stay on as the Prime Minister until a leadership contest is held. The prospect of prolonged leadership race, which could stretch over months, poses its own set of constitutional and political hurdles, including the looming March 28 vote on government supply. It is not only Trudeau's own lawmakers. According to a recent poll by Ipsos, 73% of Canadians think that he should resign as the leader of the Liberal Party, including 43% Liberal voters. Meanwhile, names like Chrystia Freeland, Melanie Joly, and even former BC Premier Christy Clark have been floated as potential leaders who could revive the party's fortunes. As Trudeau prepares to make a final decision, Canada's political landscape is on the cusp of a major shift, one that could reshape the future of the Liberal Party and the nation's leadership. Bureau Report, Arjun Samar Mahendran, NDTV.
Well, let's go across to NDTV's Maha Siddiqui, who's in Canada and joins us live now. Maha, thanks very much for being with us. So in about 15 odd minutes from now, in fact less than that, in about 13 odd minutes from now, we expect Justin Trudeau to step down as leader of his party, but not step down presently as Prime Minister. Is that right?
At least that's what media reports are suggesting. In Canada, those who have been able to speak to some of their sources, these are anonymous sources, let me point out, which are being quoted as saying that Prime Minister Trudeau will announce that he will step aside as the leader of the Liberal Party, calls for which have been made for over last 6 months with his own members of parliament voicing their concern, and many of them, in fact, even backstepping from fighting the elections, the federal elections this year, saying that they cannot fight the elections under his leadership because they are bound to lose. So the situation was becoming very precarious for him to continue as the leader of the Liberal Party. He's expected to step aside and then continue as caretaker prime minister. At least that's what reports are suggesting at the moment. He's also expected to suggest that the parliament session, which is supposed to start on the 27th of January, be prorogued till end of March. That is because that will give the Liberal Party some time to consolidate under its new leadership and then go ahead into a parliament session where the NDP, which is Jagmeet Singh's party, which has already said that they will bring a non-confidence motion against the government, the Liberal government. Jagmeet Singh had said that he is not going to step back from his decision of bringing a non-confidence motion, even if there is a change of leadership of the Liberal Party. But the Liberal Party will perhaps hope that if they get those 2 months and they are able to project that things are improving and that their steps that they are taking on the fiscal front are working, then the NDP might not push for early elections and might not bring down their government. But at the moment, Justin Trudeau, we are waiting for that announcement from Ottawa that Justin Trudeau is stepping aside as the leader of the Liberal Party. So big changes expected there.
Just 7 minutes away now, if it is on time. In fact, we should be cutting across to that in a little while. Maha, once he does step down as Prime Minister, who would replace him?
At the moment, it is unclear whether he will give the reins right away to somebody else or continue as the caretaker prime minister for some time, and whether that will then lead to early elections and a new prime minister is chosen by the country at large. If he decides to step aside and actually hand over the reins to somebody else to become the prime minister, there are several reports and several names are cropping up. The first name that cropped up is the present finance minister, LeBlanc. It was reported that Justin Trudeau spoke to him and suggested that he take over as the prime minister, but perhaps this is a very difficult period for anyone to take over that charge, and there were suggestions that he might not want to take up that position. Chrystia Freeland, the former finance minister, in fact, who pretty much walked out on Justin Trudeau, a close ally, putting that nail in the coffin there for him in December. When she resigned from the cabinet, she still remains a Liberal MP. She's again a front runner for the position of a Liberal Party leader. Melanie Joly, who is the Foreign Minister of Canada, could also be in the running. Apart from that, the former Premier of British Columbia, Christy Clark, is another front runner. There is another person who is being spoken about here, Mark Carney. He is not a politician, he's an economist. He is a banker who has worked both in Canada and in England. And many people believe that the Liberal Party could get a fresh lease of life if somebody who is not totally connected with the government can be drafted in as a fresh face. So several names doing the rounds here at the moment, Vishnu, but the situation is fluid. We'll have to see exactly what Justin Trudeau says.
All right, Maha, thanks very much for being with us. I'm now joined by Ujjwal Dosanjh, former Minister of Health of Canada. Thanks, Mr. Dosanjh, very much for being with us. What specific factors, in your opinion, like, for example, the resignation of Chrystia Freeland or deteriorating poll numbers, have most influenced Trudeau's decision to step down, as is widely expected in the next few minutes?
Well, I think that there's a almost total lack of support from most of the Liberals, elected or otherwise. And add to that the situation, the fiscal situation. He's totally shattered the fiscal situation in the country, broken the immigration consensus that used to exist in this country. So the country seems to be adrift under his leadership, and people want him out. So all of these factors have gone into creating a firestorm for Mr. Trudeau, which he has failed to recognize for some time. Anybody else in his shoes perhaps would have gone sometime earlier. Now, it's late for the NDP, for the Liberal Party to actually be able to pick a leader and go into the next campaign reasonably well prepared. So he's brought both the country and his own political party to a bit of an impasse.
Mr. Dosanjh, I'm just curious, does Trudeau's handling of the allegations against India impact his legacy as he considers stepping down?
His legacy is, manifold. When he came into power, he basically said Canada has no culture, it has no mainstream, we're a post-national state. Then he went into wokeism, identity politics, and so the country seems fragmented politically at this moment. Obviously, the relationship between India and Canada as an important part of his legacy or lack of relationship. But I don't think that that's a factor that has impacted his leadership in terms of people wanting him out.
Was Trudeau's decision to stay on after previous calls, and there have been several, for resignation a huge miscalculation, a misunderstanding of the situation his party finds itself in presently?
Well, obviously, he didn't understand the depth of anger and mistrust people had towards him, and therefore he's now brought the country to a position where we now have to deal with Mr. Trump and the threat of tariffs that on January 20th, when Mr. Trump takes over. He's brought us to a pass in this country where we seem to be adrift in terms of our leadership, and he is solely responsible for it.
How will Mr. Trudeau's decision affect the Liberal Party's chances in the forthcoming election, given the public perception on his leadership? Does it appear at this stage to be a lost cause for the Liberals?
It seems like a lost cause. I think if someone new comes in, you might gain 5 or 10 percentage points in terms of polls, but generally speaking, these kinds of situations, they never really improve. I was in one when I was the Premier of British Columbia. I took over a party that was polling at 11%, which is almost where Mr. Trudeau is, and we were able to bring it to 21%, but we lost badly. And I think Mr. Trudeau's party, which is my party, I was federally a Liberal, faces that kind of a prospect.
Mr. Dosanjh, the fact that he was seen to be soft on leaders who follow the Khalistani cause or who are Khalistanis, in Canada, and that's obviously had a huge impact on the relationship with India. Some would say that these were just narrow vote bank politics, but in the process, he's let loose a political force, a potentially terrorist force, which Canada hasn't really been able to control. Would that be fair for me to say?
Oh, I think that's a fair comment. I think part of it is his propensity to promote identity politics, and there are many streams of identity politics that have kind of come to the surface in Canada. And leadership in Canada generally hasn't been very tough on extremist violence and extremist rhetoric and kind of hate and violence that's being preached at some temples in Canada. And if Mr. Trudeau had taken a stronger position, I think Canadian society itself would be more at peace with itself, let alone the relationship between India and Canada. Part of his problem now is that he's brought Canadians to a point where Canadians, majority of Canadians, don't want as much immigration anymore as they used to.
Right.
So he's broken the immigration consensus in Canada. The country was built on immigration.
All right, Mr. Dosanjh, wonderful speaking to you. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm joined now by Dean Baxendale, a senior columnist, Terry Miluski, Dr. Tara Kartha. Thank you all very much for being with us. Dean Baxendale, How do you expect it to sort of turn out in the next little while from now? Do you expect him to just step down as leader of the Liberals, or do you expect him to step down as Prime Minister as well?
I think he will step down as leader. I think he will continue his role if the rumors are to be believed out of Ottawa, and that he will be, continue on as Prime Minister until until a leader is chosen through a leadership contest, which I think allows the Liberals to get some much needed attention on new leadership, new policies for the party, in hopes that it might be able to revive it. However, with the polls looking the way that they are, and forecasts of under 10 seats for the Liberal Party, this could be a devastating time, naturally, for the Liberal Party. So we expect some form of resignation and a plan for how this will roll out, and whether or not he prorogues until March to allow for that process to unwind, we shall see.
Now, Trudeau was avoiding this. He'd been told earlier on as well by some of his closest political associates that, look, it is time for you now to step down. It is time for the Liberals to think ahead. And he'd been defiant. He decided to carry on. What was the immediate cause, perhaps in the last couple of weeks, that got him to this stage? Dean.
Is that directed at me?
Yeah, Dean, go ahead.
Well, listen, I think the devastation of Chrystia Freeland's resignation on the Monday morning before she was about to deliver the interim financials for the government speaks loudly and clearly of the dissent and contempt for Trudeau's leadership at this particular point in time by devout, Liberals and people that he helped, who supported him for the past 9 years. So that speaks to just the crumbling nature of his relationships with many within the Liberal caucus, and ultimately, I believe this drove, him to the final resolution. But this has been in the offing for some time. There was no chance for him to carry on as leader, given all of the events that have been taking place, from foreign interference, as well as the scandals inside his own party.
Well, just for the benefit of our viewers, we expect a press conference being addressed by Justin Trudeau to begin any time now. In fact, those are live shots coming in from Ottawa. We expect him to step down those steps and then address, what would certainly be an international audience watching in on this development. Terry Belusky, how has Trudeau's government failed to balance the right to free speech, which is such an integral part of Canada's constitution, its beliefs, with the need to, for example, maintain diplomatic relations, particularly in the context of Khalistani activism in Canada?
Well, it's a very touchy question. It's the right question to ask, too, because the Liberals have done very little about this question. Over the years, they've been content to stand back and allow pretty much anything goes, to include, for example, things that wouldn't be accepted in many democratic countries, like, for example, glorification of terrorists, murderers. Assassins like Talvinder Singh Parmar is publicly glorified in Canada as a great hero of the people. That would fall, for example, in a friendly country. In Britain, for example, that's contrary to their anti-terrorism act. That's the glorification of terrorism, and it's illegal. But in Canada, it's legal. It's perfectly legal. And something could have been done about this. Reasonable people can disagree about the fine points of this question. The Liberals under Trudeau have done nothing about it. They basically let the Khalistanis antagonize the Indian government with activities like that and others. They're burning the Indian flag and so on. So it'll be interesting to see if the new Conservative government that the polls tell us to expect, if they will approach this question differently and try to mend fences with the Indian government. There is a problem, though, and that is, it's off your question, but it's important. The problem is that the police have acted on the murder of Nijjar. They've got 4 people charged. They've got allegations and charges against 30 different suspects. Connected those suspects with the Indian High Commission, and it's very hard for any new prime minister to roll that back. The horse is out of the barn, So we can't expect a revolution in relations between Canada and India. As bad as they are, it's not going to get better in a hurry. But on the question that you raise of freedom of speech, then that will be, I think, an important question for the new government, and it may lead to some improvement.
Let me ask you another question, Terry Milewski. Assuming that Pierre Poilievre becomes the next Prime Minister of Canada, and that is, of course, an assumption on my part, how do you see the relationship with India progressing? Or do you believe that it's going to be much of the same?
I think it's not going to. It's going to feel better. I'm sure that any incoming Conservative Prime Minister or any incoming Prime Minister will try to mend fences with the government of Narendra Modi, and it will try to make things nice. But on the substance of the question, because these charges have been made public, targeting Indian diplomats, and these charges have been made, remember, by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, which is not a political organization. They're not dancing to any politician's tune. They act independently, and they have a very good reputation for that. And because they have made their allegations publicly, it's really a sweeping crime wave organized by Indian diplomats, allegedly, 6 of whom were kicked out of the country. I don't see how you roll that back. You can come in and make nice noise and say, well, let's have a talk about this. I'm sure we can smooth out the bumps in our relationship. But it's more than a bump when you're kicking diplomats out of the country and calling them criminals. I don't see how any new Prime Minister can make that better.
Dr. Tarakarta, how did Trudeau's approach to the India-Canada diplomatic standoff reflect perhaps a lack of strategic foresight, especially considering the economic and geopolitical implications for Canada?
Well, I think he had a lot of political foresight because if you remember, the whole thing started with the allegations of Chinese interference. That's how this whole thing. And in April, he very reluctantly started this whole Foreign Interference Commission inquiry. And when he was asked that the Chinese government wanted a minority liberal government, that is an intelligence report, he says, oh, I haven't seen that report. Okay, so that was in April. In May came the first commission, the first initial report, in which it says that India possibly interfered but did not meet the criteria for criminal investigations. That was in May. Thereafter, of course, the whole thing went off the rails, saying, yeah, India and Russia, maybe not so much, China, and a bunch of other countries as well. There were 3-4, if I remember right, 3 other countries whose names have been redacted. Essentially what happened was this furor overtook that focus on Chinese interference. And remember, Trudeau has been very friendly with China. The trade has been immense. And despite US pressure, back in 2018 when Meng Zhao was arrested, despite that relationship has prospered. So I think politically, he probably did what he thought was the right thing.
All right, just once again for the benefit of our viewers, look at the image there on your screens. That's live from Ottawa, Canada. The Prime Minister expected to address the media. Lots of people around the world waiting for him to come down those stairs and then announce his decision to step down from his Liberal Party. How long will he remain as Prime Minister? Would he be a caretaker Prime Minister? That seems to be the indicator at this stage. Terry Milewski, just to return to the theme which obviously people in India would be looking at closely, the entire Khalistani sentiment which exists in Canada. How would you look at the entire sense that this was vote bank politics behind Trudeau's moves in appeasing Khalistanis? Would that be correct?
Well, it's a good question because in the past, although the focus, of course, has been on the Liberal government because the government and their activities, their playing footsie with the Khalistanis has got the most attention. The fact of the matter is that the Conservatives tried to play the same game, only not so successfully. And so, needless to say, the NDP, whose leader, Jagmeet Singh, as you well know, is a Khalistani sympathizer himself. So it's not as though you can give let's say, the Conservatives, you may assume, according to the polls, that they're going to sleep pretty soon. But I'm saying that you cannot assume that they're going to be radically different. They will make it sound better. They will say, look, let's sit down and have a conversation, try to get our diplomatic relations back on track. But there's still going to be the elephant in the room. That is going to be the charges made by the Canadian police, not just by Canadian politicians, that Indian diplomats have been involved in criminal activities in Canada, to include murder and extortion. 30 people have been charged. Those court cases are going to go ahead. There's nothing that Narendra Modi or the incoming Prime Minister, if it's ever, whoever it is, there's nothing that they can really do to stop that train. In some respects, the relationship may even get worse, not because of anything the new government will do. The relationship could still get even worse, so it's hard to see how it could get much. Mm-hmm. Remember, if these trials come forward and people testify, I was encouraged to do this crime by the diplomats from the Indian High Commission. Yeah, there are going to be sensational headlines. It certainly isn't going to improve the atmosphere between Canada and India. It's inevitable now. The train has left the station. You can't bring it back.
Yeah. Dr. Tarakatha, how would New Delhi be looking at the changes in Canada? It seems that Justin Trudeau is history politically, at least for the moment. There will be a new government. It doesn't seem to be a Liberal government likely to come back. Would New Delhi be looking at this as an opportunity to rebuild the relationship with Ottawa? Or, as Terry suggests, do you believe that this might be a process which might go on for a period of time, given the cases which have been lodged?
Slightly apart from that, I'm wondering who wants to be Prime Minister now? The spring elections are just, months away. So whoever would be a very foolish person who tries to become Prime Minister now. But on your question, governments are not too bad at playing down things if they want to. Like you've had this whole thing with the US, which is going on, right? Have you heard anything about it for months? That doesn't mean that we're not working on it. Of course we are. And because the US followed a particular legal line, you were able to follow up with your own questioning, your own actions thereafter. So that has gone on. If that goes on, in case, I agree with what Mr. Milewski said on the diplomat aspect is different. I also refer to a statement from the RCMP, which said that, if I'm right, I hope I've got this right, where they said, we don't get any intelligence at all. No one shares intel with us. And to be honest, the credibility of Canadian intelligence hasn't been that great, right? And I'm really being very diplomatic here. They haven't really delivered in the past. Let's see how this plays down. But in my experience, when governments want to make things happen towards the better, they can, notwithstanding these very serious charges.
All right. So once again, those images that you see on your screen are from Rideau Cottage in Ottawa, where Justin Trudeau will be making an announcement and taking questions from reporters. We expect him to come down. That's the Prime Minister's official residence in Canada. We will, for the moment, take a short break, come back to this story. Stay tuned.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
For you to strengthen and grow the middle class. Why we rallied to support each other through the pandemic, to advance reconciliation, to defend free trade on this continent, to stand strong with Ukraine and our democracy, and to fight climate change and get our economy ready for the future. We are at a critical moment in the world. Mes chers Canadiens, à chaque matin, je me suis réveillé en tant que Premier ministre, inspiré par la résilience, la générosité et la détermination qui nous caractérisent si bien en tant que Canadiens. C'est ce qui me motive à chaque jour où j'ai le privilège de servir dans ce poste.
All right, Justin Trudeau over there at the Rideau Cottage, that's the official residence of the Prime Minister of Canada, stepping down, coming down those stairs to announce what we expect to be an announcement where he says he's stepping down as leader of the Liberal Party. Will he continue as Prime Minister or not? We don't know at this stage. He could be caretaker Prime Minister. Now, he's speaking in French presently. He was speaking in English as well. In Canada, they speak, or he certainly does, both languages. So he will dip in and out of English and French. Let's go across to NDTV's Maha Siddiqui. Very briefly, Maha, we've just heard him come down, say a few words in English. For the benefit of our viewers, what did he say?
Vishnu, let's just wait for another couple of minutes because he's going to take 2 questions in English and 2 questions in French after he finishes that announcement in French as well. So we'll get to know more about what's the way ahead after he steps down as the leader of the Liberal Party, whether he's going to continue as caretaker Prime Minister, because what we are hearing is that there has been a request made to prorogue the Parliament till the 24th of March.
Been paralyzed for months after what has been the longest session of a minority parliament in Canadian history. That's why this morning I advised the Governor-General that we need a new session of parliament. She has granted this request, and the House will now be prorogued until March 24th. Over the holidays, I've also had a chance to reflect and have had long talks with my family about our future. Throughout the course of my career, any success I have personally achieved has been because of their support and with their encouragement. So last night over dinner, I told my kids about the decision that I'm sharing with you today. I intend to resign as party leader, as Prime Minister, after the party selects its next leader through a robust, nationwide, competitive process. Last night, I asked the President of the Liberal Party to begin that process. This country deserves a real choice in the next election, and it has become clear to me that if I'm having to fight internal battles, I cannot be the best option in that election. Mes chers amis, comme vous savez, je suis un fighter. Dans mon fort intérieur,
all right, so that's the breaking news. Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, announcing that he's resigning as party leader and that he will step down as Prime Minister. And he is essentially a caretaker Prime Minister now until such time as his party The Liberals in Canada select another Prime Minister. The House has been prorogued till the 24th of March. He says, and Maha, let me bring you in on this very briefly before we go back to what he says, that there are internal battles within his party which Trudeau says he cannot fight. That's why he's taken this decision. Go ahead, Maha.
That's absolutely correct. There were at least 20 members of parliament from the Liberal Party who had been voicing open concern about his leadership, and many of them, in fact, had said that they would not want to contest election, the federal election under his leadership, because they were bound to lose. Then you had his close ally, the former finance minister, Chrystia Freeland, who also resigned from the cabinet. This was when Justin Trudeau was trying to reshuffle the cabinet. And that really gave an indication that the situation for him internally within the party was untenable, and that at some stage he will have to step down. And that's exactly what has happened now. Parliament has been prorogued, as he said, till the 24th of March. Otherwise, it would have met on the 27th of January. And Vishnu, we knew that the NDP, that is the party that had been supporting them on a case-by-case basis after withdrawing outside support in September to this minority government, that they would have brought in a non-confidence motion, which this government would have lost in any case. So there were a couple of reasons for this push, the final push for Justin Trudeau to take that call to step down as the leader of the Liberal Party and resign later on as the Prime Minister once a new leader of the Liberal Party is chosen. Now, as per the constitution of the Liberal Party, 90 days is the time given within the party to choose a new leader once the leader, that is the current leader, steps down. So we should expect that process to start right away. As Justin Trudeau pointed out, that he's already informed his party that he is stepping down. He did that last evening, and therefore the process is already in motion now. We're expecting big candidates for that position. Chrystia Freeland, in fact, interestingly, is one of them. In fact, there were a lot of reports that had also suggested that maybe Justin Trudeau at some point felt that there were questions about her loyalty because her name was being thrown up as one who could take over his position. And therefore, that was one of the reasons he wanted to shuffle her out of a position, a very strong one, as the finance minister.
Democracy. A new Prime Minister and leader of the Liberal Party will carry its values and ideals into that next election. I'm excited to see the process unfold in the months ahead. We were elected for the third time in 2021 to strengthen the economy post-pandemic and advance Canada's interests in a complicated world. And that is exactly the job that I and we will continue to do for Canadians. Merci beaucoup, mes amis.
Thank you, Prime Minister. We'll now go to questions, starting with Laurence Martin, Radio-Canada.
Bonjour, Monsieur Trudeau. Vous vouliez le faire, ce combat contre Pierre Poilievre. Des batailles internes, il y en a dans votre parti depuis plusieurs mois déjà. Pourquoi est-ce que vous décidez d'abdiquer maintenant? Qu'est-ce qui vous a fait changer d'avis?
Comme vous savez, je ne suis pas quelqu'un qui recule facilement devant un combat.
All right, we'll
Surtout un combat.
go back to Maha for the moment. He'll be taking a couple of English questions as well, French and English questions. But just in terms of what he finally said over there in English, Maha, where he said that these are battles that will continue. He expects the new leadership to take up the challenges which he's faced. But given the recent polls in Canada, do the Liberals have much of a chance?
Well, the Liberals felt that they do not have a chance at all under his leadership, and that is why they wanted a leadership change. They feel that a change of leadership might give them some fighting chance against the Conservatives come the federal election.
I am not someone who backs away from a fight, particularly when a fight is as important as this one is. But I have always been driven by my love for Canada, by my desire to serve Canadians, and by what is in the best interest of Canadians. And Canadians deserve a real choice in the next election. And it has become obvious to me with the internal battles that I cannot be the one to carry the Liberal standard into the next election.
Vous êtes au pouvoir depuis près de 10 ans. Le Canada a changé avec votre gouvernement. S'il y a une réalisation que vous pourriez
All
nommer
right, so
dont
I'm
vous
just
êtes
going to
le
go
plus
through a
fier?
few
Je
of
sais
the
qu'il y en a
points
plusieurs, mais
that Justin Trudeau mentioned. He's the Canadian Prime Minister resigning as party leader, also announcing his decision to resign as Prime Minister, which he will do formally as soon as there is a new Prime Minister in place. He's asked his party, the Liberals, to look for somebody who would be a good Prime Minister. Of course, the tenure of that Prime Ministership would be just a few months. Canada goes into elections very soon. He says, if I'm fighting internal battles, I cannot be the best option. If I'm having to fight internal conflicts, I cannot be the best choice to fight elections. This has become clear. I cannot be the leader to take the party to the next election. Canadians deserve a real choice. So he will be stepping down as Prime Minister as well after the party selects a new leader. It remains to be seen how soon that's going to happen. Let's just go back to what Justin Trudeau is saying. I expect him to take a few questions in English very soon.
Plus de temps à regarder les points qu'ils avaient en commun pour être les deuxième ou troisième choix des voteurs plutôt que de voir la polarisation que nous avions. Mais je ne pouvais pas de façon unilatérale changer notre mode de scrutin dans ce pays.
Next question.
We got elected in 2015 to fight for the middle class, and that's exactly what we've done over the past years. We reduced their taxes, we increased the benefits to families, we made sure the economy was focused on working for everyone and not just a few, and that has changed. That has dropped poverty rates in Canada, that has brought more people into the workforce, that has moved us forward on reconciliation in a way that has deeply improved the opportunities and success of Canadians despite the incredibly difficult times the world is going through right now. There's lots more work to be done, and I know that this party and this country and Canadians will keep doing it. If I have one regret, particularly as we approach this election, well, there are probably many regrets that I will think of, but I do wish that we'd been able to change the way we elect our governments in this country so that people could simply choose a second choice or a third choice on the same ballot, so that parties would spend more time trying to be people's second or third choices, and people would have been looking for things they have in common instead of trying to polarize and divide Canadians against each other. I think in this time, figuring out how to pull together and find common ground remains something that is really important for democracies. But I could not change unilaterally, without support of other parties, our electoral system. That wouldn't have been responsible.
Prochaine question.
Tonda McCharles, Toronto Star. Prime Minister, up until 3 weeks ago, you were intending to stay, and it seems that the event 3 weeks ago of Ms. Freeland coming out and saying you were firing her as your finance minister was the catalyst that brought us here today. So can you explain your side of what happened there?
Christia has been by my side for close to 10 years now. She has been an incredible political partner through just about everything we have done as a government and as a party over the past decade. I had really hoped that she would agree to continue as my Deputy Prime Minister and take on one of the most important files that not just this government but this country is facing, but she chose otherwise. In regards to what actually happened, I am not someone who's in the habit of sharing private conversations. Christia a été depuis presque 10 ans maintenant à mes côtés.
All right, let me go back to Maha Siddiqui. So Maha, Justin Trudeau will be stepping down eventually as Canadian Prime Minister. He's going to be caretaker Prime Minister for now until such time as his party finds a replacement for him. Lots of key points essentially saying that, look, there are too many problems within the party and he cannot continue as Prime Minister now. How soon, realistically, before we see a new Canadian Prime Minister? Maha, unmute yourself, please.
I'm sorry about that, Vishnu. So, as per the Liberal Party constitution, there are 90 days that the party has to select a new leader. Since the parliament has been prorogued till the 24th of March, and since the party wants to have a new face by then, we should
All right, Maha,
expect...
sorry, he's back in English. Let's just listen in.
Beating Pierre Poilievre in the next campaign.
Pierre Poilievre's vision for this country is not the right one for Canadians. Stopping the fight against climate change doesn't make sense. Backing off on the values and strength in diversity that Canada has always worked to pull itself together on is not the right path for the country. Attacking journalists, the CBC institutions, that's not what Canadians need in this moment. We need an ambitious, optimistic view of the future, and Pierre Poilievre is not offering that. And I look forward to the fight as progressives across this country stand up for the kind of vision for a better country that Canadians have always carried, despite the tremendous pressures around the world to think smaller, to veer towards the hard right, and to be less ambitious for what we can be and do as a country when the world really needs Canada.
That's not an answer, though. Yes or no? Is there another leader that could beat him?
Absolutely.
En français, sur le leader?
Oui.
Est-ce que vous
Pierre Poilievre.
En français, s'il vous plaît, merci.
Pierre Poilievre a une vision profondément petite et erronée pour ce pays, si même on accepte qu'il ait une vision, de reculer sur les droits fondamentaux, d'arrêter la défense, la lutte contre les changements climatiques, de ne pas investir dans une économie plus verte, plus inclusive, de toujours chercher des divisions entre les Canadiens plutôt que de rassembler pour faire face à l'avenir de façon optimiste et ambitieuse. C'est pas le bon choix pour les Canadiens. Et j'ai hâte de faire partie, de continuer de faire partie d'un mouvement progressiste qui va envisager un avenir meilleur pour les Canadiens, sur l'optimisme et le travail que les Canadiens ont toujours fait pour bâtir un monde meilleur.
Next question.
Hélène Buzetti, les corps d'information. Bonjour, M. Trudeau. Il y a 16 ans, en décembre 2008, Stephen Harper a prorogé le Parlement pour s'éviter un vote de confiance qu'il savait...
All right, in case you're just tuning in, the big announcement out of Ottawa, Canada, Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, saying, and I quote, I intend to resign as Liberal Party leader as Prime Minister of Canada after the party selects its next leader. So he is, as I understand it, stepping down immediately as the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada because of lots of internal problems. And once the party selects its next leader, he'll step down as Prime Minister. He says that the replacement elections will happen in the near future, the process to replace him. And he said, and I quote, if I'm having to fight internal battles, I cannot be the best option. But by the same token, hitting out at his primary political adversary, the Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre, saying that Pierre Poilievre is not the right choice for Canadians. But that's perhaps something he would say. Justin Trudeau is on a very, very thin wicket, shaky wicket, and has been that for a very long period of time. He's been a Canadian Prime Minister for several terms, but the popularity has just disappeared completely. Maha, come in over here. I keep interrupting you when he starts speaking in English, but do go ahead with what you were saying.
Yes, so it's pretty clear now that he's already informed the Liberal Party that he's stepping down last evening, and therefore the process to select a new leader for the Liberal Party has already gone underway. As per the Liberal Party constitution, they have 90 days to select a new leader. But since the Parliament is prorogued till the 24th of March, it was supposed to reconvene on the 27th of January, and the party would have faced an uphill task because the NDP was bringing in a non-confidence motion, which they would have inevitably lost because Bloc Québécois, the other party that was supporting the Liberals on a case-by-case basis in Parliament on certain bills, had also said that they will support a non-confidence motion. So at least they have a breather now for the next 1.5 months. Will Jagmeet Singh still bring in a non-confidence motion once the Parliament reconvenes on the 24th of March? We'll have to wait for that announcement from Jagmeet Singh, because earlier he had said that even if there is a change in the leadership of the Liberal Party, he believes that time is up for this government.
Right. Now, hang on. He's speaking
continue.
in English once again. Let's listen in.
In the passing of supply that will allow Parliament to weigh in on confidence in a way that is entirely in keeping with all the principles of democracy and the workings of our strong institutions.
Mais avec respect, M. Trudeau, y a-t-il pas quelque chose un peu antidémocratique de suspendre la possibilité du Parlement
Go
de
across to Tara Karta as we're running out of time on this broadcast. The Canadian Prime Minister announcing his decision to step down from the post of Prime Minister of Canada. That won't happen immediately. There'll be a replacement that could take a little bit of time, but he is stepping down as leader of the Liberals. Tara Karta, your thoughts?
Well, it's been going downhill since October, right? I mean, even in fact in December, the Toronto Star, which is the Liberals, so newspaper was saying time to go. So that is finally when he's a bit limpet-like, he doesn't want to go, and now he's totally lost support from among his own party. And I think 4 by-elections that the party has lost recently. The last one was, I think, British Columbia. So there's a lot which is, really pushing him out. In terms of a new government, there was all that blah about the Pierre Poilievre not attending the Diwali function. I think that was a bit overblown, because the party hasn't really said anything adverse against India. They have not made any comment. So it's been, I think, going forward, it's going to be a better time in India-Delhi relations. Delhi-Canada relations, in terms of the trade that we've enjoyed, in terms of the fact that Canada is, after all, an extremely liberal democracy. They are a very fine country, like I've said before on your show. We have no problems with Canada. We have problems with Trudeau. That's the difference.
And indeed, with any policies which prop up Khalistanis, which is such a problem, not just for India, but perhaps for Canada as well. Let's just listen into Justin Trudeau before we start wrapping this up.
Le reset nécessaire pour le Parlement.
En anglais, mais si vous pouvez dire pourquoi pas une élection, vous l'avez pas dit.
The parliamentary press gallery, and anyone who's been watching politics closely over the past months will know that Parliament has been entirely seized by obstruction and filibustering and a total lack of productivity over the past few months. We are right now the longest serving minority government in history, and it's time for a reset. It's time for the temperature to come down, for the people to have a fresh start in Parliament, to be able to navigate through these complex times, both domestically and internationally. And the reset that we have.
All right, well, there you have it. Justin Trudeau is effectively history. He's going to cease being the Prime Minister of Canada in a short period of time. He announces his decision to step down as Prime Minister. He'll be interim Prime Minister until such time as a replacement within his party is found, but he also says that he'll step down as leader of his party, and he says repeatedly that internal battles within his party are those which he cannot he cannot go through if he is to function effectively. We'll leave it over there, come back with a lot more from the entire left, right and center team. Good night.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
All set for Trump 2.0. Countdown to January 20th. Terror shadow, visa wars. All the twists and turns. Tracking Trump takeover. Every day at 10:30 p.m. only on NDTV 20.